Torah and Reason has been written for two different classes, for the insider and for the outsider. The aim of this book in relation to the insider is to secure for his mind and to prove for him the rational system of Torah and Halakha in the most rigorous and reasonable way. It is to indicate clearly the wisdom of Torah and the laws of Halakha as a system that could be expressed in logical equations. No contradiction is to be found in its own system, nor in relation to the natural world that is expressed in scientific method and knowledge. The totality of Torah is a complete, perfect system without any gaps. For the Torah man, the truths that are here explained are unassailable and definitive. For the outsider, whose understanding is not filled with preconceived ideas, whose mind is not closed by dogmatism, who is openly and freely seeking the truth, this book provides a new system of thinking about Torah, and is a genuine test of his search. Let him examine his thinking to see if he could discover a rational picture of the totality of existence other than the Torah and its law of perfection. Torah and Reason. Chapter 1. Finite and Absolute Knowledge. Knowledge has a twofold purpose: to help man survive and to satisfy the mind. The problem is that the latter requires infinite knowledge. Human knowledge is adequate to enable man to live in this world, it being sufficient for developing technology and increasing our comfort. Man was created by God with enough mind for that. It is sufficient that some knowledge should be certain, and that some kinds of knowledge remain forever less than 100%. Man, to function, must rely on the sun shining tomorrow, on certain phenomena to be unchanging, on the fact that most of the time the bridge I cross will not collapse. Our knowledge is restricted and partial. It must be so if we are to be human. We must strive, we must remain curious, and if our knowledge were total, we would be automata, not in doubt, not aiming, not discovering, not human. Here it might be objected that the situation is very cruel. One might say that God locks us into our partial world, denies us access to the total pattern, and thus afflicted we live in anguish. The refutation to this argument is that God has given us, through the Torah, access to the total picture, to the infinite knowledge, to answers that meet all our questions, existential and otherwise. Torah includes aspects of the infinite and of the totality of existence. After it was given to man, we know that one who genuinely desires to know can know everything. All the mechanisms of creation, all the 50 gates of wisdom that exist in the world are to be found in the Torah. It is God's knowledge, and it unlocks regions which man cannot reach with his own finite mind. What we know are physical things, and our efforts at extending knowledge are restricted to finding connections among various physical things and their relations. Science today, however, cannot grasp matters that involve understanding of ruchaniut aspects of creation, mental realities that are beyond a time and space, which complete whatever man discovers. Present scientific concepts cannot therefore satisfy the mind, which quests beyond the limitations of time and space. We know what is beneficial for the body, but then there is the soul. The Torah tells us that some food, which is treif, not kosher, affects the soul. This we do not know from physical knowledge, not because matters of the soul are mystical or mysterious, but because we cannot reach the required degree of experimental sensitivity to discover the ruchaniut interconnections and effects. The Torah therefore reveals it to us, a true fact, but one which we cannot directly verify or discover. Thus also for matters affecting the practical realm, what is good for the soul and what is not, the Torah is necessary. All the efforts by psychologists to create a science of the soul are in vain, since there is no quantum or unit of ruchaniut aspects such as the soul cannot be expressed in logical equations. That which present psychology can do is describe operational effects of the soul. It is an oft-repeated principle in the Talmud that lama likra svara hi. What the human mind can reach, the Torah would not elaborate in detail. What the human mind cannot reach, the Torah reveals to man. The implication is that the mind is capable of knowing the infinite realms of creation, but it is not capable of figuring out infinite knowledge. To grasp the relation between the finite and the infinite, we must speak in terms of the concept of complementarity, as the Kabbalah does. We begin with one concept, go along with it until we are compelled to give it up, and use another, and then back again. The basic problem which the Kabbalah confronts is this. God is Ein Sof, infinite and beyond limit, while every creation has a Sof, limit. In order to be able to receive God's chesed, kindness, there must be a relation between infinite and finite. There must exist a region between Sof and Ein Sof. But on the other hand, how can this be? What is that realm? If it is Sof, it is not Ein Sof. If it is Ein Sof, it is not Sof. Here we can only operate by introducing the concept of complementarity. God's action, or measurements, so to speak, are always Ein Sof. When man acts or makes a measurement, it is Sof. This applies both to measurements of a physical kind and of mental kinds, concepts and conceptual categories. In the language of Tanakh, this is called Radzo Vashav Kemare Habazak, Ezekiel 1:4. Run and return like the appearance of a flash of lightning. That is how Malachim, finite creations, grasp God. Man, or any created rational being, may glimpse Ein Sof, some idea of it, but cannot hold on to it. Man cannot prolong the glimpse. We are forced to relinquish and to return to Sof concepts. Only the Torah tells us about that which belongs to Ein Sof. Correlation of reality. The Kabbalah conceives everything, the totality of existence, as interrelated. Human beings have direct access to reality, but that is not the complete reality. We may, for example, open a box and find merchandise inside. It is the reality that we have discovered in the box, but it is not the full reality, for we may now proceed to unwrap that merchandise, each time discovering newer and newer realities. Then we may proceed still further and get to the quantum level, and even further. All these levels are related to each other and are actually one reality in some well-defined sense. This is what the Kabbalah and the Rambam begin with. The Rambam's rationalism is derived from the Torah and consists of the principle that human beings grasp ultimate knowledge in its finite manifestation. The full reality is the infinite extension in many directions and on many levels. Our experience is of the real universe, even if it only is a part of existence. The difference between the Rambam's rationalism and any other doctrines is that what we know, we really know, and we should try to extend our part knowledge to cover more of what is knowable. Thereby we shall approach ever closer to the truths of infinite knowledge and the whole reality. By way of illustration, we might consider a simple machine. Its various parts are correlated and co-influencing, and the result is a mechanism that works. It is clear, however, that its operation is contingent upon the fact that the air pressure and the humidity remain within acceptable limits and upon many other factors not specifically recognized. When we simply pay attention to the machine alone, we have a genuine reality, but it is partial. The knowledge that the machine works and knowledge of the immediate connections of its metal parts is firm in finite knowledge. On the other hand, if we wished to take account of all correlations, we would be faced with a situation of infinite knowledge. Correspondingly, any theory of only the machine and its immediate components is a partial theory. Its confidence level is less than 100%. We are less than certain that its basic assumptions truly reflect nature, and hence that they will never be modified. More generally, if all the possible facts of nature were available, a scientific theory could only be constructed that would be absolutely true. In the presence only of a fraction of the facts, any scientific theory must remain a matter of probability. It will have a confidence level of less than 100%. However, this should in no way be seen as support for all those who keep declaiming that science is unreliable, that what is a fact today is fiction tomorrow. Most science is exact, and scientific facts are unchangeable realities, and those who doubt it should exhibit their sincerity by placing themselves at the test site when the next nuclear device is detonated. The essential point is that there can be no contradiction in the logical sense between partial knowledge and the total knowledge of existence, whatever the extent of our knowledge of nature is known at any given time. That is the reason that the knowledge we have of the infinite totality is true knowledge. We can say more. From the finite knowledge we can glimpse what is infinite. The astronomer places a rod in the sand, and from its shadow deduces the motions of the sun and stars relative to the earth. Therein lies the scientist's satisfaction, even though his reach for infinity is restricted and his curiosity is confined to those aspects of creation which, once grasped, leave the mind unemployed. Here, Chazal are more advanced. They penetrate further to another level of reality, to the Ein Sof. From within my own flesh I shall perceive God. In this endeavor they ponder what is recorded in the Torah, for in the Torah the direction is reversed. It projects onto the finite province of man's understanding God's Ein Sof action of creation. Their understanding of the world and man is based therefore on integrating what science makes available with what is revealed from above downwards, the latter direction being symbolized by let us make man in our image. The problem of knowledge. A man does not know whether the axioms of his intuitive knowledge, chokhmah, are inborn or come from experience. According to the Ikarim, that is God's ultimate answer to Job, when out of the storm wind he demands, who has placed wisdom in the inward parts of man, or who gave the heart understanding, binah. How can you, Job, ask questions and evaluate my justice when the very criteria of thought that you use, the structures of mind and body that shape them, have been defined by me to begin with? How else does the heart know to deduce understanding? It also can be put in the following terms. Kant concludes that the mind is born with certain intuitive kinds of knowledge. Therefore, the real world cannot be known as it is in its nakedness, so to speak. Because of our a priori knowledge, we arrived predisposed to a personal version of the world. We cannot tell if that knowledge is of the reality itself, all subsequent experience serving then to simply fill out the blanks in our knowledge, or it is a distortion that does not at all correspond to the real existence, in which case our mind effectively makes it impossible to know the real world. Since man cannot be satisfied to know which of these two alternatives actually obtains, he must be resigned to the possibility that what we perceive is a distorted version. The law of man's ability to choose truth. This is according to Kant and his followers. But what is the truth according to the Ikarim that the book of Job establishes? We know that God made our capacity to think as we do. But since he is pure, absolute truth, Emet, the understanding which he has given us is also an aspect of reality, and an instrument for knowing truth. He who is pure reality cannot be the source of illusion and unreality, and our intuitive, or else a priori logic, of thought therefore makes available true knowledge of the real world. Hence God says to Job, I know that which I have put into your mind corresponds to reality, but you yourself, from within yourself, cannot decide whether what the mind teaches you is real or not real. And as I am telling you that your mind's knowledge is of the reality itself, so too am I telling you that I know the order in my creation, and that order is real and just, and you must come to me for confirmation that what you know of the world is real. So too your mind cannot decide on its own what is and what is not justice in this world. You must ask me, and I declare to you that justice too is my truth, even in your case. God says more, and it can be illustrated with the following analogy. The great authority in Halakha, Rabbi Yitzchak Elchanan, arrived in the town of Smolowich and was appointed rabbinic judge. Another scholar who had very much wanted to be judge also lived in this town. On one occasion, after Rabbi Yitzchak Elchanan had registered an affirmative verdict of kosher in a case involving some edibles, this scholar came running to him. Rabbi, here is a well-known work on the halakha, whose author declares that in a case such as this, the verdict should be not kosher, implying that the judge had erred. Whereupon Rabbi Yitzchak replied, this author received his rabbinic ordination from me, hence I am not bound by his decision, since I know exactly how much he knows. In this case, I know that he did not comprehend the subject adequately. God says to Job, you say that there is no just order in creation. I, as the creator of you, as of all creation, declare that you are mistaken in your understanding judgment. God does not answer Job's particular questions. Perhaps it would take infinite knowledge on Job's part to understand the answer, but he makes a statement. On the authority of your understanding, Job, you claim that there is no order and judgment, but my authority is stronger than yours, since I know better, and I declare that order and right judgment does exist. And God goes on to prove to Job that he does know better, and that his is a higher authority of justice, by pointing to Job himself and asking, have you ever wondered how it is that you are capable of knowing the finite part of the world that you do know? Is it not because I, God, have made it possible? But if so, then here too, I must know better than you, for I know that I did not equip you with sufficient understanding to be able to know all of creation. Your understanding is not adequate to grasp my understanding, and hence my order of justice. But since you might nevertheless insist that your understanding is in fact sufficient to decide the issue, I bring proof that you yourself can understand and accept. Your very ability to think came from me. As indeed it is written, concludes the Ikarim, you desire truth in the inward parts, and you bestow upon man knowledge to teach him understanding. According to the Ikarim, then, the book of Job established 3,500 years ago that man cannot know if that which he studies is reality or a distortion. Since then, having gone through all the thinking of the ages, we still do not know the relation between what we know and the reality. Through the years, many have come forward with proofs on one side or the other, but all these proofs were subsequently destroyed up until today, when no one seriously holds that we have a clear-cut verdict, exactly just as the book of Job maintained long ago. Today, we still cannot from within ourselves resolve the question of who has placed wisdom in the inward parts of man, or who gave the heart understanding. The question is indeed insoluble, unless we find its resolution in, you bestow upon man knowledge and teach him understanding. Today, after Einstein and quantum physics, our ideas of time and space and reality are not the same as those held by the contemporaries of Job, but we still do not know if they are a priori or not. Consequently, even what we learn from experience and experimentation is plagued by uncertainty as to its relation to the objective world. If, however, it is known that the a priori chokhmah is also a function of truth, being from God, as is the knowledge which is deduced from experience, binah, then we are assured of knowing the real world. Then, as we continue to make new discoveries, these become the established truth, while what is disproved and discredited become recognized as errors. After all, human knowledge will remain a continually improving process. What is disproved is not the issue. The issue is what about the knowledge which will not be improved upon, that is known for good? What is its relation to reality? The question remains in doubt without the understanding that you bestow upon man knowledge. Torah and Reason, Chapter 2. The impenetrable truth of total reality is revealed by Torah. The Talmud in Yoma says, Reb Zerika asked about a contradiction of passages. One verse reads, and Moshe was not able to enter the Ohel Moed tabernacle because of the dense cloud, Anan, that was upon it. Whereas another verse states, and Moshe entered into the midst, Betoch, of the dense cloud, Anan. The answer is that God took hold of Moshe Rabbeinu and brought him into the Anan. The school of Reb Yishmael taught that the word betoch appears here, and it also appears elsewhere. And the children of Israel went into the midst, betoch, of the sea. Just as there the word betoch implies a path, as it is written, and the waters were a wall for them, so here too there was a path for Moshe Rabbeinu through the Anan, the Arafel. Expressed here is a very profound thought about the purpose of Torah, which I will try to explain. The Rambam writes in chapter 7 of Yesodei HaTorah, it is one of the basic principles of Torah to know that God renders prophecy unto human beings. But the prophetic faculty does not become active except in a man who possesses the very greatest wisdom, Chacham Gadol Bechokhmah, and the highest ethical character, Gibot Bemidotav. One who is not ruled by his inclinations in anything whatsoever, but whose mind always has them under control and rules his emotions, a man of the broadest knowledge and healthiest understanding. No prophecy to the ignorant. This is one of the fundamental principles which distinguishes Torah from religions. Here is the great error of Thomas Aquinas when he writes, and what is more wonderful? There is the inspiration given to human minds so that simple, untutored persons filled with the gift of the Holy Spirit come to possess instantaneously the highest wisdom and the readiest eloquence. According to him, an ignorant peasant can become a prophet through a miracle and receive the Holy Spirit. And before whom can his new powers be demonstrated? Before a multitude of peasants and simple folk.
This is the pattern of how all false beliefs and avodah zarah, idolatry, begin, by having an uneducated populace presented with miracles and all kinds of tales. But what do the Chazal in Talmud tell us about the Dor Hamidbar, the desert generation to whom the Torah was given from God at Sinai? That it was a Dor Dea, a generation which was intellectually prepared. Moshe Rabbeinu came with God's Torah before this generation of 600,000 of the wisest and highest people of the age. And why before such a generation? Because the principle is that whatever humanity can reach with its own effort and understanding, God does not give through prophecy. God does not create miracles unless all the natural powers, resources, circumstances have already been exhausted, and there is no other way. Prophecy, too, is a miracle, whether, as the Kuzari declares, it is a sixth sense or whatever it is, and there are no miracles unless there is no other way. Only when it is absolutely necessary, when humanity has already reached its highest possible stage in a given generation, and there is still no other way, does God effect a miracle, including revelation through prophecy. But when and to whom? To the Gadol Hador, one who is the greatest scientist of the generation and the greatest man of Torah, who possesses the highest reason and represents the quintessence of the wisdom of that generation. And when there are some truths which this man still cannot reach, God gives him prophecy by the chesed of Hashem, God's compassion and grace, for it is God's grace to man that he gives him what he cannot reach on his own. But if, in a given generation, there is even one who can reach particular knowledge with his own mind that God created in a natural way, God will not disclose it to him or to others through nevuah, prophecy. And why? Because Adam le'amal yulad. A man was born to work, to achieve. Melamed she'olam tzarich tikun, ve'adam tzarich tikun. The whole point, as the Zohar declares, is that it should not be Nahama Dikisufa, bread of shame. Man should not get something for nothing. Only when the highest man, one who is highest in intellect and highest in ethical living, Anav Vechasid, needs to know and cannot reach, it is given to him through prophecy. But if the generation can reach through science or in other ways, and here is a peasant who does not know anything of what his generation knows, God does not give him prophecy. The Rambam states that this is the principle which we must know. God gives man the power of prophecy, but not to every man, only to him who is Chacham Gadol Bechochmato and Gibor Bemidotav. The Rambam defines here the highest level of Chochmah. A Chacham is one who is the master of his habits and emotions. Only then does prophecy become possible. It is not enough if a man is a Chacham that he possesses Chochmah, for if he cannot control and conquer his emotions, he is a Nogea Be'davar, psychologically blinded, and cannot reach sufficiently high. It is then not the highest form of Chochmah. It is given to the intellectually highest man of the generation, and what he cannot reach with natural abilities, God does not reveal. For Nevuah is an extra creation of God, and God does not create in vain. Ein HaKadosh Baruch Hu Vatran. This is the system of creation. The refutation from the Torah of all religions and idolatries is therefore clear. It denies what Thomas Aquinas has written, that all of a sudden miraculously a simple man can receive prophecy or whatever. This also indicates a convincing premise on the validity of the Torah. Suppose we have a conference of the greatest philosophers, scientists, learned men, and logicians of our generation, men who know how and what to criticize, and someone appears before them and proves to their satisfaction a particular theory. Then we would know that this is a true theory, more or less, at least for this generation. But if the same man were to stand up before an audience of laymen and prove to their satisfaction some theory in biology or physics, it is then no proof. It might still be nonsense. Torah has to be pure. To validate the truth of the Torah, of the voice of God, the generation has to be equipped with all the knowledge that is possible. Then it can decide that a particular man is qualified to be a prophet. And that is what our Chachamim mean when they declare that at the time of Matan Torah, the giving of the Torah by God at Sinai, the generation was a generation of 600,000 adults who constituted a Dor Dea, people of Chokhmah, wisdom and achievement. They saw that this was revelation from God. They felt it with their understanding. Therefore, it has a value, and then it has validity. To sum up, first, a prophet is not given his credentials by laymen and ignorant masses, as some religions claim. He has to be approved by the great intellects, the scholars, the critical people of the generation. Second, whatever can be reached by our own knowledge and understanding, or intellect, or by scientific knowledge, will not be given through prophecy. We are speaking about an elementary definition provided by halakha. When a man says that he is a prophet, and he is not the most saintly man and the greatest intellect, the most honest man whom we can trust not to lie, like the Chaim, whom the last generation recognized as one who would never lie, proof of prophecy will have no value. This is what differentiates Torah from Avodah Zarah, the validity of the Torah against belief. This is the meaning in the Rambam and the Talmud, and this is where all Chokhmat Israel, outsiders and secular writers, make their mistake. This is the fundamental differentiation between Torah, halakha, and all the religions. Halakha is built on validity. This means in a particular generation it is proven by the best methods available, just as a scientific theory is given its validity by the best efforts of the scientists of the generation. It is built, furthermore, on the concept that God will give through prophecy only that which people cannot reach on their own, by their own efforts. Lama likra svarahi expresses this. With this principle, we can now understand the following passage in the Talmud. Sanhedrin, page 39. Said the Kofer, a non-Jew, to Rabban Gamliel, I know what your God does. Rabban Gamliel sighed and groaned. What troubles you? Asked the Kofer. I have a son somewhere overseas and I am lonesome for him. I want you to tell me where he is. But how do I know where this place is located? Answered the Kofer. Whereupon Rabban Gamliel said, If you do not know the places of this planet Earth, how can you know what goes on in heaven? The Maharsha notes that this refers to the claim of the Goyim that after the destruction of the Holy Temple, when the Jews went into exile, prophecy was taken away from them. Hence the Kofer presented himself as a prophet. He wanted Rabban Gamliel to accept this as fact, since there is no logical contradiction that refutes his claim of prophecy. Rabban Gamliel replied that by definition he cannot be a prophet since he lacks the knowledge and science of his time. This is expressed brilliantly in all the Agaditas on this page of Talmud, which I am not now going into. This is the meaning of the answer. If a man does not know the astronomy and the science of his day, how could he be a prophet? How can he know what God does? Here lies also Lessing's error. Whatever man's mind can reach even later in history will not be given revelation by God. God wants man to do his own work. That is the meaning of in the Tzelem of Elohim. But what about Moshe Rabbeinu? According to Chazal, before he received the Torah, Moshe Rabbeinu was the man of greatest intellect. Anyone who is even superficially familiar with the Sidra Ha'azinu realizes his greatness. And whoever understands Job, which Moshe Rabbeinu wrote, knows that he was the man of highest wisdom, of greatest intellect. There is no need for belief about this. He was the Bechir Anushi, the epitome of the human race, the highest in mind, the most ethical human being. He was the greatest of scientists who knew astronomy and physics, etc. And that is why God chose him to be the one through whom the Torah was given. What does it mean to be the greatest Chacham, the highest man of intellect? What means Chokhmah and Sechel? According to the Halakha, Chokhmah is not existentialism, it is not mysticism, it is not superstition. All these enter according to the Chachamim where there is darkness, where there is no reason. The wisest man means the man most imbued with reason, the most logical man, the man who can put everything in a logical system. Everything that is not logical, according to the Chachamim, is not wisdom, is not intellectual reasoning, but avodah zarah, idolatry. Therefore, according to the Gemara, since Moshe Rabbeinu was the greatest man, he was the greatest logician. He could not see and accept anything that is illogical. That is why Moshe Rabbeinu was against avodah zarah even before Matan Torah. I say Matan Torah, not the English word revelation, because revelation has no logical connotation. The word revelation is poetic and is a Goyish notion which leads more to avodah zarah than Torah, because the Goyish religions and their visions are only a claim of personal mystical encounter that was revealed to them by themselves without any logical or scientific scrutiny. It leads more to a jump to the absurd than to logic and rational understanding. The secularist intellects who deny religion use the word revelation as synonymous to the mystical and the superstitious, whereas Matan Torah is an empirical fact with rational evidence and reason. He was the man of reason, and the man of reason must see everything in a logical frame, a logical way. That is why both Moshe Rabbeinu and Avraham were against Avodah Zarah, even before Matan Torah. It was because they could not take mysteries. But there are problems which humanity cannot solve, beginning with Aristotle and until now. For example, Kant's question whether knowledge is a priori. If knowledge is determined by time and space, if we know only the thing itself, or the thing itself we never know, that we know only the thing as revealed to us through time and space, whether knowledge is inherited in the mind or comes through experience, this being the great controversy between Leibniz and Locke, or Mach's problem in mathematics and physics. They all come to the conclusion that we cannot prove one way or another questions that are central to the whole history of philosophy, going back to Aristotle and Democritus. They are unsolved, and so too for other dilemmas. Coming to such questions as these, Moshe Rabbeinu was perplexed. Moshe Rabbeinu thought, God is going to give a Torah, but where does Torah come in? There is finite knowledge, and there is infinite or absolute knowledge. What does science know today? We know some aspects of nature that work, but how do we know anything about the infinite universe at large of space and time, or beyond space and time, if space and time are creations? Or, as Mach says, if we had all the factors of the universe, we could put them in a computer, we could make exact theories, but we cannot, since nature is so immense and tremendous that we have only a part of it at our disposal. Only God can put them all in a computer, so to speak, and figure everything out, but man who is limited has access only to part. That is why it is also a great controversy among theorists and mathematicians of our time, most of whom agree that all so-called theories of physics and mathematics such as quantum mechanics and relativity are only pictures that fit the finite part of the universe. But what happens with the rest, the infinite part? As Hume asks, who says that the sun will shine tomorrow? There is no proof, logically speaking. Now, Torah is infinite knowledge. As the Rambam says, He and His wisdom and His being are one. Which means that God is infinite, His being is infinite, and His Chokhmah is infinite, and they are one. Hence, the Torah is infinite, as the Tanya brilliantly emphasizes. The Zohar says that the Torah and God are one. The Tanya comments, because the Torah is the Chokhmah and knowledge of God, and His knowledge is infinite, as He is infinite, His will is infinite, and His creation is infinite. But it is revealed to us humans in a finite way. In Tanya, chapter 4, and also Igeret HaKodesh, chapter 19, he brilliantly expounds the relation of Torah in its source, which is infinite, to its form given to man in the revelation of Matan Torah and the 613 mitzvot.
This is a tremendous question in Kabbalah. How can it be that from a Bitli Bal Tachlit, from God who is Ein Sof, we get a Bria, a creation that is Sof? The Kabbalah answers that it was given to us in vessels of our own conceptions, so we see it only in a Sof way. But the flow from God, the emanations, is actually Ein Sof. This has a philosophical explanation, which I'm not going into now. Likewise, Torah is Ein Sof, while for us, it must be Sof. Everyone grasps it according to the vessels of his faculties. This is what we know now after we have the Torah. But Moshe Rabbeinu, before he was given the Torah, thought as follows. If God is going to give a Torah, everything has to be clear, logical, consistent. But it is a paradox, a contradiction. How can we receive God's Torah, that is Ein Sof, which the human mind cannot grasp, and make it accessible as principles for all of humanity, for all generations, for humans who are finite, limited, and have boundaries? Moshe Rabbeinu was perplexed. Moshe Rabbeinu, the greatest Chacham, the greatest logician, was perplexed. So what happened? In nature we see the answer. Even though nature is infinite, at least in relation to us, we still live within nature very beautifully and very comfortably. The scientist develops every day more comfortable inventions for us, and they work exactly. So too the Torah. Even though the Torah is Ein Sof, nonetheless we learn Torah in every generation, and everyone grasps according to his ability. But Moshe Rabbeinu could not accept this. God wants to give the Torah, He wants to give from heaven the whole Torah, that is Ein Sof. But how can this be done? How can I receive such a Torah? It is irrational. Reason is in a fog, a dense cloud, a mist. As King Solomon has said, the Lord resides in the Arafel, for darkness covers the land and Arafel. It is full of fog. One cannot enter there. Moshe Rabbeinu thus says, I am the great logician, the Einstein, the Newton, the Aristotle. Whatever I understand, wherever the path is clear, I go. But how can I enter into a fog where reason stops?
Whereupon God grabbed him and took him beyond the Anan and Arafel, brought him on Mount Sinai and gave him the Torah, just as God made an infinite universe, took hold of us and thrust us into it. Only 49 gates of wisdom, according to the Talmud, were given to Moshe Rabbeinu. The 50th gate he was not given. Therefore, Moshe Rabbeinu said, I cannot see beyond the 49 gates, so how can I enter? How can I receive a Torah that is infinite and inconceivable to the finite logic of my mind? Moshe Rabbeinu was not of the existentialists of today, for whom what is more mystical is more the truth, and what is more supernatural is more desirable. It was then that God took him in hand and told him to take the Torah, even though it is for him Anan and Arafel. That is the meaning of what Reb Zerika answered, and to which the school of Reb Yishmael added, nature has rules, but when we had to leave Mitzrayim, God opened the Yam Suf and made a passageway. So too did he make a way for Moshe Rabbeinu to go through the Torah, through the Arafel, a path that would be sufficient for him, for his way of thinking, to be able to pass through the whole Torah. Since in every generation every man is part of Moshe Rabbeinu, that is the way humanity received the Torah. Hence, we see again that the Torah starts where the human mind cannot go any further. It is Anan, Arafel. Where humanity can reach what is accessible to a man like Moshe Rabbeinu through his natural efforts and abilities, it need not be written in the Torah. But on the universal dilemmas of uncertainty, for example, what is time and space, is knowledge inborn, etc., we do need the Torah. The scope of Torah. One can ask, granted what has been said, why should humanity nonetheless need Matan Torah? Why enter the Arafel? It is enough that with our science, with our ethics and aesthetics, we can live comfortably. What does the Torah give us? The Torah says, for example, that eating kosher is good for the soul. Actually, ba'olam hazeh u be'olam haba, while treif is metameh the soul, causes damage, a bad reaction in the soul. Humanity cannot know this. The roots of its functions are not expressed in the phenomena of nature or physical data, but these functions belong to the mental and ruchaniyut field, which is closed to man. He cannot reach it by any technical instruments or any operational means. Science could reach only classification of the physical functions and structures of nature. Mathematics created all kinds of pictures of the world, but only of the world which we perceive with our senses. The mental world remains a closed field and system that is impenetrable by technology. No psychophysical theory proved evident validity or logical necessity. Psychology is no science to any rational mind since it has no unit. Science begins with a unit. If we have the watt of electricity, we can express things quantitatively in mathematical equations. If we know the H of quantum physics, the knowledge of modern physics starts and science begins to develop. Every scientific assertion begins with and is based on a unit. Once we have a unit, we can make measurements and construct theories, but we have no unit of intellect, of sechel. It is a ruchaniyut and mental fact. We cannot define the unit of neshama. Psychology can only see facts. Its system is operational. It describes a cause and effect of behavior. It deals with functions. The result of such and such is that and that. But what soul is, psychology cannot tell. We have no unit of ruchaniyut, of mental, but mental is also existence and reality. When we live, we live. Reason and intellectual understanding are existential facts of being, though they are not entities that are defined as a concrete reality. If we had such a unit, everything would be solved. At this time, we can express the effect of the soul qualitatively, but not quantitatively, and therefore we cannot build a science that could be put in a logical sequence of equations. When I have a quantum called the electron, I can predict what effects the electron produces and how it is in turn affected by physical influences. Since humanity cannot reach a science of the soul, that is why Moshe Rabbeinu had to enter the Arafel, whom God told him that the soul is a reality with effective functions. I am not entering now into the question of whether it is physical or mental, electrical effect or ruchaniyut. Any materialist interpretation is self-contradictory, since no one can deny man's wisdom, sechel, will, and freedom to initiate thinking. We do not know what is the mental unit which could be expressed in analogy with a physical unit. That is why the Torah was given to humanity. That is where the Anan and Arafel come in. As Kant says we cannot go beyond time and space, I say mind is beyond time and space, beyond physical time and physical space. If one knows the halakha, one finds that what the Torah tells us is very clear, logical, and real. What is metameh, what is kosher, and what is not kosher. Rules as to what one should do and what one should not do. All this affects the soul in this world and in the next, and for eternity. But this is not a science. Science is based on logic, and logic is not expressed qualitatively, but quantitatively. And to express something quantitatively, one needs a unit. Since we have no unit of the soul, whichever way one describes the mental being, we cannot have a science of it, and we need the Torah. Only God knows the unit of neshama. In science, we are restricted to physical things, to reactions of physical things, one upon the other, and to the effect of thinking on the body. But thinking as such is not an entity for science. The Tzdukim claimed that there is only one world, but the Torah tells us that there is more, that God created Ruchaniut, existence, soul, malachim, seraphim, and olam haba. This physical universe of time and space is not the whole universe, the whole story. There is a story called Olam Haba, soul, which to us humans, even to as great an intellect as Moshe Rabbeinu, is Anan, Arafel. Therefore, God took him beyond the Anan. He told him, I give you a Torah, a halakha that is so exact, and it can be put on a computer and can be written up as a logical system, as a mathematical equation. I will tell you which are the units of Ruchaniut. For example, if you eat an olive-sized piece of nevela, meat not slaughtered properly, it renders tameh, the soul. That is a unit, an exact unit, as exact as any empirical physical unit. But this unit only God knows. This world does not exhaust creation. He is me'olam ve'ad olam. And only the wicked maintain that there is only olam echad, one world. The units of this world beyond time and space are disclosed to us by Torah in the corresponding quantitative units. Adasha, kazait, shiur, chadzi shiur. Of course, pure abstract mental units of Ruchaniut cannot be given to the human mind, since man's mind and his understanding and comprehension is confused by time and space, and cannot conceive Ruchaniut. The physical world is linked, related in a universal interaction. Man's action affects the Ruchaniut world beyond time and space. God, who knows the unit of Ruchaniut, gave to man quantitative physical units that affect Ruchaniut existence. As we have physical units which function in concrete totality of the physical world, so there are physical units of man's action which correspond to the Ruchaniut world. These units have Kedusha or Tumma, and man, by his actions, applying these units, creates effects on his soul or in the Ruchaniut totality of existence. In other words, man, by doing the Tariag mitzvot, what one should do and what one should not do, reaches perfection or destruction. He has a full quantitative system which computes his way to Kedusha or to Tumma according to his free will selection of action. The qualitative effects of these units and the logic of their relation to Kedusha, to the structure of that Ruchaniut system and totality, belongs to the theory of dynamic logic. One will find them clearly explained in the teachings of the Mekubalim. Now, we understand the profundity of the statement in the Talmud that Shiurim halacha leMoshe miSinai, that the units of the halacha originate with Moshe Rabbeinu, who received them at Sinai. Why? Because humanity cannot know this by itself. Humanity can know only those units which are physical, for example, cells, H, the quantum of action, or how many watts of electricity produce this or that effect. This is where the Torah comes in. Shiurim is only one example, one phenomenon that the Torah tells us about. There are myriads of others. The mitzvot too have the same functions and effects. Asa mitzvah harei kiddush et atzmo, asa avera harei timeh et atzmo. What is Kedusha? What is Tumma? All these effects are realities, mental realities, which are beyond human physical time and physical space. Since man is limited and finite, he is restricted to working directly with physical instruments and with what they measure. The Torah tells us that God created units for the infinite measurements, so to speak, for the Ruchaniut and mental existences. And he tells us in the Torah that living in terms of these units will satisfy the conditions for living. Also in Olam Haba, just as the scientist tells us that certain units of electricity will bring light for man's benefit. The deliberations and discussions of the masters of halacha begin with the units and the fundamental givens, Gezerat Haktuv, from God, and work at formulating the halacha system. Kabbalah is called Sod, secret knowledge. This does not imply that Kabbalah is mystical, as the non-experts think. The astronomical calculations of the calendar are called Sod Haibur in the Talmud, the secret of the intercalation of the month. The Gaon of Vilna writes that whatever is not revealed to man, for example, a still-to-be-derived mathematical equation or a scientific fact that has not yet been discerned, is called Sod in the language of the Talmud. Sod means that it is knowledge which has remained with the masters. It is hidden only for the public, the layman, not for the expert and the master. Whoever understands Kabbalah knows that it deals with the same units or quanta of measurement found in the Halakha. It includes explanations of how they relate to the Rochaniot world by definite principles, definitions, propositions, hypotheses, and correlations. All this belongs to the knowledge of Kabbalah. But what do we see instead? Men who are totally ignorant in Halakha and Torah, yet who write books on Kabbalah without knowing the ABC of Kabbalah. From the way they write, it is clear that they do not have even a minimum understanding of logic and its symbolic functions required to comprehend the profound concepts and code of the Kabbalah. Their superficial grasp of the deep ideas distorts the brilliant logical, philosophical, rational system of the Kabbalah and turns it into a fantasyistic picture of Avodah Zarah. Recently, there was a discussion between two professors. One claimed that there could be built a Judaism without Halakha. The other says, no, Judaism can be built on Halakha, not on Kabbalah. This means that the first one is totally ignorant entirely of the principles of Kabbalah, the other one lacks the knowledge of Halakha and Kabbalah. He does not understand that Kabbalah is only a perush, an explanation, an elucidation, a continuation and expounding of the Halakha. Kabbalah has nothing to do with mysticism. That is why all our Chachamim and Gedolei Hador were against Shabtai Zvi's fraud, deceit, and mystical absurdities. Kabbalah is only a continuation, a perush on all the aspects and units of Halakha, how they pertain to the mental Ruchaniut worlds. Just as mathematical equations spell out how an electron interacts with matter and radiation and so forth, so do the masters of Kabbalah explain how all these measurements and rules of the Halakha relate in logical ways to the Ruchaniut. This is something the layman does not understand, as he does not comprehend any system that is new to him unless he learns its premises properly and begins gradually to understand the concepts of the system. And towards this purpose, certain qualifications are necessary. Kabbalah is built on pure logic. People who are ignorant in Halakha can tell us nothing in Kabbalah. The interrelations between the physical, confined to time and space, and the Ruchaniut, existence beyond, without the Torah, could not be expressed in any logical, relational system. A correlation between the mental and the physical requires a structure of an infinite system. This is the field where Moshe Rabbeinu could not enter. He said, I cannot see mystical things. Unlike our generation, which likes to accept such things, superstition and occultism are pure nonsense. He could not go further than logic. Whereupon God took him beyond time and space, 40 days in heaven, where he did not eat or drink, into a Ruchaniut world, where God taught him the Torah as it can be understood only in this Ruchaniut world. That is Pshat in the Talmud when it states that God took him into the Anan.
Torah and Reason, Chapter 3. The three universal maxims in relation to Torah and religion. Torah min hashamayim could be defined as the infinite knowledge of God, given in form and dimension, so that it should be conceivable to the human mind. But before it could be clarified and its qualitative properties defined, a few words of explanation. There are two ways how to observe a fact. One from the outside, the other from the inside. When we are sitting now inside a room, somebody outside may take a guess as to what is going on in this room. He may say, since he knows there are Torah people there, they are probably discussing Torah or problems relating to it. He can make a few more reasonable guesses, but to know exactly what is going on, what subject in particular is being discussed, and what are the names of the people inside, he cannot know. Only the insiders in the room know. Outsiders and insiders defined. From the point of view of insiders of Torah and Halakha, the writings by the people who follow the school of Chokhmat Israel, the secular, non-religious, subjective, misleading and false interpretations, have no value for the Torah man. Many books, many interpretations on Jewish history, on Jewish Torah, on Jewish Talmud, which were printed for the last 200 years and were taught in the secular universities on the subject of Talmud and Chazal, are written by outsiders who never saw the profundity of Torah eminently from the inside essential understanding. Any book which is Chokhmat Israel science, historical interpretations, critical interpretations, or pilpul criticism from a historical point of view, all this is written by people who are not insiders. The people of the Halakha, the people of the Torah, look upon them similarly to how one would view a person who would stay outside a room and write up what is going on in the room.
He would take good guesses, but of course nobody can say exactly what is going on in the room and cannot criticize the inside discussions. How can one criticize before he knows what is said? What I say may appear very radical, what is called in Hebrew being mevatal, but despite this, I repeat that everything that is written in Chokhmat Yisrael is written by outsiders and not by insiders. As a result, they have not looked inside, and they have not grasped the inner profundity of Torah. The definition of Torah min hashamayim, two creations, Torah and nature. The world was created by God. The universe did not create itself. It is a divine creation, but God created two universes. One, a physical one that we perceive by our senses. The other, a mental universe, which is the giving and existence of Torah, min hashamayim. An analogy to these creations would be the creation of man, who possesses two aspects, body and soul. Since Torah is min hashamayim as the universe is, there can be no contradiction between them. That is why the people of Halakha are convinced that there cannot be a discrepancy between science and Torah. What is science? Science means the physical, empirical, theoretical explanations about the existence of the universe. The mathematician finds logical equations in the functions of nature and its structures. Hashem bechokhma yasad aretz. God created the world with chokhmah. The mathematician sees how beautifully, how logically the mathematical calculations correspond to the physical phenomena of the universe. Every scientist sees it, whether he believes in God or not. He sees a unified theory in the universe. Without it, there would be no physical theories, no value to mathematical equations. This is as far as the physical world is concerned of any system, of any entity of the universe. Science is the result of the work of mankind, from the Greeks until modern mathematics and physics were developed. The logical systems and theories of modern science prove the concept of a unified reality by data, by empirical phenomena. It is not a complete universal explanation because the universe is infinite, so to speak, and man cannot span all the orbits of the universe. But as much as he can grasp local parts of the universe, man sees in them physical laws, mathematical laws, teleological laws, biological laws, etc. When the Tanakh says, Hashem bechokhma yasad aretz konen shamayim betfuna, God created the planets and the galaxies with wisdom. It was understood in the time of Aristotle and the time of the Rambam according to the knowledge of their age. But it is even more obvious now. In the modern development of science, mathematics and physics in the space age and in computing systems, we see even more how great is the Chokhmah, the creator of the universe. This means that the belief that God created the world itself gives a hint that a logical machine such as the universe cannot make itself. All kinds of excuses, all kinds of explanations could be given. It is not sensible to say that such a machine as the whole universe would be developed through any system by itself. This itself is a hint of a creator. As it is said of Avraham Avinu, he looked at the structure of the universe and said, Yesh Adon Labira. Certainly, he is, so to speak, the great mathematician with an infinite system of computing calculations. And since he created the Torah, there cannot be a contradiction between Torah and science, by definition. We see that the whole universe is built on exact functions and calculations. By definition, it is impossible that there should be a contradiction between Torah and science. That is why, when one reads those people who say that the scientifically discovered truths of nature are exact, but when they speak about Torah, emphasize that they are not talking about scientific data, that is bluff, that is self-deceiving, that is self-defiant. According to those opinions, there is a contradiction between scientific data of the Torah and physical, empirical, proven scientific data. They try to explain it with all kinds of subtleties. That is an avoiding of the issue. One who claims that he believes in halakha, but says that the halakha does not have to be scientific, and that the halakha can even be against science, contradicts himself. How can Torah not be scientific, and how can it be against science, and how can it contradict logic, since it is the same God who created the physical universe, the same infinite intellect who created the Torah? The claim that there is a contradiction between Torah and science is not true. It is only outsiders who do not know the Torah, and hence imagine that there is such a contradiction. Take an example of a human body. The old question is, how can mind and body, how can tzura and chomer, mental and physical, exist in one substance? This question was asked by Plato and Aristotle. This question was asked in the time of Descartes and Spinoza, and in the time of Max Planck and Bertrand Russell. This dilemma we cannot solve because man's mind is short. He cannot conceive it. But what happened? The insider, the man who lives in himself, knows that body and soul live together. If someone would come from a different planet where there would be only body, no soul, or the opposite, where someone would come from a different planet where there are only mental things, malachim and no body, he would deny and say that it is impossible that body and soul can live together in one unit. Look, how can it be? It is a contradiction. The answer is, for the outsider, it is a contradiction. For the insider who sees the fact, it is no contradiction. Intuition, intellect, and faith. All the religions of the world are built on three aspects: superstition, emotion, and instinct. The Torah is built also on three aspects: intellect, intuition, and faith. Faith and superstition are two different concepts. I have faith in people. There is the faith a person has to his brother, to his son, to his wife, to his family, to his friends. Faith itself has different concepts. There is superstitious faith, dogmatic faith, and there is reasonable faith. When I define faith, I am talking not of superstitious faith, not of dogmatic faith, as for example of a Kierkegaard who said that we have to make the leap of faith against logic into the absolute absurd. That is goyish and pure nonsense. I do not want to enter into his theory and into the system of existentialism from Kierkegaard till Buber, because for a rational mind, this leap against logic to faith is meaningless. A rational person can accept only reasonable faith. When I speak of intuition, I'm not talking about intuition according to the concepts of Descartes, Kant, Bergson, or any other philosopher. I'm speaking in plain language, of common sense, which we understand by natural wisdom. When I speak about intellect, it means logical contemplation, as for example, any calculus of rules or any mathematical equations. All the religions of the world are avodah zarah, but the Torah is reason. That is why it says, Hashem bechokhmah yasad aretz. The Torah is chokhmato shel hakadosh baruch hu. As we said, the Torah is built on three things. Why is it built in such a way? Because we are finite and God is infinite. We have vessels and kelim by which humans can accept it. Vessels created in our minds are logical vessels, rational vessels. Our intuition, our contemplation, which means mathematical and reasons, are all rational aspects, but they are finite and limited. And even faith, which by definition is reasonable faith, and reasonable faith could imply truth as logical decisions, still it is a part of the human faculty. For the insiders of Torah, there is only one reality, which is logical and rational for man's mind to accept as evident truth, and that is the fundamental essence where Torah is differentiated from all the religions. Since all the religions of the world are built on superstition, on emotion, and on instinct, the more scientific data that is discovered, the more science develops, the more the religions of the world are abandoned. When Huxley said that the future of science will be the abandonment of religion, it is absolutely true. The more scientific data will be discovered, the more all this nonsense of superstition, emotion, and instinct will disappear. But on the other hand, the more scientific data that will be discovered, the more science will be established, the more logic and truth will be fostered, the more will be discovered the facts of the Torah as the real truth. This is a mathematical ratio. By the same token and by the same proportion, all the religions of the world are falling apart. By the same token, all the facts of the Torah are fostered. Whoever is an insider and understands Torah will be convinced of the above premises. Torah and Reason. Chapter 4. The Truth of Torah Data and its Precedents for Scientific Discovery. In the previous chapter, I have explained that there are two divine creations, a physical universe and a mental universe. The physical universe is the world, the mental universe is the Torah. They are both made by God, and therefore there can be no contradiction between them. There can only be a parallel relation between the knowledge of Torah and the facts of science. Furthermore, explicit statements of halakha, which is the most fundamental and essential part of the Torah, precede certain empirical facts before they are discovered by scientific experiment. But when some new invention of science is developed, most of the time we find their notion implicit in halakha and Torah. The instances where the halakha coincides with scientific data are so many that to count them and exhibit them empirically and demonstrate the pattern of their analogy would require a complete volume. I will point out some scientific realities of universal importance that changed entirely the accepted knowledge and brought a new era to scientific thinking, and that some of these new discoveries are known to the halakha and are stated explicitly in Talmud. Of course, before the facts are discovered by science, the Talmudic axioms and maxims are ignored by the outsiders of Torah. The knowledge remains within and does not reach the outside world. But when the scientist demonstrates new facts in his laboratory, and they are accepted by everyone as a reality and truth, then the Torah truth becomes scientific wisdom. From a myriad of examples, I will select a few fundamental scientific premises and principles that were discovered in this advanced age, which were foreseen in the Talmudic teachings of Halakha and expressed in clear-cut language of the Torah. It is interesting to know that among Torah people in the past generations, some Torah scholars tried in vain to explain many halachic assertions that were in contradiction to the accepted axioms of their time. In order to reconcile the halakha with the science of their time, they tried to contemplate all kinds of interpretations. With their keen and sharp genius, they endeavored to apply all kinds of subtleties and logical combinations to explain the seemingly contradictory statements in a symbolic frame of erudition in order that they should comply with the accepted scientific facts of their time. But they did not succeed because the halakha is a clear-cut logical system and does not bend to subjective inclinations of zealous intentions. For the Torah man, the seeming contradictions remained a temporary dilemma until a new scientific truth was discovered and the truth of the halakha was clarified by scientific predictions empirically demonstrated. This is not a singular state of affairs, but a continuous historical fact. Every time that a new scientific truth is established, Torah assertions are verified and questions of discrepancy that perplexed generations are cleared up. Artificial insemination in halakha. The halakha states explicitly, in a clear-cut language, the probability of a birth by artificial insemination as a matter of fact, and it deals with all the consequences of judgment in relation to family and heritage, civil status, and kedusha in the law of Kohanim, Leviim, and Mamzerut. In short, the halakha covers all the questions pertaining to this subject just as comprehensively as it covers many other contemporary common problems that require halakhic decision. It is interesting to note that the great Gaon Reb Yonatan Prague writes in his book on the Rambam of an argument with the scholars of Prague University, who stated that such a thing as artificial insemination is impossible. He is sure that in the future generations science will discover it as a fact. In his secure faith to the halakha, he exclaims and uses the Talmudic phrases, "May 1,000 like them perish, and not even one letter of the Torah will be disproved." And what really happened? The Gaon of Prague's prediction is now common scientific knowledge. Transplants in halakha. A similar fact is what the halakha says, namely that nitul halev is treif. This halakha caused a great controversy between the same Gaon Yonatan with other great poskim in his time, who claimed that lack of a heart in a living being is not treif, but nevela, dead animal. This means, by the definition of halakha, that the being is irreversibly dead and by no means is it possible to bring it back to life, because life has ceased from it. All the scholars from the time of the Rambam tried to explain the halakha that nitul halev is treif by an exceptional fact, that it was alive miraculously in a supernatural way. But Reb Yonatan of Prague, to whom the halakha is the evident truth, states again that in due time future scientific experiments will substantiate the possibility of the halakha about nitul halev is treif. When Dr. Bernard made the first heart transplant, the truth of the halakha was dramatically verified. Since a living being can live without a heart for a fraction of an instant and can be brought back to life by the transplant of a new heart, it is theoretically treif, not nevela, death. Halachically, this is not a simple concept and requires clarification. In order to understand it clearly, a halachic definition of this matter has to be established. The definition of life, not death. Much has been written on the halachic laws concerning transplants and the definitions of death. Many have written on the subject, and when those who are not in the field read these articles, they take them as seriously as if they were being written by the Einsteins of halakha. Most of these discussions and writings originate with people who lack the lomdot of halakha and the necessary understanding of such deep, intricate, and important matters. My concern here is not to present a philosophical halakhic concept of death, nor a rigorous scientific definition of death. I am concerned here with a very crucial halakhic problem, pikuach nefesh and retzicha, the isur of lo tirtzach, and the mitzvah of pikuach nefesh. Speculations or theoretical definitions of death, with all their fascinating cerebrations, have no validity here because these keep changing with the steady advance of scientific knowledge throughout the generations. On the other hand, axioms of the halakha and its definitions never change. Only circumstances of their application undergo change. It might seem contradictory to assert that one can deal with the halachic issue without being also confronted by philosophical halachic and scientific halachic aspects of defining death, but that indeed is not the case. The halachic problem is not related to these other theoretical considerations. From a halachic point of view, the direction of the quest has to be reversed. What is required is not the definition of death, but rather the definition of life. Of course, the halacha deals also with the problem of death, as for example in the mitzvah of kevura, the dinim of tumma and of isrei hana'a, of a met, but this is not my concern here. The concern in the question of transplants is not the problem of death, but the definition of life. This has two important aspects. Isur redzicha, if one kills a living person, he is a rodzeach, and this is the most severe halachic crime, and pikuach nefesh, which is doche kol haTorah kulo, except three known dinim. As long as a person is alive, there is the mitzvah of pikuach nefesh, and there is also the isur of redzicha. In order to establish a clear-cut definition, a basic halachic axiom must be stated. If a person can be brought back to life, he was definitely never dead. He is chai lechol davar. He is absolutely alive with respect to everything, and whoever kills him is chayav mita. A dead person cannot be brought back to life unless by the nes of tchiyat hametim. If he can be brought back to life, this is proof that he was never dead, no matter what state he was in before. Any true student of halacha will be convinced of the truth of this axiom. The definition of life is that as long as there is any quantitative functioning of life observable in a human being, ba'olam hazeh, which here means, in the realm of our mundane life, he is alive. The Gemara in Yoma and the Shulchan Aruch in their particular examples have no bearing on our concern with the problem arising today in transplants, because the particular examples express only the operational state of affairs of their time. However, the general emphasis of the Gemara in Yoma is a general definition of life, which exactly fits my definition. As long as the soul of a human being functions ba'olam hazeh, and its functioning is observable, then he is considered alive. And if there is no quantitative observable functioning of his neshama ba'olam hazeh, he is no longer considered alive with respect to the dinim of pikuach nefesh and redzicha. The means available for bringing a man back to observable quantitative functioning of life change from generation to generation. For example, in the case of a man who was considered dead 1,000 years ago, if the case were presented to us now, and we could revive him with medical techniques, then for us he would be considered alive. But since there were no means whatever available then for bringing him back to observable functioning of life, the man was halachically dead. He was no longer a living being in relation to Olam Hazeh. The Isur of Redzicha did not apply simply because the act of Redzicha would not bring about any further deterioration in a human being already in an irreversible state of non-observable functioning of life. And the same is with Pikuach Nefesh. There was nothing that could be done for him. The above definition is therefore operational and practical. From it follows that the status of Redzicha and the application of Pikuach Nefesh change from generation to generation. The same man dying under the same circumstances today, where we have means, technological, medical, chemical, or therapeutic, to bring him back to a quantitative functioning of life as indicated by observation, is halachically determined to be alive. If we kill him, we take away his life, redzicha. The mitzvah of pikuach nefesh also applies and demands that we use all those modern means to indeed bring him back to observable functioning of life. The dinim of goses and treifa are also relevant here, but not for consideration here. The usefulness of our definition is manifest in that it establishes the principle that the halacha does not find in the human body a state of life or a state of death. That is absolute, fixed and independent. Rather, the halacha deals with observable life in the human body. Therefore, the halacha of pikuach nefesh and redzicha includes the requirement to use all available technology. This is the proper halachic treatment of the problem. Men of science and medicine with knowledge of halacha will better appreciate and understand the approach to this problem presented here than will pseudo-halachic people who have no knowledge of science and medicine. As to the full significance of the Gemara in Yoma, I will not discuss it here. Dr. A. Steinberg in Noam Volume 19 argues that my definition of life is too broad, since any functioning of life could also include, for example, the condition of the growing of nails that could continue to grow for a short time after a man's death. He suggests the definition that there is life so long as there is vital action in one of the subsystems of life, but to me it is not clear whether the growing of nails and other things after death are a result of man's living system, of his mental being or soul, or a result of the body mechanism and its chemistry while man is alive. Since I'm not writing here a Pesach halacha, only a philosophic scientific explanation, I will not elaborate here to determine the definition of life in all its details. The astronomical debate. Bertrand Russell wrote an entire book on science and religion. He says that there was a great war between science and religion for 4 centuries and that finally science won and religion has to be abandoned for the intellectual mind. He compiled historical, social, scientific, and logical arguments that disproved the beliefs of religion. He leaves religion to the ignorant and superstitious man. He says that the scholar cannot accept it, since all scientific, experimentally verified data contradicts its assumptions. This question was asked by Plato and Aristotle. This question was asked in the time of Descartes and Spinoza, and Russell asks it again. The arguments and proofs of Bertrand Russell in his book Against Religion in effect include all the philosophic and scientific anti-religious writings since the beginning of the Renaissance up to date. By examining all of them, I found that by the proportion that his arguments are convincing to disprove the worldly religions, by the same proportion they foster and prove the truths of the Torah and Halakha. All that has to be done is to take chapter by chapter and quote at the end of every chapter what the Halakha says on the subject. The controversy between science and religion, as noted in most books that write on the subject, is exemplified by the astronomical dispute, whether the Earth or the Sun was the center of what we call the solar system. The theological doctrine accepted the Ptolemaic system, that the Earth is at rest and was considered as the center of the universe. The Sun, Moon, planets, and systems of stars revolve around the Earth, each in its own sphere. This indicates that this planet is the center of the universe, but according to the new theory, the Copernican, the Earth is far from being at rest. It has a twofold motion. It rotates on its axis once a day, and it revolves around the Sun once a year. This new fact shattered all the Goyish religions and became a classical example in all the progressive books against religion, an argument against theological dogma. Russell writes that Copernicus was reluctant to announce his theory. As it was, he long delayed publication because he feared ecclesiastical censure. Himself an ecclesiastic, he dedicated his book to the Pope, and his publisher, Osiander, added a preface, which may perhaps have not been sanctioned by Copernicus, saying that the theory of the Earth's motion was put forward solely as a hypothesis and was not asserted as positive truth. For a time, these tactics sufficed, and it was only Galileo's bolder defiance that brought retrospective official condemnation upon Copernicus. At first, the Protestants were almost more bitter against him than the Catholics. Luther said that people give ear to an upstart astrologer who strove to show that the earth revolves, not the heavens or the firmament, the sun and the moon. Whoever wishes to appear clever must devise some new system, which of all systems is of course the very best. This fool wishes to reverse the entire science of astronomy, but sacred scripture tells us that Joshua commanded the sun to stand still, and not the earth. Melanchthon was equally emphatic. So was Calvin, who, after quoting text, triumphantly concluded, "Who will venture to place the authority of Copernicus above that of the Holy Spirit?" Even Wesley, so late as the 18th century, while not daring to be quite so emphatic, nevertheless stated that the new doctrines in astronomy tended toward infidelity. Theologians were not slow to point out that the new doctrine would make the incarnation difficult to believe. Moreover, since God does nothing in vain, we must suppose the other planets inhabited, but can their inhabitants be descended from Noah or have been redeemed by the Savior? Such were only a few of the dreadful doubts which, according to cardinals and archbishops, were liable to be raised by the impious inquisitiveness of Galileo. Galileo hereupon was ordered by the Pope to appear before the Inquisition, which commanded him to abjure his errors, which he did on February 26, 1616. He solemnly promised that he would no longer hold the Copernican approach, or teach it whether in writing or by word of mouth. It must be remembered that it was only 16 years since the burning of Bruno. At the insistence of the Pope, all books teaching that the earth moves were thereupon placed upon the index, and now for the first time the work of Copernicus himself was condemned. The Church forbade the teaching of the Copernican system as true in all learned and educational institutions that it could control. Works teaching that the earth moves remained on the index till 1835. Russell summarizes, the result of all this was that the Inquisition took up astronomy and arrived by deduction from certain texts of Scripture at two important truths. The first proposition, that the sun is the center and does not revolve around the earth, is foolish, absurd, false in theology, and heretical because expressly contrary to the Holy Scripture. The second proposition, that the earth is not the center but revolves around the sun, is absurd, false in philosophy, and from a theological point of view at least, opposed to the true faith. At this time, the new theory of Copernicus stormed all the old castles and shattered an accepted dogma. It put doubt in every rational mind as to the truth of the Goyish religions, and the Goyish Galachim could not stop the nihilistic effect of the theory on the dogma. With all their knowledge and intellectual learning, they could not eliminate logically and rationally the Copernican discovery. They used the only means that were left to them, and that is to destroy it physically by inquisitions, torture, and punishment for the professors who taught it. At the same time, the Copernican discovery threw a light on the Torah, and a fact of the Halakha was evidently verified, clearly for every man to see. The word eretz comes from the word rutz. The aleph is nosaf, not part of the root, as it is used in the Hebrew language in many words of Tanakh. The word rutz is synonymous with the words moving, running, because the earth moves, rotates constantly on its axis. In contrast to the Goyish theologians, the men of Torah were delighted when the Copernican theory was discovered. They accepted it as an unusual gem to explain the words of Chazal. Reb Aviet Sar Shalom of Barzila, who lived in the first half of the 17th century, was one of the great Gaonim of his generation. A Talmudic scholar, astronomer, and philosopher, he writes in his Sefer Emunat Chachamim, chapter 5, that the fact that the earth is round and rotates on its axis is accepted by Chazal. He also quotes the Zohar in Parshat Vayikra that says that the whole Yishuv settlement on this planet is constantly turning around like a ball, and the Yishuv changes its position from up to down, from down to up. There are places in the Yishuv where in one place it is light and in another place it is dark. There are places where there is a long time of day and almost no night at all, and vice versa. He also quotes in that chapter other words of Chazal and Midrashim where they describe the Yishuv near the north and south poles. According to the Zohar and Chazal, all this has to do with the rotation of the earth, and so the Sefer Emunat Chachamim continues to indicate that the astronomical calculations of Chazal are built entirely according to the concepts of the new astronomy. He brings explicit quotations from Chazal to this effect. One of the great poskim of his generation, the renowned Gaon astronomer and philosopher Rabbi Yaakov Emden, who lived in the 17th century, writes in his Sidur prayer book, which is authoritatively accepted by all of Klal Yisrael, the word eretz, the Mefarshim explained, comes from the word rudz, and so the Chazal in the Midrash Bereshit Rabbah chapter 85 explain it symbolically because the earth is running on its axis to do the will of God, which means the rotation of the earth is a natural law. Rabbi Yaakov Emden emphasizes that this is a basic proof of the Copernican theory, that the earth rotates. Here we have a very interesting point. Not only does the new astronomy not negate the Torah system, but on the contrary, Rabbi Yaakov Emden brings evidence to the new astronomy from the words of Torah and Chazal. This discovery of Copernicus, which enraged so much the Goyish theologians, enlightened all the insiders of Torah. In my Sefer Agan HaShahar, I indicated how many assertions of Chazal were ignored and difficult to understand before new astronomical facts were discovered. For example, the Gemara says in Avodah Zarah explicitly that our planetary system is not unique, and that there are millions of planets that have similar systems. One of the great Rishonim, who is the Rabbi of most of the Rishonim who composed the Tosafot on the Gemara, Rabbi Yehuda bar Barzili, writes in his commentary on the Sefer Yetzirah, page 172, that according to Chazal in the Gemara Avodah Zarah, there are many planets where people can live. He complains that he does not know if there are people on those planets or not because it is not stated in Chazal. This manuscript lay in the museums for approximately 800 years until it was published in the last century. The astronomical scholars of that time could not conceive that there is any other planetary system besides ours. There had been all kinds of reasons why, apart from the fixed stars, there should be just 7 heavenly bodies, the sun, the moon, and the 5 planets, and the discovery of 4 more was most upsetting. Were there not the 7 golden candlesticks of the apocalypse, and the 7 churches of Asia? Aristotelians refused altogether to look through the telescope, and stubbornly maintained that Jupiter's moons were an illusion. Russell quotes from White's Warfare of Science with Theology, Volume 1, page 132, that Father Clavius, for example, said that to see the satellites of Jupiter, man had to make an instrument which would create them. When the invention of the telescope made tremble all the theologians against the Aristotelian dogma, again a truth of Torah was evidently clarified. Duplication of life in the laboratory. The fact where the halakha precedes science does not relate only to the beginnings of modern science, but even to contemporary scientific theories and developments. An illustration from new developments in biology will indicate how the halakha preceded scientific concepts which made some people of religion very uncomfortable. In the 1960s, scientists started to theorize about the future of genetics. They spoke about the possibility of creating life, not only in the field of microorganisms, but also in the world of man-sized forms of life, such as creating life in test tubes. They spoke of creating identical copies of human beings from a few of his cells, or of transforming one into another by all kinds of genetic mutations or constructions. Some men of religion became very perplexed by the fear that these theories would be realized in the future. If man could create man, some accepted religious dogmas would automatically fall apart since man would take over God's work. A tremendous pressure was put on the religious state of mind. Some consoled themselves that this could never happen. Man will never be able to actualize these theories in reality. They thought, just as theologians hoped at the time of Galileo and Copernicus, that the progress of science would stop. This scientific state of affairs, however, reaffirms again the assertions of the Torah Shebal Peh. The Gemara says in Sanhedrin 65b, Rava said, if tzaddikim, righteous men, would be entirely pure of any sin by doing the will of God, they could create worlds, because it is written, your iniquities have separated between you and God. Rabbi created a man and sent him to Reb Zerah. Reb Zerah spoke to him but received no answer. Thereupon he said to him, thou art a created creature, return to thy rest. Reb Chanina and Reb Oshia spent every Shabbat Eve in studying the Sefer Yetzirah, by means of which they created a big-sized calf and ate it, Bichvod Shabbat. Man's conquest of nature. This Gemara, besides its empirical connotation, symbolizes very profoundly a fundamental concept of the Torah, namely that man has to emulate God's ways. As it says, you shall walk in my ways, Deuteronomy chapter 10, verse 12. As a father wants that his son should go in his successful ways, so God wants that man should imitate his actions. For instance, as God does chesed and benevolence in his infinite way, so man has to be benevolent in his finite way. This is a universal principle that emanates from the whole Torah and the Tariag Mitzvot, as will be explained and elaborated later, that man in his finite way has to emulate God's infinite actions. But the great teaching here is that not only do we emulate God's actions in his mental creation of Ruchaniyut, which belongs to the world beyond time and space, but we can imitate and are obliged to follow God's action of his physical Bria. God creates physical universes and worlds in his infinite way, so man has to create worlds in his finite way. The scientific technology in every generation is an imitation of God's action. Man does work in his finite way. The scientific technology in every generation is an imitation of God's action. Man does work in his finite way, imitating God's work in his infinite way. The Gemara says that if the tzaddikim would be completely pure of sin, they would be able to create worlds and living beings, as Rabbi created through the Sefer Yetzirah a man. The Sefer Yetzirah here contains the Kabbalistic teachings of the relation of fields from the physical to the Ruchaniyut, mental, and from the Ruchaniyut to the physical, with exact logical equations of laws that are real and are expressed in language. Besides this deeper meaning, the Gemara also alludes here to a realistic notion of historical processes. If mankind would not sin at all and would use the natural resources with man's intellectual faculties, man would already have reached the almost final stage of his finite ability to imitate God's Bria. If there is an ability to create worlds and living beings by technological systems of physics, man would surely have already reached that stage. But mankind spent all its resources, all its efforts, all its knowledge for sin, for war, for destruction, for diversions, and for all kinds of vicious and malicious aspirations for power, enslavement, and egotistic acquisition of property, one society against another. Would man not sin and humanity would be unified to work together for progress, development, and scientific knowledge, man would reach the ultimate in his progress of technology, science, and intellectual wisdom. He would achieve the highest level of his finite ability, and man would be close to God in emulating not only in his finite physical technological achievements, but also in universals and ruchaniyut. This is expressed in the pasuk, your iniquities have separated between you and God. This mechidza, fence of separation that man is separated from God by not reaching his purpose and goal, is a result of mankind's sins in its historic progress. And the deeper implication of the Gemara will not be elaborated here, but whatever the meaning in the Gemara is concerning the Sefer Yetzirah, one thing is clear. The Gemara holds that mankind has the ability of creating life in a laboratory, in test tubes, or by other mechanical means of technology. And when the scientists achieved the ability in certain cases to create microorganisms, people who studied this Gemara started to see the light of Torah and Halakha in its actual dimensional reality. By the proportion that the vision of science to create life destroys worldly religions, by the same proportion this perspective illuminates the predictions, maxims, and axioms of the Halakha. Hygienics, purity, cleanliness in Halakha. Russell, in his chapter Demonology and Medicine, says that the study by science of the human body and its diseases has had to contend, and to some extent still has to contend, with a mass of superstition, largely pre-Christian in origin, but supported until quite modern times by the whole weight of ecclesiastical authority. He says that disease was sometimes viewed by them as a divine visitation in punishment of sin, but more often the work of demons. Russell indicates the fact that superstition was not only increased throughout the Middle Ages by relics and other kinds of miraculous cures, but that they still continue to exist today. He points out, by example, that the bones of Saint Rosalia, which are preserved in Palermo, have for many centuries been found effective in curing disease, but when examined by a profane anatomist, they turned out to be the bones of a goat. But despite this, Russell says, people continue to use this cure. Russell indicates the fact that though the efficacy of relics and witchcraft have for the most part disappeared, theology still tries to interfere in medicine where moral issues are supposed to be specially involved. He says that the battle for the scientific independence of medicine has been won. No one now thinks it impious to avoid pestilences and epidemics by sanitation and hygiene, and though some still maintain that diseases are sent by God, they do not argue that it is therefore impious to try to avoid them. The consequent improvement in health and increase of longevity is one of the most remarkable and admirable characteristics of our age. He concludes that even if science had done nothing else for human happiness, it would deserve our gratitude on this account. Those who believe in the utility of theological creeds would have difficulty in pointing to any comparable advantage that they have conferred upon the human race. But Russell, a non-Jew, did not know that a sixth part of the Mishnah and the whole halacha of the Torah Sheba'al Peh deals with hygiene and sanitary laws, which are much more advanced than any modern system of hygienic and sanitary purity. All you have to do is study Seder Taharot. The Torah and Halakha are not values that relate to the aspirations of man. They are not subject to the estimations of man, nor to the wills of people to determine their value for mankind. Halakha and Dinim are laws and exact rules of the Torah, just as physical laws are exact rules of nature. The language of values belongs to the realm of philosophy, to ethics and metaphysical spirit, but in the domain of Halakha it is meaningless, just as it is meaningless in the domain of physical laws. But this is not contrary to the fact that coincidentally some mitzvot benefit man. Some mitzvot benefit man, although their principles and premises are avodat Hashem, worship to God, as will be explained later. The entire Seder Taharot and other parts in the Gemara deal with the halachot, dinim, rules and laws of tumma and tahara, which means cleanliness and uncleanliness. The most complicated discourses, contemplations, and intricate logical equations are found in the system and patterns of this halakha. This halakha is concerned with kedusha, with man's avodat Hashem, man's worship to God in the Beit HaMikdash and in daily life. Nothing that is tameh could be brought in the Beit HaMikdash, as for example a dead body of a human being, or any dead animal, or anyone who possesses certain sicknesses, as for example zav or zava, or a nidah. Man cannot pray to God when his hands are not clean, even if by the definition of tumma and tahara he may be pure. If he touched his shoes with his hands, according to the din, he has to wash his hands before he prays, since one steps with his shoes everywhere. Man has to wash his hands before he eats. Man cannot learn Torah in a house when the house is not clean. We see that besides their infinite effect on Kedusha, which follows from the laws of the Torah, the laws of Tumma and Tahara are vitally beneficial for man's welfare, hygiene, and good state of mind. Russell writes, I am sometimes shocked by the blasphemies of those who think themselves pious. For instance, the nuns who will never take a bath without wearing a bathrobe all the time. When asked why, since no man can see them, they reply, oh, but you forget the good God. Apparently, they conceive of the deity as a peeping Tom, whose omnipotence enables him to see through bathroom walls, but who is foiled by bathrobes. This view strikes me as curious. The church attacked the habit of the bath on the ground that everything which makes the body more attractive tends towards sin. Dirt was praised, and the odor of sanctity became more and more penetrating. Lice were called the pearls of God, and to be covered with them was an indispensable mark of a holy man. Would Russell have been familiar with any aspect of Tumma and Tahara, even in its most elementary laws, he would be astonished to see how the Mishnah is already much more advanced beyond his liberal and rational concepts of hygiene. Even when anyone touches one of those little insects, he has to wash his hands before he can eat, pray, or learn Torah. And when one is tameh and he has to go to mikveh to immerse his body for purposes of kedusha and to eliminate the tumma, not only does he have to wash himself thoroughly so that not a speck should be on the body, otherwise the tevilah immersion in the mikveh is not valid, and he still remains tameh, not only that he cannot have on his body any clothing, which would be a chatzitza, a fence between the water and his body, but the water in the mikveh has to touch his body completely. And to conceive of the deity, as Russell sarcastically says as a peeping Tom, is absolute avodah zarah, and has no relation to the dinim of the Torah. But it has to be understood that mikveh is not for the physical and practical purpose of eliminating tumma, as tumma itself is a ruchaniyut law and has nothing to do with physical cleanliness. However, as any physical reality affects the ruchaniyut, so here also the physical existence affects the ruchaniyut. That is why when man has to do tevilah and eliminate tumma in order that he should be related to kedusha, he has to eliminate first physical uncleanliness, and only afterwards does tevilah affect to eliminate the ruchaniyut tumma in order that he should reach kedusha. Tumma and Kedusha are ruchaniyut realities beyond time and space, and the laws of the Torah not to have Tumma affect Kedusha are very severe laws and vitally important in the Torah. For instance, one who enters the area of the Bet HaMikdash even today, when he is Tameh, he is Chayav Karet. And since today we are all considered Tameh because we do not have a Para Aduma to make us clean from the Tumah of Mit, of touching a dead body, or touching one who touched a dead body, or who touched a vessel that contacted a dead body, every Jew is prohibited to enter the inside area of the Bet HaMikdash, and if he goes up there, he is Chayav Karet. Here we see the great difference between Torah and the Goyish religion. What has to take a progressive mathematician and one of the greatest philosophers in the 20th century, a man such as Bertrand Russell, to conceive with his rational mind and liberal aspirations is commonplace for the man of Halakha since Matan Torah, and elementary for every child who learns Torah. It was believed by the theologians that human destiny is ruled by divine determinations, and the efforts of science and its teleological aspirations to diminish the suffering of mankind and bring a more comfortable life is an aberration to the will of God. Furthermore, they also believed that medical science is a sin, since it tends to avoid the wrath of God in its natural course. This concept is entirely against the fundamental halacha of pikuach nefesh doche kol haTorah, and in complete contradiction to what is explicitly written in the Torah. This man will comfort us from our hard work and from our suffering toil to plow the earth, which, according to Chazal and Rashi, was the first human invention to liken man's labor for his living bread against the system of the natural course. The lightning rod in the Mishnah. Russell writes, there were hopes of scientific meteorology which would leave no room for old women on broomsticks as the causes of storms. For some time it continued to be thought impious to apply the concept of natural law to lightning and thunder, since these were specially acts of God. This view survived in opposition to lightning conductors. Thus, when in 1755 Massachusetts was shaken by earthquakes, the Reverend Dr. Price in a published sermon attributed them to the iron points invented by the sagacious Mr. Franklin, saying, in Boston are more erected than elsewhere in New England, and Boston seems to be more dreadfully shaken. Oh, there is no getting out of the mighty hand of God. In spite of this warning, the Bostonians continued to erect the iron points, and earthquakes nevertheless did not increase in frequency. From the time of Newton onward, such a point of view as that of the Reverend Dr. Price was increasingly felt to savor of superstition. And as the belief in miraculous interference with the course of nature died out, the belief in the possibility of witchcraft necessarily also disappeared. The evidence for witchcraft has never been refuted, it has simply ceased to seem worth examining. Russell goes on in his chapter to destroy the Goyish doctrine which forbids man the use of mechanics in order to avoid the wrath of God. Here the negation of Russell's criticism against theology is a positive, eruditional explanation of the halacha, which states that people are mechuyav, obligated to do everything humanly possible to avoid catastrophe, suffering, and unpleasant facts that relate to mankind or the individual. We also have here a wonderful instance where Torah and science complement each other. The invention of the lightning rod by Benjamin Franklin was known by halacha as a matter of fact, and its use was advised 2,000 years ago by the halacha. Would the world have taken the Talmud seriously, thousands of houses and lives would have been saved in history before Benjamin Franklin's invention. As we have in the Gemara chapters of Dinim about dietary laws, Sabbath laws, criminal laws, civil laws, so we have chapters of law in the Tosefta Shabbat from the early Talmudic codes, even before the Mishnah, which are against superstition. According to the halacha, people are not permitted to believe in superstition, and it is a law de oraita, as the law that forbids us to eat treif. The astonishing fact is that the Tosefta classifies and mentions all kinds of superstition, which in fact includes any known superstition up to date. You are not supposed to accept any superstitious beliefs because they are false and not reality. They are empty imaginations, but the Tosefta states that there is one exception. To put an iron rod between the coops of chicks in order to avoid their being struck by lightning is permitted, because it is an empirical fact. It seems that the Goyim in those days, seeing the halakha people using this iron rod, accepted it as a superstition, not knowing its physical effect. Here again, halakha precedes science, but science fosters the halakha. Halakha, obligation to prevent natural disasters. As far as Russell's words, though some still maintain that diseases are sent by God, they do not argue that it is therefore impious to try to avoid them. It is worth to bring here the words of the Rambam, Avodah Zarah, chapter 11. The Rambam writes that it is forbidden, astrology, witchcraft, practices of divination, or to consult a diviner, charmer, and other kinds of miraculous and superstitious practices. The Rambam says, these practices are all false and deceptive, and were means employed by the ancient idolaters to deceive the peoples of various countries and induce them to become their followers. It is not proper for Israelites who are highly intelligent to suffer themselves to be deluded by such inanities, or imagine that there is anything in them. As it is said, for there is no enchantment with Jacob, neither is there any divination with Israel. Numbers chapter 23:23. And further, for these nations that thou art to dispossess hearken unto soothsayers and unto diviners, but as thee, the Lord thy God hath not suffered thee to do so. Deuteronomy chapter 18 verse 14. Whoever believes in these and similar things and in his heart holds them to be true and scientific and only forbidden by the Torah is nothing but a fool, deficient in understanding, who belongs to the same class with women and children whose intellects are immature. Sensible people, however, who possess sound mental faculties, know by clear proofs that all these practices which the Torah prohibited have no scientific basis but are chimerical and inane, and that only those deficient in knowledge are attracted by these, and for their sake leave the ways of truth. The Torah, therefore, in forbidding all these follies, exhorts us, "Thou shalt be wholehearted with the Lord thy God." Deuteronomy 18, verse 13. This translation of the Rambam text is not entirely correct. It does not bring out the clarity of the Hebrew text, where the Rambam explains in a clear-cut language the stupidity of the Goyim who believe in Avodah Zarah and all kinds of superstitions which have no foundation of reality, in contrast to the Jewish people of Torah who are Chachamim Mechukamim, the smartest of the smartest, knowledgeable scholars, and the wisest of the wisest intellects who do not accept any kind of superstition or fantasy, only facts that are reasonably proven. But nevertheless, if Russell would read the Rambam, even in its crude and inexact translation, he would not write and mention people of the Torah among the superstitious ones. Of course, even among the Torah learners, there are some students of the Halakha, few though they may be, who are ignorant of the conceptual and philosophical clarity of the subject. There are people who did not understand the Tosefta, the Rambam, and the Halakha in its full deepness. These are the people who think that it was not permitted for Jews to try to avoid the suffering of the Holocaust, and the establishment of the State of Israel is a sin because it tried to avoid the wrath of God. This is a Goyish theological concept which, according to the Torah, is pure Avodah Zarah. To explain this point of view and to prove their fallacious reasoning would require a few extra chapters. Torah and scientific advance. This fundamental principle that by definition there is no contradiction between science and Torah, and furthermore that the more scientific data is created, the more we understand the truths of Torah, vindicates what the Gaon of Vilna says. Whoever lacks the knowledge of the Sheva Chochmot, the 7 categories of science, lacks 100% the understanding of the Torah. And by the same principle, the more science is developed, the more all the world religions will have to be abandoned. The previous examples from Halakha are sufficient to elucidate this assertion. Bertrand Russell's consent that science won against the Goyish religions and all his efforts against religions, which is the quintessence of all scientific contradictions to superstitious belief, are an implicit surrender to the scientific validity of the Jewish Torah. Bertrand Russell was surely not aware of the great service of his negative scientific criticism of the Goyish religions for the positive scientific truths of the Torah.
Torah and Reason. Chapter 5. Reasonable faith and dogmatic faith. Logical necessity and possibility. The reason for the problem of religion in our age, and the reason for the contempt of it by so many intellectuals, is explained by modern philosophers, that most of the Goyish religious creeds are built on 2 aspects. First, on authority, and second, on belief. Modern man does not accept authority and does not believe in traditional assertions. This is the difference between modern experimental scientific data as compared to the medieval teaching, which was based on the authority of the Aristotelian and Greek scholars. No investigation of fact was needed when it was quoted from Aristotelian physics, and no doubt could be cast on the dogmas of theology. With the development of experimental science and mathematical calculations from the time of Descartes, Bacon and Boyle up to our time, the old authority of science has been abandoned. The progress of science had a tremendous impact on man's belief. The great achievements of experimental inventions demonstrated in every facet of life influences the native intellect to believe only in what he sees, and that is why modern man does not accept authority as a basis for truth, according to the secular thinkers. Here lies a great mistake and a fundamental misunderstanding in conception. Modern man does not accept dogmatic authority or dogmatic faith. However, reasonable authority or reasonable faith is accepted every minute, in every instance, and in everybody's mind. Man puts his life at stake and flies in the air on the authority that the pilot knows the rules of navigation, being himself entirely ignorant of the mechanisms of aviation. Man submits to an operation on the authority of the surgeon and has faith in his good will of healing, regardless of the doctor's intentions. Similarly, there is no second of existence that man does not turn to authority and faith in his daily business. The physicist depends on the integrity of the physician, the biologist, and the businessman. The businessman, the army general, the government, the president, all depend on the expert in technology, and the scientist, being that they themselves are ignorant in these fields. All this indicates that humanity has never abandoned reasonable authority and reasonable faith, and will never cease to depend on these two aspects, unless every man will know everything and will be able to do everything, which is impossible. Now, it is conceivable that progressive man abandons religion, since all the Goyish religions are built on dogmatic faith and dogmatic authority, and it is improbable for the rational mind to accept this unless he leaps into the absurd and delusion as Kierkegaard did years ago, and as some of his followers do today, who continue to worship the idea of existentialism. On the other hand, to the man of Torah and Halacha, the whole Torah is a reasonable system, and its authority is built on reason. Its premises are logic, intuition, and intellect. All halachic decisions in the Torah and its authoritative status are deducted from pure understanding of its fundamental laws. The Rambam states, a Beit Din Hagadol, which made a halachic decision through one of the logical rules of deduction based on the Torah, and then decided the judgment according to their own understanding in practice. Then later a new Beit Din came along, and it appeared to them that the judgment of the previous Beit Din Hagadol was incorrect, and according to their understanding the previous deduction of the Beit Din Hagadol was reasonably illogical. Then the new Beit Din abandons the old decision, and they are obliged to act according to their own understanding. Furthermore, the whole concept of Torah min ha-shamayim, which means the divine revelation of the God-given Torah, is also a reasonable concept, acceptable to the human understanding, as will be seen in future chapters. Here I have to emphasize that it should be understood that there is a great difference between reasonable thinking and logical thinking. The result of logical thinking is a necessity. For example, in a correct mathematical equation, no controversy is possible, nor can any doubt remain in the mind as to the truth of its process. Reasonable thinking is the result of intuitive possibilities. For example, no logical equation can prove that Jerusalem or Lahavdil, Washington, D.C. existed 100 years ago. Mathematically, it is possible that all the historical facts regarding these cities are an illusion and the fabrication of a later generation, but reasonably, no person of sane mind would doubt the historical truth of their existence of 100 years ago. What we see here is that man can be convinced of truth not only by logic or experimental demonstration before his eyes, but by other aspects of thinking and understanding. There are a myriad ways that man can be conceived reasonably of truth, and not only through the necessary laws of logic, as, for instance, no man believes that by the random throwing of the letters a complete book was written, although from the logical point of view it is only a likely, strong possibility that the book was written by human effort. There is no logical contradiction in saying that the book was done by a possibility of chance. However, this fact of possibility will cast no doubt into any healthy human mind that the book was done by chance. Here we come to truth, not by rules of logical necessity, but by sure understanding, even though logically it could be doubtful. Evolution, necessity, or possibility. An interesting example to indicate the differences between logic and reason is the story of evolution. The question is asked by every beginner up to the greatest scholar: is not the notion of evolution a contradiction of the Torah? Many books and dissertations have been written on this subject ever since the time of Darwin. Even today, some deny its fact as a scientific phenomena or logical truth, as, for instance, the scientific paper on the subject by Hagaon Harav Menachem Mendel Schneerson, or the intense effort of Avraham Korman, printed in Israel 1974 in his book Evolution and Judaism, which is a complete work to scientifically prove the fallacy of the empirical facts of the theory of evolution. But some great Geonim and authorities of Torah, as the Tiferet Israel in his commentary on Mishnayot Sanhedrin and the Kol Omar Kra, a commentary on the Torah, maintain that the theory of evolution is in full agreement with the Torah, and they both explain it in the same way, through psukim of the Torah and Chazal according to the system of evolution. It is not my intention here to go into the controversy. Rather, I am interested through it to introduce an entirely new idea, though it is very simple. We know for sure that our world did not exist in past eternal time in the present form, but it certainly underwent change throughout its history. How did this change happen? Only two answers can be given. Either God created it and put it into its form, or it changed naturally by itself. Now, there are two hypotheses. For a man who believes that God is the creator of the world, there are two possibilities. 1. God decided to create the whole universe and the planet Earth in one bang. 2. He chose through his own will and reason to create the world by an evolutionary process of time. On the other hand, for the atheist who does not understand that God is the creator of the universe, there is only one logical possibility. The world progressed by evolution. And here is the striking point. For the believer in God, evolution is a possibility. That means one of the possibilities of God's creation. Either God chose to create the world by evolution in time, or by creation in one instant. Which way it did, in fact, happen depends on the interpretation of the Torah and on the probability of empirical data. For the atheist who does not believe in God, evolution is not a possibility and not a probability. It is a logical necessity and a mathematical truth. That is why one of the atheist astronomers at a convention in California said, "We have to accept evolution as a faith," by which he meant to say that even if all the data indicating evolution will be disproved scientifically, we still will have to adhere to the notion of evolution and accept it as a faith, since we know the world has changed from its past to the present stage of existence. In short, I repeat, for the man who knows that God created the world, evolution is only a possibility. For the atheist, evolution must be a necessity. That is why, in the whole secular world, the pseudo-scientific data of evolution was taken as a fact and put into every book and every text from public school to college, from scientific books to the layman's press, since the intention of the secular teachers is to differentiate nature and science from divine intrusion. We also come here to a very astonishing and explanatory fact. To people who do not believe in Torah min Hashemayim and the divine revelation of Torah, Bible criticism and historical interpretation are a necessity. For the Torah man, it is a distortion of truth, ignorance, and dogmatic historical interpretation without any reasonable basis. Whoever understands Torah will be reasonably convinced of the nonsense of Bible criticism. This is the point where pure logic and reasonableness are differentiated. Torah and Reason, Chapter 6. The solution of the contradiction between God's knowledge and free will. I was asked a question. How can we explain the halacha of tefillah? It appears as if man with tefillah can change the will of Hashem, or that what the Chachamim determined in a given time in halacha becomes the will of Hashem. But it says in the Torah, Ani Hashem lo shaniti, I, God, did not change. Lo ishkel v'yechazev. God is not a man who will deceive, which means will change his promise or attitude. Actually, this is a very complicated question which encompasses all problems of logic in the relation of God to man. For instance, the philosophical question of yediyah and bechira is part of the problem. Rabbi Meir Simcha in the Or Sameach wrote a whole discourse on this question of the change of the will of God and yediyah and bechira, free will. He tries to solve this contradiction and traces the answers given to the problem by different authors from the time of the Rambam up until today. He quotes an answer to this question from the Maharal Miprag, but in conclusion states, after a great philosophical pilpul, that his words make no sense to him and remains in a dilemma. After great effort and work, the answer to the whole question, according to my understanding, is solved by the Tzemach Tzedek, Derech Mitzvotecha, Mitzvah Haemunat Elokut, Perek 6 and 8, who explains the Shitta of the Maharal Miprag brilliantly and simply. Negative assertions in relation to God. The Maharal Miprag says God, which the Chazal name HaKadosh Baruch Hu, is not called Sechel. In other words, he is not called reason. Why? Because we have not got any positive attributes to describe God, as the Rambam explains at length in More Nevuchim. Halacha and Torah differentiate from all other religions. The emunot of the people have a positive conception of God. We have only negative attributes of God. God is not a man. God is not a human being. God is not a finite. Everything we conceive with our mind, God is not. The Maharali Prague continues, since we do not know the positive attributes of God, the words attributes, change are also terms which have to be defined. Therefore, we cannot ascribe any aspect of our thinking to God. When we consider the word change, it is either in time or in space. Change is a human concept. You will ask me a question, how about change of mind? But what does it mean, a change of mind? That means you think about time and space differently than you thought about it before. What does it mean to change a proposition? When you say you change a proposition, you only make a different interpretation. You write up a different story so that its time and space is different than from its previous situation. All that mind can think is again about time and space. Nor do we have anything in our mind that will not include time and space. Logic cannot be changed. As Wittgenstein says, you cannot say that 2 times 2 is 4 in the morning and in the evening say 2 times 2 is 5. Truth is unchangeable. All you can do is give a different interpretation, which means again a different conception about time and space. In mathematics there is no such thing as change. A triangle can never become a square, or a square a triangle. An equation is not determined by free will. We know that God exists, even though we cannot grasp Him in our mind, as we cannot grasp our soul. Our mind is finite, and we can conceive things only in a finite way. We cannot put infinity into our mind as we can put water in a glass. We have no vessel for it in our faculty. We only know there is infinity, but we cannot have the right image for it. The words knowledge, wisdom, and change are only finite words. We know there is infinity, but we have no picture of it in our mind. We're convinced of it either by intuition or by understanding because our knowledge is finite, which means we have a limited part of knowing. We do not know why things happen. For example, we know there is an electromagnetic field, but we do not know why. To know why, we would have to be able to think in infinite terms. We can only know what happens. We see events, we know relations and series of relations, but we do not know why. In the olden times, in the time of Aristotle, they thought they will know why. In the time of the Renaissance, the why was abandoned, and they thought they will know how things work. From the time of Planck, we do not even know how things work. Here is the crucial point. The difference between the Goyish Emunah and the Torah is that the Goyish Emunah has positive attributes of God. For example, God is infinite. What could be a better attribute of God? But God is infinite. God's knowledge is infinite. Even the statement, God exists, are positive attributes. All this is Goyish Emunah. The great argument of King David. But what is the Torah concept? David HaMelech says, Hanote ozin halo yishma, hayotzer ayin halo yabit. God who created an ear certainly hears. He who created the eyes certainly sees. Since He has created me that I should hear, surely He knows how to hear. And if He can make such a fact that I can hear, He certainly knows the secret of hearing. He knows the dynamics of the molecules in relation to hearing, and He knows why. He created an eye for a person to see. He certainly knows the molecules of seeing, and He sees, because without seeing, it is impossible to have the concept of seeing. God does not have human ears and eyes or a human body, but He sees without our mechanism of seeing, and He hears without our tools of hearing. What David HaMelech says here is a great revelation. It eliminates and puts aside all the philosophies. We do not know how God knows, how God sees, hears. We do not even know how a person knows or how a person sees and hears. We do not know why, as we said before. We do not know any whys of any phenomenon. Kol v'chomer, we cannot know why or how God knows, but we can know from His creation, from His actions, that God knows, as we see from the eye, that He sees, as we know from God's creation of the ear, that He hears, as we know by the existence of the universe, that He exists, as we know from the knowing and understanding of our soul, that He understands. This is David HaMelech's principle. From the creation of God, we know that He knows His creation, that He masters the why and how of His creation. We cannot ask a question how God knows when we do not grasp the cause of any rule. If we ask a question, how does gravitation work, we have no answer. Even in logic and mathematics we have no understanding. For example, a triangle is equal to 2 right angles. We can prove this in the system of Euclidean geometry, but why? Nobody knows. When one says existence is the attribute of God, infinity is the attribute of God, this is not true. Not only do we not know the attributes of God, but it is possible that the word attribute has no relation to God, but it is only in relation to our knowledge, in the knowledge of the universe. But the most important emphasis here is what I am going to say as follows. And if you miss it, you miss the whole point of the Maharal. The negative qualification of man's language to the divine. We cannot ascribe any attribute to God, as, for example, existence or knowledge. But he does not lack existence or knowledge. By the Kol V'chomer of David HaMelech, if he created knowledge or he created existence, he certainly does not lack knowledge or existence. In other words, if you say God understands what I understand, of course he understands, because if not, he would lack understanding, which by Kol V'chomer is impossible. But he does not understand, because the word understand is a human term, and a human concept, and a human aspect, and he is, if we can express it this way, above this understanding, and he cannot lack it. If I know by logic that a person lives on this and this street, God also knows where this person lives, but he does not know this by the system of human understanding. God knows it through his own being, and the same is with regard to knowing. What we know is not prevented from God. Not that the concept of knowing is by God, but he is not diminished by what we know. Infinity is also a finite concept, because by adding numbers to numbers without an end, we get the understanding of infinity. When we say God is infinite, it means only that he does not lack infinity, but he is higher than infinity, or above infinity, or this word does not belong to his essence because this is a word we ourselves understand. But he is not diminished by infinity. He does not lack this aspect which is understood by our concept of infinity. And the same thing applies with all existence. God does not have existence in the concept of the way we understand existence, but he does not lack what we call existence. David HaMelech's Kol V'chomer says that God does not lack at least what we have, but of course not in the limited way that we possess. As I said, God does not hear through ears or see through eyes. In other words, the whole human language is created only for the human concept, but cannot be ascribed for a divine concept. However, everything that we possess, knowledge, wisdom, experiment, etc., in our language, God's being does not lack it. Yediah and free will is a contradiction in our language. For example, in our universe, two bodies cannot be in the same place because in the creation of space it is a contradiction for us. Two events following each other cannot happen in the same time in our universe of space and time, but in concepts where there is no space and time and they do not depend on space and time, this is not a contradiction. The same Yediah and Bechira is a contradiction in our human logic, but in divine concepts, knowledge and free will do not exist because they are a concept in the human universe. Although God does not lack knowledge and free will, they do not contradict each other in his being. Since we can only understand it negatively, in terms that he does not lack, not in positive terms, then to find a contradiction between the two negative assertions is, from a logical perspective, nonsense and meaningless, since there are no relations between negations as such. This is what the Maharal Miprag meant when he said that determination and free will are created by God, because if God created the physical universe, he also created the soul, the mind, and the logical system in the mind, and he created for the mind determination and free will. But they are a contradiction to each other in the logical sphere of creation. As two bodies cannot be in the same place in our space, so determination and free will cannot be in our mind at the same time. But to God it is no contradiction, because God is not knowledge, but he does not lack knowledge. And the same way we cannot express that God has choice, but he does not lack choice, and to him it is no contradiction. As God is everywhere, past, present, and future is the same to him, so is knowledge and free will the same to him. The Maharal Miprag says that knowledge is created and free will is created, as time and space is created for us, and there are contradictions within its frame. So knowledge and choice is created for us, and in our frame of reference it is a contradiction. Since God does not have knowledge, but does not lack knowledge, it is no contradiction to him, as time and space cannot be a contradiction to God. In the same way, the Maharal says that change is not in the realm of God. God never changes. To the creation of our reason and the creation of the universe, there is change in relation to us, but to God there is no change. But here, in contrast, we cannot say God does not lack change, because change is a negative concept, and we cannot say God does not lack minuses. What does change mean? The essence does not continue constantly. Now we understand what Rabbi Chaim Volozhin says in his Sefer Nefesh HaChaim, Shar 3, Chapter 4. In relation to God, the whole universe does not exist. God is before the universe was created, and the same after the universe was created. It exists only in relation to man and the universe itself. This is the trick of God, that he can make such a thing that exists for us, but it should not exist for him. This Yesod of the Maharal MiPrague destroys the whole philosophy of Spinoza, Kant, and others, and also some of Wittgenstein's assertions. When Kant discovered that the human mind sees a priori the concept of time and space, he did not realize that also the human mind understands a priori existence. Furthermore, the whole knowledge and language that we possess exists a priori in our mind, as logic and understanding were created. Torah and Reason. Chapter 7. Torah, the only constructive system for the functioning of a perfect civilization. To explain the reason for the revolt of today's generation and their dissatisfaction with all traditional morality, progress of civilization, doctrines of the establishment, philosophical conceptions of ethics, aesthetics, and the cherished wisdom of the past, requires a complete analysis of the fundamental aspects of human faith and its preconceived ideas and thoughts throughout the course of history. Definition of Am Hadom Lechamor. The Gemara says on the sentence, Vayashkem Avraham Baboker Vayomer Avraham El Ne'arav Shevu Lachem Po'im HaChamor. And Abraham arose in the morning to perform the Akedah, and then told his young men, Stay here with the donkey, Am Hadome Lechamor. A nation compared to a donkey, an animal. The Gemara calls all the Goyim Am Hadome Lechamor. This is a very drastic statement, which is very difficult for modern man to conceive. Avraham lived 4,000 years ago. He learned in the yeshivot of Shem and Ever. He was the man who first recognized that there was a creator. He was the first philosopher, as the Midrash says, Histakel bebira ve'amar yesh manhig lebira. He looked upon the palace of the heavens and said, There is a master of this place. He was the great educated man. Most of the people of that time were uncivilized and barbaric, and Avraham was the great intellect, the man of chesed, ahava, and mishpat. He was the first to say that God was the master of the earth. Avraham, who dwelt among the savages in the jungles, in Sodom and Gomorrah, who were the best and smartest of the Goyim, was justified in calling them Am Hadom Lechamor. But we, the enlightened generation of modern science and technology with a heritage from Descartes and Newton, Bertrand Russell, Whitehead, Max Planck, and other exponents of our civilization, can we call these people the Am Hadom Lechamor? One may argue and say that now all the Goyim of the world are not the Am Hadom Lechamor, but from the Halacha point of view it is clear that it is not so, and that Goyim are still defined as Am Hadom Lechamor. Halachically, if a man like Churchill, Russell, or Sartre is Mekadesh a woman, the Kiddushin is not valid. And also, if an Eved is Mekadesh a woman, even if he is a great intellect as Newton or Einstein, or a free man as Sartre, the Kiddushin is not valid. Also, if a Jewish man is Mekadesh a woman of the caliber of a Madame Curie, the Kiddushin is not valid if halachically they are called an Eved, because by definition they are then Am Hadom Lechamor. Halacha is something that is eternal from the Torah point of view and is not changed by circumstances or time. And here someone will surely ask, where is the logic here? Where is the wisdom of it? Santayana, in his criticism of Bergson's mystical theory of evolution, after he proves victoriously the fallacy of this theory and leads it to ad absurdum, he exclaims, maybe Bergson will say that the Jews are the chosen nation, meaning to assume such a notion is the greatest absurdity possible. Santayana had no conception or understanding of Kedushat Yisrael. Modern man now understands that all men are chosen, that all men are equal. Everyone has the same rights, so to call someone Am Hadom Lechamor creates a real problem for halacha and causes great difficulty to explain this to a contemporary man. Mental and physical perfection. The Gemara says, Lama nitna mitzvat mila. Why was the mitzvah of mila given? Melamed she Adam tzarich tikun, to teach us that each man requires improvement and perfection in the physical sense and the mental sense. Mila is a physical fact. Before he was called Arel, uncircumcised, and through the mitzvah of Mila he became perfected. The Chinuch says, not only does a man need a tikkun in the physical sense, but a man also needs tikkun in the mental sense.
Adam pera yevoled. Man is born as an animal in a jungle. He needs to learn justice, honesty, and aesthetics. He needs tikkun in his mental aspects. He needs civilization, and he needs education. The Rambam in More Nevuchim says there is tikkun ha-nefesh and tikkun ha-guf. Tikkun ha-nefesh means to perfect the soul, and tikkun ha-guf means to perfect the body. The Rambam speaks of it in a different sense. Tikkun ha-nefesh means intellectual understanding, and tikkun ha-guf means Torah and mitzvot. Torah and mitzvot is for the body. This does not mean for the body physically, it means mentally, for human life. But tikkun ha-nefesh means concentration on universals, the understanding intellectually of all aspects of existence as much as we can grasp in our minds. Now we come back. The Gemara says, Ben Noach shishavat chayav mita, shene'emar yom velayla lo yishbotu. A Ben Noach who rests is chayav mita biyedei shamayim. As it says, day and night he shall not rest. This Gemara requires explanation, because the words yom velayla lo yishbotu refer to nature and its seasons, and does not refer to people. It means that the seasons will continue their natural course and will not rest. So how does the Gemara deduce from this that a Ben Noach who rests and makes Sabbath for himself is chayav mita? Body and soul only correlate. The simple meaning of tikkun ha-nefesh and tikkun ha-guf, as we said before, means the perfection of the body and the perfection of the soul. But the Rambam gave it a symbolic meaning. Following the Rambam, I will provide an entirely new definition. I mentioned many times that God made two creations, the physical universe and the mental universe, the Torah. Tikkun ha-guf belongs to the physical universe. Tikkun ha-nefesh belongs to the mental universe. The purpose and function of the peoples of the world is to perfect the physical universe through science and technology. The aim is to build trains, planes, to reach the outer space and the galaxies, to advance knowledge of physics and biology and all kinds of inventions that better human life. Tikkun ha-nefesh means to perfect the mental universe. Such aspects as tzedek, mishpat, chesed, yosher, all belong to the mental universe. And when the Torah says, Melamed she'adam tzarich tikkun, this means that man needs perfection physically and mentally. The tikkun of the physical universe belongs to the Ben Noach. Tikkun ha-nefesh belongs to the man of Torah. But let us understand it. Mental and physical in the body correspond to each other. A person lives very beautifully. If body and soul coordinate within man, then he is a healthy person, because there is no contradiction between body and soul, since they cooperate with each other and complement each other. But body and soul do not blend together. Mental and physical work together, but they do not blend. Tikkun ha-guf of the universe belongs to the people of the world. Tikkun ha-nefesh belongs to the man of Torah. If they work harmoniously, they establish a perfect world. But do not make a mistake. Each one has its limit and its boundary. They are defined and they do not blend with each other. Science, from its beginning to modern days, never achieved the solution of the problem of psychophysical parallelism, the correlation between observation of the physical ingredients of the brain and its phenomenal effect and the mental comprehension and perception of understanding and logical ability of axiomatic and intellectual conceptions. Furthermore, no one can conceive the relation between the electrical phenomena in the brain and man's perception of color, taste, smell, etc. Body is defined by three-dimensional limits determined in place where body cannot take the same place at the same time. But mental or ruchaniyut or spiritual or whatever anyone wishes to call it is not limited by dimensions, and it is not enclosed in an exact measurement, and it has no special place where it exists. It can enter in physical body as it can exist in the void. In other words, it has no dimensional characteristics that belong to time and space, but it exists. Life exists, thinking exists, logical deduction, etc. exist, but you cannot indicate any particular place where they exist. As I can think here in my mind about Africa, but the continent of Africa does not take place physically in my mind. Hence, after all efforts to solve the psychophysical problem, which remains unintelligible, one thing is clear.
There are physical phenomena and mental concepts that affect the human being, but their relation is in an exact proportion from body to mind, and from mind to body. If the energy of the mind overwhelms the body, or the energy of the body determines completely the mind, or if the functions of the body and mind become mixed, and each one does not keep its own identical domain, then man collapses and ceases to exist in the human state. Mental and physical each have its own domain. In correlation, they compose man's being. They are correlated to each other, but do not mix essentially to produce one ingredient, as wine is put in spirit to produce a pleasant taste. Because wine and spirit are in the same domain and in the energy of physical existence, that is why they can blend. But different domains cannot blend. They are an absolute contradiction. They can only correlate. That is why body and soul can correlate in the creation of a human being, but they cannot blend since they contradict each other. Body's domain is dimensional. The mental domain does not exist in the world of time and space. It is within it and at the same time out of time and space. Since its essence is not an ingredient of time and space, but a different ingredient that can fit and function for infinitely different types of existence. All this is not a metaphysical dogma or a philosophical speculation. It is a clear-cut empirical fact that cannot be denied by anyone besides the solipsist. Body and soul do exist together. Technology and universals do not blend. They could exist together as do body and soul, and can construct a humanity that could be just, equitable, liberal, and a perfect structure of society. But universals of tzedek, mishpat, chesed, yosher do not blend with geometrical knowledge of construction and physical technology of atomic material effects. Some explanation is required here. The domain of tikkun haguf is something that we can conceive with our senses. The scientist can repeat his invention in the laboratory and demonstrate the data through experiment. But tikkun hanefesh is spiritual, universal ruchaniyut, which cannot be worked out in a laboratory. That is why the Torah had to be given and to define what is tikkun hanefesh, the perfection of the soul. Here, I am not referring to the world of mysticism and Kabbalah in the Olam HaRuchani. I am not talking about mysteries of the next world. I am referring to this world. Chesed, Tzedek, Yosher, Mishpat, and Chok belong to this world. Only a man of Torah can reach Chesed. The Torah establishes for all of us the laws of the mental universe, not only the mystical mental laws of the next world, not only in the Olam HaEmet, but in this world. Chesed can be created only by the Torah. Mishpat and Tzedek can only be established by the Torah, and this is why God gave us the Torah. The place of the Ben Noach. Now we understand the Gemara, Ben Noach Sheshavat Chayav Mita, on the basis of its saying, Yom Velayla Lo Yishbotu, since the function of Ben Noach is to do the Tikkun Haguf, the physical aspects of the universe. And since the physical world does not rest, as it says, Yom Velayla Lo Yishbotu, therefore he has to continue the physical actions in his work without rest and without entering the Ruchaniyut world of Shabbat. To say, Am Hadom Lechamor, a man who is compared to a donkey, is not an insult. The Torah says, Yisachar Chamor Garem, which means the greatest Talmidei Chachamim of the Jewish nation, who took upon themselves the yoke of Torah like a donkey, are symbolized by the word Chamor. The Tanakh and the Talmud have constant references to animals. The Torah calls the Mizbeach a lion. The Shvatim are compared to and symbolized by animals. So now, when we say that Ben Noach are called Am Hadom Lechamor, it means that they have to carry the natural yoke of the Tikkun Haguf on their shoulders. And in this realm, the world has the greatest success. They are even ready to reach the galaxies. But what happens when the Am Hadom Lechamor tries to enter the realm of Tikkun HaNefesh? They fail completely. History proves this. In law, from Hammurabi, the Roman law, a Frankfurter, a Brandis, until today, the system does not work. You cannot walk a street in New York. Anything that the Am Hadom Lechamor has built up in 4,000 years in the mental aspects of the mundane world has failed. They still cannot build it up. Only the Torah and the Mashiach will build it up. Let us face it. Let us not deceive ourselves. Let us not talk in phrases a gelernter Goy. Bertrand Russell did not achieve anything. Whitehead did not achieve anything. Descartes and Santayana achieved nothing. They achieved in technology. We have beautiful television, electrical appliances, airplanes, trains.
When it comes to technology, they achieve because they have Hatzlacha min hashamayim. As we believe in divine guidance, this is their function. The Tikkun HaGuf belongs to the Goyish world. Tikkun HaNefesh belongs to the Torah world. And when the Am Hadom Lechamor wants to take over the Tikkun HaNefesh, he is still as primitive as in the time of Avraham. People are getting killed every minute in every place in the world. And for what? Coming back to the problem of our generation, you cannot deceive young people. The Am Hadom Lechamor develops philosophical systems emanating from such great minds as Plato, Aristotle, Descartes, Kant, Whitehead, such great geniuses as Newton, Leonardo da Vinci, Max Planck, Einstein, and Bertrand Russell. With all their scientific inventions and great thinking effort, they cannot satisfy the generation to provide them some universal truth. And when it comes to all the universal truths of the Torah, they are still the same ignorant people, and Am Hadom Lechamor. The domains of Tikkun HaNefesh and Tikkun HaGuf. In brief, we have said that the perfection of the physical world belongs to the Ben Noach. The perfection of the mental world belongs to the Torah people. I defined it in Talmudic language as Tikkun HaNefesh and Tikkun HaGuf. I have also stated that body and soul do not blend together, but they are coordinated with each other and exist harmoniously. So the people of Torah with their function of Tikkun HaNefesh and the people of the world with their function of Tikkun HaGuf have to live in harmony with each other. Body and soul cannot change their positions and proportional ratios. If the body is neglected too much, then man perishes. If the soul is diminished in its mental portion, then the man becomes a vegetable. So if humanity puts all its energy into its actualization of physical aspirations and technical pleasures, the civilization is abandoned. On the other hand, if man would become entirely ideal, hermetically devoted only to the aspects of spirit and mental achievements, no world could exist. Such a state of affairs would fit only in a world of angels and not to a planet inhabited by humans. Tikkun HaNefesh starts with Matan Torah. No previous civilization had as perfect a concept of Chesed, Tzedek, and Mishpat as the Torah. All the so-called moral and aesthetic aspects of religion are taken out of context from the Torah. They emulate the physical forms and some of the logical doctrines of the Torah, but they miss the main point of its inner essence, that of Kedusha. The great rule of Ben Azai. According to Reb Akiva, Ve'ahavta le'reacha kamocha ze klal gadol b'Torah, and you shall love your neighbor as yourself, is the preeminent universal rule of the Torah. But Ben Azai says, Shofech dam ha'adam be'adam damo yishafech ki betzelem Elokim asa'et ha'adam. Whoever sheds man's blood, by man shall his blood be shed, because in the image of God was made klal gadol yoter mimenu. And this is a more advanced rule. This ma'amar appears as a strange paradox. Ve'ahavta le'reacha kamocha is a positive precept without any qualification, whereas not to shed somebody's blood is a negative precept and very limited because it does not commit one to be concerned with his fellow man, and by the precept of ve'ahavta le'reacha kamocha, you are obliged to love the other man as you are concerned with yourself. So how does Ben Azai say that shofech dam ha'adam is the most advanced rule of the Torah? Reb Akiva lived in the beginning of Western civilization, and of course he could have no objection when the Goyim took this halacha out of context and said to turn the other cheek. Ben Azai, with his Tanaic insight, says to him, Reb Akiva, you are living in the pre-dawn of civilization, and you think that the maximum of Ve'ahavta le'reacha kamocha is the klal gadol b'Torah, which will bring understanding and convenience to the human race. History will prove that in the name of turn the other cheek, people will be brought to the altar of the medieval crusades and Spanish Inquisitions to save their souls in the name of love. Humiliation, torture, murder, and pestilence will be the means to accomplish the end. Ve'ahavta le'reacha kamocha. The Gemara says, Ve'ahavta le'reacha kamocha bror lo mita yafa. This means that even where a man deserves capital punishment, the principle of Ve'ahavta le'reacha kamocha is applied so as to make his death the easiest and quickest. But the Crusaders teach that the more torturous and painful a man's death, the more is fulfilled the concept of turn the other cheek. And so Ben Azai disqualifies Ve'ahavta le'reacha kamocha as the highest rule, but he says there is a very tiny, limited Ve'ahavta le'reacha kamocha. You should not shed blood. But what does the pasuk say? Shofech dam ha'adam ba'adam damo yishafech, because Betzelem Elohim asa et ha'adam. Man is created in the image of God. As long as humanity will not understand the restricted minimum sense that not to kill emanates from Kedushah, as it says, Kedoshim Tiheyu, man has Kedushah because he is created in the image of God, humanity will have no tikkun. This is the great rule that Ben Azai meant. Tikkun HaNefesh has to come from Kedushah, Rachamim has to come from Torah, and Chesed has to come from Halacha. A world which is already learning Chesed 4,000 years from Avraham is not getting the message and lets 1 million children in Biafra die in torture and hunger when the civilized nations are so rich. Thousands of people died day by day in Bangladesh and India because the computers of the world, which are a product of modern science and civilization, were upholding the red tape that did not release the delivery of bread from the storehouses and ships to the poor countries. The same Goyim who preach turn the other cheek create systems which preach that every man is equal and enslave every individual, take away his liberty and comfort. Failure of civilization caused by exchange of tikkunim. This is what happens when the Am Hadomet Lechamor wants to take over the Tikkun HaNefesh. So also with the concept of the chosen nation. Germany, the most advanced scientific country, the most civilized nation with the tradition of its great philosophers, called itself the Ata Bachartanu, and with justification. Very logically, they are the chosen nation. They are the most enlightened group of people in every field of human quest. But what happened with their Ata Bachartanu? Without the concept of Kedusha, there arises a Hitler who preaches Deutschland über alles, and puts upon humanity the greatest tragedy in its history. So we see again that Tikkun HaNefesh belongs only to the people of Torah. Only David HaMelech and Shlomo HaMelech succeeded to actualize Chesed and Mishpat in their time because they followed the Torah plan. And so will it be in the time of the Melech HaMashiach, as it says, Ki mala haaretz dea kemayim layam mechasim. And conversely, when people of the Am HaTorah take upon themselves the Tikkun HaGuf, they achieve technology, they build cities, they establish their economy and construct a system for the Goyish world. They assimilate themselves among the Bnei Noach. They become their teachers, social leaders, philosophers, and legal advisors. They give to the world Spinozas and Einsteins. Yisrael thinks in its successful moment that they have achieved the perfection of Tikkun HaGuf. All of a sudden, along comes a hurricane and wipes them out entirely and tears out the roots they planted. The end is that their toil is in vain. So it happened with the Alexandrian Jews in the Hellenistic period, with the Arabian Jews in the time of Ibn Rashad, with the glorified Spanish Tekufa in the time of the Rambam, and so it happened in our time to the great Jewish intellectuals of Germany and its surrounding countries. Tikkun HaNefesh and Tikkun HaGuf are a universal complementary system in every aspect of God's creation, and they can function harmoniously in their respective positions. But their positions and functions are proven by history to be unchangeable. Here again is an empirical fact that exemplifies the truth of the principles of the Torah. In the concept of modern physics, the foundation of the universe is energy, and with this starts the Tikkun HaGuf. In the concept of the Torah, the Yesod of the mental universe is Kedusha. With this starts the Tikkun HaNefesh. Kedusha belongs to Yisrael. Now we can understand even better the halacha of why Kiddushin is not valid by Goy, which was asked earlier. The answer is because the system of Kedusha is only related to Kedushat Yisrael, and even a man of technology and modern knowledge without Kedusha is still part of the Am Hadomet Lechamar. And now we can understand also why I said earlier that Tikkun HaNefesh starts with Matan Torah, since we have shown that Tikkun HaNefesh is related only to Torah, which relates to the system of Kedusha, and hence by definition the act of Matan Torah is connected with the creation of Kedusha. Now we understand what the halacha says that Kedushat Yisrael started with Matan Torah. As the creation of the universe from God started with his creation of energy, so the creation of the mental universe, which we define as Torah, was created with his creation of Kedusha. One of the great halachic principles in the Torah is that all aspects of Kedusha, such as Kedushat Korban, Kedushat Hamikdash, Kedushat Eretz Yisrael, Kedushat Sefer Torah, etc., are valid only through Peh Yisrael, which means it has to come through the mouth of a Jew. If a Yisrael is Makdish, a Korban, then the Kedusha is Chal, takes effect. If a goy is makdish a korban, or makes anything kodesh, no complete kedusha takes effect. Why? The Bet Halevi explains this at length in one of his brilliant discourses on the subject. The whole concept of kedusha in the Torah and halacha comes from kedushat Israel. The kedusha a Jew bestows on any aspect through his oral pronouncement that it should be kodesh. And kedushat Israel took effect at the time of Matan Torah. If a ger wants to become a Jew and enter into kedushat Yisrael, only a bet din of 3 Jews can bestow upon him kedusha, because halachically kedusha is transferable as physical energy, so to speak. To summarize, since Tikkun HaNefesh depends upon kedusha, and since the Torah is the means through which Tikkun HaNefesh is fulfilled, by definition at Matan Torah, God had to create kedusha. That is why you have to bear in mind that these words are not an oversimplification, because the concept of Kedushat Yisrael is a very complex and difficult subject, and to solve its intricacies requires logical calculations and mathematical contemplations, as in any difficult scientific study, as for example in physics and mathematics. The halacha was brilliantly discussed and explained by the great Gaonim of halacha, and will be elaborated upon in some future chapters.
Torah and Reason, Chapter 8. Energy and Kedusha, the elementary entities of existence. A fundamental principle of Matan Torah can be summarized in the following 3 points. A. Tikkun HaNefesh, which is the perfection of the mental universe, can only be fulfilled through the concept of Kedusha. B. The concept of Kedusha is always a result of Kedushat Yisrael, because halachically all the Kedushot in the world are related to Kedushat Yisrael, and are caused by Kedushat Peh of Yisrael. C. Kedushat Yisrael was realized only through the process of Matan Torah. By receiving the Torah in accordance with certain acts of preparation to receive it, Klal Yisrael became Kodesh. This means that the Jewish nation as a totality received Kedusha, and so every individual became Kadosh. Kedusha, a Ruhaniyut reality. I deliberately use the word Kedusha, and not its translation, holiness, because Kedusha is a unique Torah concept, and when a non-Torah man translates it by the word holiness, without its conceptual comprehension, it becomes Avodah Zarah, a paganistic myth. Kedusha, from the halachic point of view, is a Ruhaniyut reality and a fact of existence in the mental world beyond time and space. We know that the primordial aspects of the physical universe, with all its majestic structure of grandeur, is energy. Correspondingly, the basic element of the mental universe, Torah, is Kedusha. When energy reaches a state of equilibrium, no world can exist, and it reaches complete entropy. It was only through the splitting of energy into different stages and differentiations that the world came into being. So, through the splitting of Kedusha into different elements of Torah and all kinds of mitzvot, the spiritual world is created. David HaMelech expressed this beautifully in Tehillim chapter 93, as if he would be living in our time. He says, Hashem malach gayut lavesh, lavesh Hashem, oz hitazar. Hashem malach, when God reigned as king, means, according to Chazal and Kabbalah, his decision to create the world because en melech bli'am, there can be no king without subjects. Gayut lavesh means he clothed himself in the form of gayut. Gayut does not mean what it is usually taken to mean in relation to humans, namely self-concern. Here it has an entirely different connotation. Metaphorically, in the language of creation, it means that God took himself in, so to speak, in order that there should be room for an outside world to exist. This is the Sod HaTzimtzum about which Kabbalah speaks so much. The first aspect in the creation of the existence of the world, the possibility of the existence of a finite world, is expressed brilliantly, explicitly in these 2 words, Gayut Lavesh. It will be very much appreciated by the people who have studied the Sod HaTzimtzum of the Ari HaKadosh, Zecher Tzadik Livracha. I will not elaborate further here, since the study of the Sod HaTzimtzum is a very intricate doctrine, which requires years for the ordinary man to master. David HaMelech continues, Hashem Oz Hitazar. This is the second aspect of creation. Since God left space for creation, so to speak, He created energy. This is expressed explicitly in the words Oz Hitazar. He girded Himself with force, as it says in Tehillim, Ote or kasalma, note shamayim keyeria. This means He surrounded Himself with light as a person puts on a garment, because energy in its fundamental element is revealed to humans in the form of light or radiation. The third aspect of creation is Af Tikon Tevel Bal Timot. He established the world with fixed rules so that the world could continue and not collapse. Nachon Kisacha Me'az Me'olam Ata. This means that the universe requires preparation in order to exist and change in time. Before the time of preparation, the world did not exist. Me'olam Ata. This proves that the universe was created by God, who is eternal, beyond time. The other remaining two psukim mean that the tremendous force of the world is revealed to us in a form to be perceived by touch and sound. The above explanation of this chapter of Tehillim indicates clearly and explicitly the insight of David HaMelech and his scope of comprehending nature. It is as if he would be living in our scientific era of electrons and particles. His proof of the creation of the world by God is irrefutable to any logical mind. David HaMelech continues, Edotecha neemnu me'od. This means the rules of your Torah are sure, evidently sure. Levetcha nava kodesh. Your house, which means the mental universe of the Torah, is constructed majestically with kedusha. All this reaffirms our previous point that the elementary entities of the world are energy, and the elementary aspects of the mental world, Torah, are kedusha. A kedusha formula. From the differentiation and splitting of energy, the physical world was constructed. So from the splitting and differentiation of kedusha, the spiritual world was created. Our generation has captured Einstein's formula, E equals mc squared, which means that all the grandeurs of the world are a result of energy. So is to be captured the formula that K equals mt, Tm. I define these symbols as follows. K is kedusha, M is mitzvot, and T means Torah. The domain of Torah is expressed in the words Levetcha Nava Kodesh, which means that the house of Torah consists of Kedusha. Kedusha is a result of two ingredients, Torah and mitzvot. Without Torah and mitzvot, there is no house of Kedusha. Every mitzvah must be a result of Torah, and Torah itself brings out Kedusha when Torah is a result of mitzvah. This is what I define by TM, where Torah is a result of mitzvah, and MT, when mitzvah is part of the Torah. But it has to be noted that TM is not the same as MT. This definition could also be expressed mathematically, that K is a function of Tm, and Mt minus K equals function of Tm, Mt. Generally, this means that man cannot make his own mitzvot, but mitzvot are created since they are part of the Torah. The Torah created by God. When man does a mitzvah because it is a result of Torah, then Kedusha is created. When man learns Torah, Kedusha is created, granted that one learns Torah for the mitzvah of God's command to learn Torah. However, if man learns Torah not for the mitzvah, but for some other purpose, then the Kedusha of Torah is diminished. But when man learns Torah for the mitzvah, and when man does a mitzvah as part of Torah, then there is a perfect house of Kedusha. Of course, this formula will be understood only according to the qualitative logic, which I call dynamic logic, and which will be elucidated in the future chapters. Hod vehadar lefanav oz vetiferet b'mikdasho, which means the glory and majesty of the Torah of God is a result of Kedusha. From this explanation of creation, some of the dinim of the halacha become clear. We can compute Kedusha halachically in mathematical quantitative expressions. For example, Kedusha in the halacha can be added, subtracted, multiplied, and divided in the same manner as energy, even though Kedusha is a qualitative concept. Some examples of halacha will demonstrate this assertion. The halacha of Kedusha expressed quantitatively. The Gemara says, Zevachim 90b, it was asked, that which is more constant and that which is more sacred, which takes precedence? Does that which is more constant take precedence? Does that which is more constant take precedence because it is more constant, or does that which is more sacred take precedence because it is more sacred? Come in here. The continual burnt offerings precede the additional offerings. Now, this is so notwithstanding that the additional offerings are more sacred. No. Does the Sabbath affect the additional offerings and not affect the continual offerings to increase its Kedusha? Come and hear. The additional offerings of the Sabbath precede the additional offerings of the new moon. Does then the new moon affect its own additional offerings and not affect the additional offerings of the Sabbath to increase its Kedusha? Come and hear. The additional offerings of the new moon precede the additional offerings of New Year, although New Year is holier. Does then the new year affect its own additional offerings and not affect the additional offerings of the new moon to increase its Kedusha? We see from this Gemara that the Kedusha of Korban is combined with the Kedusha of Sabbath to intensify its Kedusha and make it a greater Kedusha. The Kedusha of Rosh Chodesh is added to the Kedusha of Sabbath, which when combined together add up to a stronger Kedusha. And so is the Kedusha of Rosh Hashanah and Rosh Chodesh combined again into a stronger Kedusha. Concerning the Kedusha of Eretz Yisrael in relation to Terumot and Maasrot, we say, Bizman sheyosheveha aleha kedushatecha aleha ubizman she'in yosheveha aleha en kedushateha aleha. This means that when the majority of Klal Yisrael is in Eretz Yisrael, the Kedushat Yisrael is combined with Kedushat Eretz Yisrael into a greater Kedusha. When the majority of Klal Yisrael is outside of Eretz Yisrael, the Kedusha of Eretz Yisrael is diminished. Conservation of Kedusha analogous to conservation of energy. A most interesting fact of pure halacha is involved here. It is logically indisprovable in halacha that imrov yoshveha, with a majority of its people, refers to people, even those who are not religious at all. Any Jew, even a Jew who threw away from himself the mantle of Torah and mitzvot, still possesses the same total amount of Kedusha as any other Jew. This is according to the Beit Halevi, to be quoted in the next chapter, which says that Kedushat Yisrael can never be destroyed. This halakha can be beautifully conceived in accordance with our previous definition. Just as there is a law of conservation of energy, that energy cannot be destroyed, so there is a law of conservation of Kedusha, that it cannot be destroyed. I explained a long time ago for my students that the Mefarshim had difficulty in explaining the phenomenon of the rainbow that God gave as a sign to Noach that he will not destroy the world. What was meant by the sign of the rainbow? The Zohar HaKadosh says explicitly that in the century 5600 to 5700, from the creation of the world, the gates of knowledge will be opened, and then people will understand what was the sign of the rainbow that God gave to Noah. That as the rainbow is, so he will not destroy the world. Now we understand it very clearly, since we learned in this century that energy, which is expressed in light, and the photon of light, radiation, and electrons, in their relation to matter, is fixed and indestructible by the law of conservation of energy. So, God showed Noah and told him, look at the rainbow. The universe can be destroyed, diffused, and dissolved to light, but to go further is impossible unless I, God, want to destroy the law of conservation of energy and make an ein mi yesh. God can make a non-entity from an entity, as he can make yesh me'ain, but he promises that while the Bria is there, the photons of light and electrons of radiation are indestructible. To return to the halachic point, even if the majority of Jews living in Eretz Yisrael would not be religious, still their total amount of Kedusha is not diminished, and the Kedushat Eretz Yisrael becomes greater in relation to Terumot and Maasrot. A proof for my assumption can be seen clearly from the Gemara in Erchin 12a, which states that even when most of the Shvatim were serving Avodah Zarah, and for this sin God sent them into Galut, while they were in Eretz Yisrael, they were Chayav in Terumot and Maasrot. Torah and Reason, Chapter 9. Kedusha and its properties in relation to the structure of Klal Yisrael after Matan Torah. The Gemara in Menachot says, there are 4 species of lulav. 2 of them bear fruit, and 2 of them do not bear fruit. And the ones which do not bear fruit need the ones which do bear fruit. When you take them all together in one bundle, you are Yodze, the mitzvah of lulav. And the Gemara says, Vechin Yisrael beharza ad shiyihyu kulam be'aguda echad. Explains Rashi that when Klal Yisrael proclaims a fast and prayer, God will not answer them unless tzaddikim and rashaim are together. And the text in the Yalkut is that Yisrael will not come back to their land unless they will be united with tzaddikim and rashaim in one aguda. I was asked a question, what is the purpose and the reason that we need the tzaddikim and the rashaim together in tefillah? I was also asked a question on an apparently different subject. We say in the Haggadah that among the 4 sons, the Rasha asks, what is this service to you that you read the Haggadah at the Seder? And the answer to him in the Haggadah is that God redeemed us from Mitzrayim, and if he would have been there, he would have not been redeemed. The question is then, since the Rasha has nothing to do with Geulah, why is he mentioned in the Haggadah? I found this question in one of the Sefarim of the Gaon Reb Menachem Mendel, the Rebbe of Lubavitch, Zecher Tzadik Livracha. The answer to this question lies in a very important principle that will be explained as follows. Geulat Mitzrayim and Geulat Mashiach. It says in Isaiah chapter 60, Kumi oiri kiva oirech, uchvod Hashem alech zarach, ki hine ha-choshech yechase eretz ve'arafel leumim ve'alech yizrach Hashem uchvodo alech yerae, ve'halchu goyim leoirech umelachem lenuga zarchech. Arise and shine, because your light is come, and the glory of God is risen upon you. For the darkness shall cover the earth, and heavy clouds the nations. But the Lord shall shine upon you, and his glory shall be seen upon you. And nations shall walk in your light, and kings in the brightness of your rising. In the Torah it says, Vayamesh choshech. There was a heavy special darkness for the Mitzrim, and brightness and light for the Bnei Yisrael. The purpose of this phenomenon was twofold, explains Rashi. The first reason is that the Mitzrim, who exploited and enslaved the Bnei Yisrael for hundreds of years and received the products of their labor without paying and robbed them of their goods and possessions, had to give some compensation to the Bnei Yisrael before their leaving Egypt. As God commanded, the Bnei Yisrael should take from the Klai Kesef and Klai Zahav. That is why God made Choshech for the Mitzrim and Or for the Bnei Yisrael. Otherwise, the Mitzrim would not let them take what they were justified in taking. The second reason why it was dark for the Mitzrim and light for the Jews is because God destroyed the Jewish Rashaim of that time. They all died out in the 3 days of darkness, and there remained only the people who were suitable for the Geulah and worthy of redemption and freedom. But in order that the enemies should not rejoice at the destruction of Jewish Rashaim, God made Choshech for the Mitzrim so that they should not see what happened to the Rashaim. This fact, according to Chazal, was in the first Geulah, redemption from Mitzrayim. But in the future Geulah, redemption and freedom from Galut, Yeshayahu HaNavi predicts that darkness will cover the whole world, and clouds all the nations, and God will shine his light on you. Exactly like it happened in Mitzrayim. But notice what it says, that the Goyim and all the nations will go according to your light, because to them it will be dark, and for you will be light. So they will use your light, and Melachem Lenoga Zarchech, which means all the masters of the world will also go according to your brightness. In other words, it will be not only for yourselves, but God will give such a great shining light that you will also brighten up the whole world, and everybody will go according to this light. This is the opposite of what was in Mitzrayim, because in Mitzrayim it was Choshech for the whole world, and they could not see anything. But in the next Geulah, your light will be for everybody. Why is the next Geulah different? Yeshayahu HaNavi says, Lift up your eyes and see as your sons and daughters will come to you from afar, all of them without exception. Everyone will come and not one will be lost. It will not be necessary for Choshech to cover the world, since nobody will be rejected and everybody will come. The second reason why there was Choshech in Mitzrayim was so that the Jews should get back some goods. But let us look what it says further. Then you will see that the abundance and riches of the nations will be brought to you. They shall bring gold and spices, and their goods will be delivered to you. And since the world will bring all the goods that they owe you, there is no reason for there to be darkness.
This emphasis was brilliantly explained by the great Gaon Reb Mordechai of Oshmena, Zecher Tzadik Livracha, in his Sefer Hadrat Mordechai. This comparison between the two Geulot indicates that Rashi's Perush in Chumash is actually explicit in Tanakh, in the words of Yeshayahu Hanavi. So now a question arises. Why in the first Geulah of redemption all the Jewish Rashayim perished, and why does Yeshayahu Hanavi promise that in the future Geulah every Jew will be redeemed, without any qualification of whether or not he is a Rasha or a Tzaddik? As it says, all your sons and daughters will come to you from afar. Which means even the estranged ones who are out of Torah and mitzvot will also come back and will be part of the Geulah. To understand the difference between these two Geulot, I will proceed to explain further the principle of Kedushat Yisrael with the previous analogy of Kedusha and energy. Tzibur and Yachid. Klal Yisrael, the nation of Yisrael, is defined in Halacha as a concept of unity and totality. The collective group is viewed as an individual person, not as a number of single individuals, but as a unique entity called tzibur, which means a collective group denoted by X in a set of single units. The individual in the concept of tzibur is not a quantitative part of the total number of its members, but a qualitative part, and his gains, privileges, and rights are only relative, a relative correlation that establishes the existential reality of tzibur. The word tzibur and its being is a conceptually qualitative essential unit. The theory of probability alludes to the stableness of clusters of mass atoms that follow rules of energy expressed in mathematical equations, but the single atom itself, electron, photon, etc., is entirely free in its movements and is not bound to the calculations of the physicist and his definitions, nor by any of the mathematical formulas that govern the unit as a group within the laws of physics. The contradiction between the behavior of a single atom and the law governing groups of atoms, and the differentiation between the individual electron, light wave, the radiation effect, from a philosophical, logical point of view, lies in the principle of qualitative differences, which in my theory I call dynamic logic, a new logic built on qualitative concepts. From the empirical, scientific point of view, this contradiction is a mystery and remains a dilemma that has not yet been solved. In the Torah, there are numerous laws concerning the Yachid and the Rabim, the individual and the Tzibur. Every individual is judged separately. His success and failure depends on his own will and free choice. But the individual in relation to Tzibur, i.e. in the concept where he is a part of the Tzibur, his rights and limitations are absorbed and incorporated in the functions and merits of Tzibur. He may be privileged to exist from the zechut of tzibur of which he is a part, even though from his personal standard he does not deserve any merits and has no zechut. The Gemara says, how do we know that 10 men are needed for a davar shebi kedusha, the forming of a minyan, etc.? The Gemara learns it from the 10 spies who were called a group of 10. This is difficult to understand, for the whole parsha talks about the 10 meraglim who were Rashayim and tried to disregard the teachings of Moshe Rabbeinu. How can this be proof that Kedusha requires 10 men? However, according to what I have explained, there is no difficulty. Although all those individuals contained in the group may be wicked as individuals, as a result of their intentions, deeds, and behavior, they still possess Kedusha because, as it was said in previous chapters, the Kedusha of a Jew who possesses Kedushat Israel is not diminished by his sins. The Kedusha of the people becomes combined in one unit, which is judged by the laws of Tzibur. The laws governing one man are different from those which govern the tzibur. At times, that which is a shortcoming for one man is a positive factor for tzibur, and vice versa. In Shir Hashirim, it says, Kulach yafa rayati umum en bach. All of you are beautiful, and you have no blemish. All of you, the entire nation of Klal Yisrael, is beautiful, without impairments, when Klal Yisrael is viewed as a whole. As Balak emphasized, part of them you will see, but all of them you will not see. Only upon part of the nation can one find shortcomings, but on the entire nation nothing can be found that will enable the curse of Bilam to take effect. The nation as a whole is one perfect being. As we said in the previous chapters, as there are laws of conservation of energy, so in Kedusha there are laws of conservation. To summarize, A man who accepts the Torah possesses Kedusha of Kedushat Yisrael individually. B. Tzibur in its totality is a complete unit. The Yachid, as such, is, from the Torah point of view, considered individually and is judged by himself according to his merits and his faults. His existence and destruction depends upon his own deeds. But the individual in relation to Tzibur, his status as a part of the Klal, depends on the Zechutim of the Tzibur. Therefore, when the individual loses the right of existence for his sins, he still may exist as a part of the Tzibur and share in the privileges of the Tzibur. C. As there is the law of conservation of energy, so there is a halacha of conservation of kedusha. The natural kedusha of a man cannot be diminished, but kedusha halachically as such can be added or subtracted and expressed in mathematical equations, just as it is done with energy in physics. Vehitkadishtem veheyitem kedoshim. You shall be holy is explained according to Chazal. If a man does a mitzvah, he is mekadesh himself. He adds kedusha to himself. If he does an aveda, he adds tumma to himself. In other words, he compresses the activity of his kedusha to a lower level because the natural kedusha of Kedushat Yisrael cannot be diminished. It can only be locked up or covered up. According to the halacha, kedusha combines separated things into one entity. If you put into a vessel 2 kazaitim of food and 1 kazait is separated from the other and a tameh touches one of them, the other one is tahor. But if the 2 kazaitim are in a vessel of hekdesh, then if a tameh touches one of them, they are both tameh, because kedusha is metzaref, everything that is within the vessel, as if it would be a complete entity. The status of kedusha and correlations between Rashayim and Tzadikim. Poshe Yisrael melayim mitzvot kerimon means that even the biggest sinners among the Jews who do averot are full of mitzvot, as the pomegranate is full of seeds. There is no single Jew who does not do mitzvot. If a person gives a gemilat chesed or helps someone out or does a favor or any good deed, even if he does it for his family and children, then he is mekayim great mitzvot, and these mitzvot add kedusha to his natural kedushat Yisrael he received at birth. And since Kedusha is Metzaref, so the Kedushat Yisrael of Klal Yisrael is Metzaref, all the Kedushot which every Jew creates by his own deeds into one unit and Zibur of Klal Yisrael. One's mitzvot may add up to 10% Kedusha, so to speak, another one's some X%. Kedushat Yisrael combines all these Kedushot into one perfect totality of the Jewish nation. One can have 1,000,000 averot, but Kedusha is Metzaref, so that the whole Klal Yisrael is one entity, and the Kedusha of his mitzvot is accumulated in the treasury of Kedusha of Klal Yisrael. It is known that every generation has Shishim Ribui of Kedusha, because every Kedusha that any Jew has, though he may be a Rasha, a Meshumad, a Mumar, that part of Kedusha that he has is Metzaref and becomes a chelek of the sum total amount of the Shishim Ribui of Kedusha. The difference between Tzibur and Shutafim, partners, is that Tzibur is an entity that everybody has a part in, but it does not belong to anybody, similar to the concept of a corporation. But Shutafim means that everyone has his own part in the mixture. So it follows that in Kedusha of Tzibur, as for example Korbanot Tzibur, as a Yachid, he may be a Rasha and Chayav Karet, any punishment that he deserves, but as a part of Tzibur, he has Zechut HaKiyum, not of his own merit, but because he is part of the Tzibur. It is important to understand that the concept of Tzibur in relation to Kedusha took effect after Matan Torah. Klal Yisrael as an entity was determined from the time of Avraham, but the Maasim deeds of everyone were not combined and were differentiated individually. The Kedusha of the Tzibur to combine everyone's Maasim into one totality, according to the halacha that Kedusha is Metzaref, was realized after Matan Torah. As I said, the difference between Zibur and Shutafim is that Zibur is a body that everybody is a part of, but it does not belong to anybody. Shutafim is everybody's and everybody has his own part in it. As a Yachid, one may be a Rasha, punishable by Karet, but as a part of Zibur, he has a Zechut of Kiyum, existence not on his own merit, but because he is part of the Tzibur. This is what it says in Isaiah chapter 57. When Jews are in trouble and they pray collectively, their togetherness will save them, according to the explanation in the Midrash, Parashat Vayeshev. One may ask, if a person is a Rasha, how is it that he continues to live? The answer is simple halachically. On his own, he deserves karet, but since he is part of Klal Yisrael, he did a mitzvah once in his lifetime, which is Kedusha, he is metzuraf to the one entity. In other words, and this is the halacha as it relates to Kedusha, everything that is not Kedusha is not metzuraf combined. Everything is separate on its own merit, with its own individuality. That is why when one is in trouble and is mitpalel, Yatzilucha kibutzayech. This means your togetherness will save you. The question was asked, why was it that in the first Geulah of Mitzrayim, the Rasha was destroyed and was not redeemed, and in the future Geulah, says the prophet Yeshayahu, everybody will come, even the Rashaim and the wicked. The answer. Before Matan Torah, there was no tziruf, correlation to establish an entity, so everyone was on his own. And since the Rasha on his own had no zechut hakiyum, he was punished and died. But after Matan Torah, the greatest Rasha, one deserving the punishment of death, may continue to exist on the zechut that he remains a part of the tzibur. Any mitzvot he ever did giving him a privilege of correlation to receive any merits of tzibur. Now the dialogue of the Haggadah becomes very clear. We asked, for what purpose is one of the sons, the Rasha, mentioned in the Haggadah? The Haggadah tells him, Ilu haya sham lo haya nigal. If he would have been in Mitzrayim, he would not have been redeemed, since he has no relation to Geulah, redemption. Why is his name mentioned in the Haggadah? We say to the Rasha, look, Rasha, you complain. Why do we need this whole Seder? If you would have been in Mitzrayim at the time, you would not have been redeemed. But now, after Matan Torah, you also have a Zechut HaKiyum, and you exist by virtue of Kedushat Yisrael as part of Tzibur. So why are you complaining and why are you not happy when your whole existence depends on Avodat Hashem, worship to God? This is the reason why the Rasha was mentioned in the Haggadah, because now, after Matan Torah, his relation to Geulah is important for his existence. This is the meaning in the Gemara that when Klal Yisrael proclaims a fast and prays, God will not answer them unless Tzadikim and Rashayim are joined together. This is so because it may require the sum total amount of mitzvot of the whole Klal Yisrael to reach a favorable decision. The axiom in Halacha is Poshe Yisrael Melayim Mitzvot Kerimon. The worst Rasha may have a bundle of mitzvot that will add up and complete the requirement of Kedusha to help Klal Yisrael be saved from a gezerah, punishment. That is why, according to the Yalkut, at the time of the Atchalta de Geulah, all Jews must be returned to their land, the Rashayim together with the Tzadikim. Position of Ger, before and after Matan Torah. It says, and Yitzchak lived in Gerar. The Abarbanel asks, it looked like Yitzchak was alone in the city of Gerar. Where were all the Gerim which Avraham and Sarah brought to the ways of God? It says, Av Hamon Goyim, that there was actually a great nation of Gerim. Then where did all the children disappear? They are not mentioned at all in the Torah. I answered, before the concept of Kedushat Yisrael was realized, which took place at Matan Torah, there was not such a concept as Kedushat Yisrael. Just as there is, for example, Kedushat Mishpachat Kohanim and Kedushat Mishpachat Levim, so there is Kedushat Mishpachat Yisrael. Kedushat Mishpacha can be explained as follows. Energy can be transformed in different variations, but the total energy remains. The law of conservation of energy is built on the axiom that you cannot make an ein miyesh, which means you cannot destroy an entity, whatever it is, to non-existence. So, if a man receives Kedushat Yisrael, whether it is hereditary from Jew to Jew, from generation to generation, from the time of Matan Torah, or he is Megayer himself and becomes a Ger and receives Kedushat Yisrael, which means that he enters automatically into Mishpachat Yisrael, the family of Israel, it can never be destroyed. Just as a Kohen and a Levi cannot resign from the Kehuna and from the Leviya once they belong to Mishpachat Kohanim or Mishpachat Leviim, similarly a Yisrael or a full Ger cannot resign from Klal Yisrael. All this applies to the time after Matan Torah, but before Matan Torah, whoever wanted to be Mekabel Taryag Mitzvot, to accept the whole Torah, did so only as a self-imposed obligation. A man took upon himself to worship God by keeping and obeying the mitzvot of the Torah. If Avraham kept the Torah and mitzvot, it was by personal choice, as there was not yet the tziruf of the Kedushat Mishpachat Yisrael. Avraham's son did not become automatically a Jew by heredity from Jew to Jew. Yitzchak, like Avraham, accepted the Torah by his own free will and personal choice. And so it was with Yaakov, the grandson of Avraham. We say in the Shmona Esrei, Elokei Avraham, Elokei Yitzchak, ve'Elokei Yaakov. The Panim Merod, who was one of the great Gaonim and authoritative poskim of his generation, asks in one of his responsa, why do we not say instead Elokei Avot? He answers, because each of the Avot, Avraham, Yitzchak, and Yaakov, accepted the Torah on his own. I say that it indicates simply that when Avraham accepted the mitzvot of the Torah, the obligation and duty of the mitzvot of the Torah upon him did not involve any obligation upon his son. The children had to accept it on their own, if they wanted to be Jews. Yitzchak accepted it, but it appears that the children of the Gerim in the time of Avraham did not follow in their father's footsteps. As was said, according to Halakha, they were not obliged to accept it before Matan Torah. It seems to me that this is the explanation of the pasuk about Yitzchak, and Yitzchak was alone in the city of Gerar. The analogy of energy to Kedusha. For the purpose of clarity, I must state here that the analogy of Kedusha with energy is only a way to express halachic laws in a logical system so that it could be expressed in logical language and mathematical equations. But do not make a mistake. Kedusha is a reality. Its being is beyond time and space. It is complete ruchaniyut and mental, as is thinking, reason and soul, so to speak. Its essence and substance is beyond physical dimensions and human grasp, but it is as real as life, just as soul is real and recognizable by logical definitions. Even though it is not quantitative, but completely qualitative, it is still recognizable. All these aspects, as soul, thinking, reason, ruchaniyut, their phenomena and appearance to humans, are linked to the dimensions of time and space, and their effect is concrete. We cannot see the functions of the soul except in the human body. We cannot see man's thinking except by communication or in writing or in his artistic creations and scientific productions. However, we understand very clearly that thinking itself is abstract, qualitative, and ruchaniyut, so to speak. Existential and non-existential laws of quality. The difference between quality and quantity is that whereas quantity is perceived with our five senses, quality we can only comprehend by our intuition. There is no other way for humans to conceive quality in a natural way. For example, the artist recognizes reality beyond the image in a Rembrandt or a Picasso. How is this phenomenon to be understood? If we look at the painting, its oil and its chemicals and the structure, all these are physical entities. But the image, the style, the spirit, the message, the historical indication, all these are abstract conceptions. Here we see where quality and quantity correlate. It is the field where the physical and the mental are linked, where the dimensional world and the non-dimensional world are in harmonious expression. The emphasis here is that the qualitative part of the painting, even though it is entirely abstract and does not exist concretely in quantity, it is nonetheless no real than quantity, since it can be recognized by intuition. It is a being which does not exist in time and space as 2 plus 2 equals 4 does not exist in time and space, but it is recognized by intuition. 2 plus 2 can never be 3 or 5. Though it is an abstract concept, it is nevertheless a being more formidable than any existing physical concrete, since 2 plus 2 equals 4 can never be changed to become a different number. It is recognized by the intuition of man axiomatically as a non-changeable. Now one may ask, where does this law of 2 plus 2 equals 4 exist? It certainly does not exist in time and space. The answer that it exists in intuition is not satisfactory because one can continue asking, where does intuition exist? Even if one will say that this is a result of the physiology of the brain, man's free choice is not a result of a computing system since a computer is not free in its thinking. Now, where does this free thinking of the intuition exist and from where does it come? I'm not entering into Kant's mysticism of the a priori. All we can say is that intuition, mind, thinking is correlated with man's physical body, but it is irrational to say that intuition, thinking, decision, free judgment is a thing that takes space and time. As Wittgenstein expressed it, you cannot say that 2 plus 2 equals 4 in the morning and in the evening it is 3. Now, without any philosophical hypotheses of words, I still ask the question, where does 2 plus 2 exist to be 4? In man's understanding of space and time, it cannot be found. In any concrete thing of human language expressed in existence, it cannot be. Hence, I have to define and classify the rules of logic as non-existential laws, qualitative laws that are recognized by man, unchangeable and immutable, non-existential but real laws. We have here two types of reality, existential reality defined in quantity, and non-existential reality defined as quality. There is no contradiction between reality and existence since man's understanding of existence is only of time and space. Hence, every existence must be quantitative. But there are realities beyond time and space which are not in the set of existence. They are negative realities of existence, and the non-existential realities correlate with the reality of existence. The evidence for these definitions is the soul, the mental, the thinking, or what we understand under the word quality, the empirical fact that we can recognize the differences between qualities. Since we accept these definitions of existential and non-existential realities, we cannot find here any contradiction. All that we can complain about is that our minds cannot grasp the correlation between these two realities. But here we come back to the question how body and soul work together. Man's mind is short to solve the psychophysical problem, but man's mind is clear enough to see the psychophysical existence and accept it as a reality. Now we can understand that all mathematical equations are non-existential realities of qualitative laws. All the appearances, all the phenomena that man perceives is a correlation between quantitative existential concretes and qualitative non-existential laws. When Hume asked the question, how do we know that the sun will shine tomorrow, or on any identity or continuation, it was a question on the effects of existential quality, but continuation of any law, as for instance the law of gravitation or thermodynamic laws, the correlation as such of these laws is a non-existential quality correlated to existential quantity. We can draw our definition further. As a non-existential law of quality could be a result of existential quantity, there is no way to find a contradiction to say that these non-existential laws could themselves be without quantity and existence. But 2 + 2 = 4 is a non-existential law not linked to any quantity, but also could relate to quantitative existence, as for example to 4 apples. By the same way, it could be that the law of continuity of even the law of gravitation could be real without any quantity. Here is where we enter into the field of Ruchaniyut. The field of Ruchaniyut could lie in the qualitative non-existential laws, which could be complete realities and beings, but non-existential in man's language. By this idea, quality can change the states of quantity, as any qualitative law, exemplarily gravitation or others, could change the status of the existential quality, or as man's mind would move his own hand. Hence, 2 + 2 matches 4 in the quantitative domain, but it could be that 2 + 2 does not equal 4 in the qualitative domain of reality or in Ruchaniyut, since the plus itself is a quality, even though it is not a number. Coming to Kedusha. Kedusha is related to the existential world and also to the Ruchaniyut world, which is defined as a reality, but not necessarily existentially quantitative. To man, Kedusha affects the existential being as the soul the body, or as logical laws the concrete, but it exists beyond the world of time and space in the qualitative world of reality, which is also real being. The relation of Shechina to Kedusha. The Gemara says that Moshe Rabbeinu prayed, Shetishre Shechina al Yisrael, that God's Shechina should rest upon Yisrael, and God answered him and accepted his prayer. This was one of 3 things that Moshe Rabbeinu prayed for. It appears from this Gemara that one of the great aspirations of Moshe Rabbeinu was to help effect the presence of Shekhinah upon Yisrael. Moshe Rabbeinu's request was that Yisrael should possess the revelation of Shekhinah. The concept of Shekhinah has very intricate aspects and has varied implications in different branches of the Torah, in Kabbalah, Halacha, and Agata. I am not entering here into its metaphysical, Kabbalistic, or Agaric meaning. My concern in this chapter is with logical halachic terms and with empirical facts in the Torah. Shekhinah in halacha has a practical application. According to the Rambam, theoretically we could bring korbanot today in the place of the Bet HaMikdash. Here, the concept of Shekhinah has an empirical halachic effect.
Temporary and permanent Kedusha. The Rambam says in Hilchot Bet HaBechira that the first Kedusha from the time of Shlomo HaMelech was not valid only for his time, but remains indestructible for all time. By contrast, the Kedusha of Eretz Israel in relation to Teromot and Maasrot was valid only for a limited time. When the majority of Jews went into Galut, the Kedusha was terminated. Here the Rambam asks, why do I say that Kedusha Rishona Kidsha Lesha'eta Vekidsha Le'atid Lavo? Why is it that the Kedusha of the Beit HaMikdash and of Yerushalayim remain forever, whereas the Kedusha of Eretz Israel, in relation to Teromot and Maasrot, was terminated? Answers the Rambam, because the Kedusha of the Beit HaMikdash and Yerushalayim was by virtue of Shekhinah, that is, because of the revelation of Shekhinah was centralized in Yerushalayim and in the Beit HaMikdash. But the Kedusha of Eretz Israel for Teromot and Maasrot is not by virtue of Shekhinah. That is, its Kedusha was due to the land being captured by Jews. When the majority of the Jews left Eretz Israel, the land being no longer in their hands physically, its Kedusha disappeared. This explanation of the Rambam, that the Kedusha of Yerushalayim and the Beit HaMikdash remains because the Shekhinah rested there, eliminates numerous contradictions and difficulties in Halacha. According to the Halacha, any position of a Goy cannot have Kedusha. That is why all Jews are obliged to make Tevilat Kelim, purifying vessels in a mikveh, when they buy them from a Goy. This is stated in the Gemara, and it is a clear ruling in the Shulchan Aruch. Similarly, the Yerushalmi asks, what is the reason for Tevilat Kelim when they are made by a Goy? The Yerushalmi answers, the Kelim go out from the Tummat Hagoy into the Kedushat Israel. The negation of Kedusha is defined in Halakha as Tumma. Even concerning the vessels of the Bet HaMikdash, Klai Sharet and the Mizbeach and all other things possessing Kedusha, if they come into the position of a Goy, they lose their Kedusha. To give another example, fruits growing in a field owned by a Goy in Eretz Israel lose the Kedusha of Shvi'it, and for the same reason. This is according to the responsa of the Maharit, chapter 43. Without the explanation of the Rambam, one would have thought that when the Goyim took over the Beit HaMikdash in Yerushalayim, the Kedusha should have disappeared. Indeed, this question was the cause of many discussions in Halakha, and many discourses were written to answer this apparent contradiction. The explanation of the Rambam clears up this question beautifully. As was said before, the Kedusha of the Beit HaMikdash and Yerushalayim in relation to Korbanot is related to the revelation of the Shekhinah in its center. The Kedusha which comes through Shekhinah can never disappear, since Shekhinah, which is the shine and light of God's revelation, is eternal and can never change. The indestructible existence of Klal Yisrael and its Kedusha. It was said that Kedusha comes from Kedushat Peh Yisrael. It comes from a pronouncement of Kedusha by one who possesses Kedushat Yisrael. When one is Makdish a Korban, a Sefer Torah, a Beit Knesset, the Beit HaMikdash, or Klai Sharet, vessels of Kedusha that are used in the service of Korbanot in the Beit HaMikdash, the Kedusha becomes a Kedushat Haguv. This is an essential Kedusha that is indestructible. For example, if the Klai Sharet become tameh or broken or are melted down so that they cannot be used anymore in the Beit HaMikdash, the Kedusha still remains in them. I quoted the Beit HaLevi many times on this point. The Beit HaLevi says that Kedushat Yisrael can never be destroyed. He proves this from the Talmud, which compares Kedushat Yisrael to Kedushat Klai Sharet. Kedushat Klai Sharet remains forever, so Kedushat Yisrael remains forever. This is the reason I said that in the future Geula, the return of Klal Yisrael is secured. Everybody will come back, even the Chaim who abandoned Judaism for 100 generations. The Kedushat Israel that they possess can never disappear. That is why it says in the Pasuk, Yeshayahu chapter 61 verse 9, "And their children shall be known among the nations, and their offspring among the peoples. All that see them shall acknowledge them, that they are the children which God has blessed." The Beit HaLevi says, the Midrash explains this pasuk and compares it to a king who had children that went astray. Their father took off their royal clothes and cast them out. When the children were in very bad shape, their friends came to the king and said to him, "After all, they are your children, please show them your mercy." The king answered, "They are not my children because their mother was unfaithful to me." But the friends retorted, "The faces of your children look exactly like yours." The Zohar HaKadosh says that mitzvot and Torah are called levushim, clothes of a man, and because of Kedusha, the Jews are called children of God, as God is Kodesh, Keviachol, so to speak. So is Yisrael Kodesh. This is what the pasuk from Isaiah means, that in the next Geulah, everybody will recognize that they are the children of God. God could say they are not his children because they abandoned his Torah and mitzvot, as the king said to his children. The Navi says, however, that their klaster panim, their face, is similar to the face of God. This means that they have Kedusha in their finite way, as God has Kedusha in his infinite way, so to speak. This is the way the Beit HaLevi explains the pasuk. He deduces from this that the perpetual existence of Klal Yisrael is secured forever. At first glance, it would appear that the Beit HaLevi overlooked a point here. I just said if a goy takes possession of an object that has Kedusha, the Kedusha disappears, even the Kedusha of Klai Sharet. Similarly, if the goyim conquer Klal Yisrael and take possession of them, their Kedusha should disappear. The guaranteed security of the eternity of the Jewish nation would be at stake. This problem reveals brilliantly the secret of the Gemara that Moshe Rabbeinu asked God in his prayers, "Shetishrei Shechina al Yisrael," the possession of the Shechina. Since Shechina can never be batil, as quoted above from the Rambam, so Kedushat Yisrael can never be batil. The historical eternity of Klal Yisrael is secured. This was the tefillah of Moshe Rabbeinu, which God answered in the affirmative. Kedushat Yisrael is indestructible in accordance with a law of conservation of Kedusha, similar to the law of conservation of energy in nature. The concept of quality in its existential frame consists of two categories. A. The relation of qualities between themselves. B. The correlation between quality and quantity. For instance, 2 plus 2 in the field of quality has 3 factors. 2, 2, and the plus. In its relation to quantity, there are only 2 factors. 2 plus 2 equals 4, which is a quantitative relation. The plus in this relation is equal to 0, whereas the plus in the qualitative field equals to the qualitative statement where its being is non-existential in time and space, but a real concept. The numbers 2 and 2 are also equal to qualitative statements, but it is the plus which is the differentiation point between these two fields of quantity and quality. Quality is the most fundamental aspect of existence and an underlying premise for the world of time and space. Quality, so to speak, is the atomic reality of all existence. It is unchangeable and immutable. The definition of quality, according to my theory of dynamic logic, is expressed in a logical law. It is not a law of logic, but a law that has a logical identity without the ingredients of time and space. Hence, any law that man conceives in nature is the principle of the underlying existence, and a law that is proven to be a reality by logical experiment, formulated in a mathematical equation, is atomic. Hence, any mathematical equation is atomic quality. The question perplexed the philosophers from Plato to Mach and others as to how the mathematical structure corresponds and counterparts nature. They conceived that quality and quantity are two different concepts. For the same reason, all the philosophers and scientists are perplexed on the problem of body and soul. But by the theory of dynamic logic, quality is the atomic substance, and by definition, quality is only that which is understood in the plain common language as logical law. For example, the law that a triangle is 2 times 180 degrees, or the law of gravitation or thermodynamic laws, or the laws of conservation of energy. These laws, the mathematical equations, are not only a guess of the structure of nature or reality, but they are the bricks of the world, the bricks of the reality of time and space, as of the non-existential reality. The law is the new definition of quality. But one should not be mistaken. The definition of quality does not include sentiment, emotion, artistic vision, and other intuitive images. It is a very clear-cut definition that defines quality only as a law, as the law of a mathematical equation. Of course, in all the above-mentioned aspects, one could trace the technical law in them, but their qualitative being is only a function of a logical law. Otherwise, they do not define in this field as quality. They may not be concrete reactions, and one may not be able to grasp them by instruments, but without the quality law, they are only crude phenomena, as any other part of nature. Physics deals with the correlations of quality as defined and quantity, whereas the Torah deals not only with these relations, but also with relations and functions in the field of pure quality. However, many facts which the physicist could not categorize in the quantitative doctrines are clear, empirical qualitative expressions of their world, and can be expressed in scientific data, experiment, and phenomena. A clear example of the interrelation between qualitative laws and quantity is the relation of Klal Yisrael to the concept of probability in quantum physics, as was explained previously. I said that Klal Yisrael, the nation of Israel, is defined in Halakha as a concept of unity and totality. The collective group is viewed as an individual person, not as a number of single individuals, but as a unique entity called Tzibur, which means a collective group denoted by X in a set of single units. The individual in the concept of tzibur is not a quantitative part of the total number of its members, but a qualitative part, and his gains, privileges, and rights are only relative correlation that establishes the existential reality of tzibur. The word tzibur and its being is a conceptually qualitative, essential unit. In quantum physics, the theory of probability alludes to the stableness of clusters of mass atoms that follow rules of energy expressed in mathematical equations, but the single atom itself, electron, photon, etc., is entirely free in its movements and is not bound to the calculations of the physicist and his definitions, nor by any of the mathematical formulas that govern the unit as a group within the laws of physics. The contradiction between the behavior of a single atom and the law governing groups of atoms, and the differentiation between the individual electron, light wave, the radiation effect, from a philosophical logical point of view, lies in the principle of qualitative differences. Klal Yisrael is an entity by itself. It is not a group of individuals collectively, but a qualitative unit by itself. The solution to Kant's dilemma on the non-congruency of logical identity. The beginning of Kant's philosophy that time and space are a priori came to him from a dilemma which he could not solve. Kant, in his early writings, says, "Perhaps the mathematical disciplines which Leibniz called analysis situs, and which Buffon missed when examining germinal folds, was never more than an idea, but I am trying here to lay a philosophical foundation for it. The mutual relations of parts in space presuppose that the whole system should be relatable to an absolute world space. This treatise is to ascertain whether the judgments based on perceived extension can prove that absolute space has its own reality, independent of the existence of any matter. I shall make use of propositions which can provide a touchstone for their correctness. The proof I am seeking here is meant to give even the geometricians a convincing demonstration of their absolute space. In physical space, we can, on account of its three dimensions, think of three planes which intersect perpendicularly. We take the relations of these intersecting planes to our own body as the first ground for our conception of regions in space. We call the plane perpendicular to our body horizontal and distinguish above and below it. Two other planes can be perpendicular to it and to each other. Thus we distinguish right and left, before and behind, or front and back. In a written page, a script seen so that right and left are interchanged becomes unrecognizable. Even our judgments about the quarters of the globe are determined in relation to the sides of our body. No matter how well I know the order points of the compass, they can only help me determine the regions if I am conscious which of my hands this order follows. The hairs of human beings are directed from left to right. Hops wind around their poles from left to right, but beans take the opposite turn. Almost all snails, excepting only 3 genera, turn from left to right. This property is independent of the hemisphere. For these products of nature, the direction of the winding is determined in the seed. The right-hand side in man has a privilege as to skill and perhaps strength. It is easier to move one's body from right to left if one mounts a horse or strides over a ditch, but Borelli says of the left eye and Bonnet also of the left ear that it is more sensitive. We are out to demonstrate that absolute relations are noticeable through differences in our bodies. Two figures may be fully equal and similar, and yet the limits of one cannot cover the limits of the other. A screw thread which goes from left to right will never fit into a knot which winds from right to left. A spherical triangle may be completely equal and similar to another without covering it. They are incongruent counterparts. Two gloves are also incongruent counterparts. The difference cannot depend on the manner of interconnection, as this is the same in both hands, and yet if we imagine that the first work of creation was a right hand, another creative act was required to produce the left hand. Now, if we accept the conception of many, especially German philosophers, that space consists only in the external relations of material parts, no other space would have existed but that occupied by that one hand. We find in the properties of the body genuine differences which must refer to an absolute and original space, because only through it is a relation between physical things possible. We can therefore no longer regard the geometrical concept of space as a mere figment. Although difficult to comprehend by reason, it is really evident to the inner sense. In his later works, in the Prolegomena, Kant developed his Copernican revolution in philosophy that time and space are a priori in the mind. Drawing his first doctrine from his question of the contradiction of the congruency of left and right in space, he writes, "Those that are unable to free themselves from the notion that space and time are real qualities, Beschaffenheiten, appertaining to the things in themselves, may exercise their wits on the following paradoxes, and when they have in vain attempted their solution, may suppose, being freed from their prejudices, at least for a few moments, that perhaps the degradation of space and time to the position of mere forms of our sensible intuition may have some foundation. When two things are exactly alike, equal in all points that can be cognized, in each by itself, i.e. in all respecting quantity and quality, it must follow that one can in all cases and relations be put in the place of the other, without this substitution occasioning the least cognizable difference. This indeed applies to plane figures in geometry, but there are many spherical figures which, in spite of this complete internal agreement, exhibit in their external relations an agreement falling short of admitting one to be put in the place of the other.
For instance, two spherical triangles on opposite hemispheres having an arc of the equator as a common base are perfectly equal in respect of their sides and their angles, so that in neither of them, if separately and at the same time completely described, would anything be found which was not equally present in the other. And yet, notwithstanding this, one cannot be put in the place of the other, i.e. on the opposite hemisphere, and herein consists the internal difference of both triangles, that no understanding can indicate as internal, but which reveals itself only by means of the external relation in space. I will now adduce some more ordinary cases taken from common life. What can more resemble my hand or my ear and be in all points more like than its image in the looking glass? And yet I cannot put such a hand as I see in the glass in the place of the original, for when the latter is a right hand, the one in the glass is a left hand, and the image of the right ear is a left one, which can never take the place of the former. Now, here there are no internal differences that could be imagined by any understanding, and yet the differences are internal so far as the senses teach us, for the left hand cannot, despite all equality and similarity, be enclosed within the same bounds as the right. They are not congruent. The glove of one hand cannot be used for the other. What then is the solution? These objects are not presentations of things as they are in themselves, and as the pure understanding would cognize them, but they are sensuous intuitions, i.e. phenomena, the possibility of which rests on the relations of certain unknown things in themselves to something else, namely to our sensibility. Now, space is the form of the outward intuition of these, and the inward determination of outward relations to the whole space, of which each separate space is a part, i.e. by its relation to the outward sense. In other words, the part is only possible through the whole, which, though it could never be the case with things in themselves, namely with objects of the mere understanding, can very well be so with mere phenomena. Hence, we can render the difference of similar and equal, though incongruent things, exemplar gratio spirals winding opposite ways, intelligible by no single conception, but only by the relation of the right and left hands, which refers immediately to intuition. Remark 1. Pure mathematics, and especially pure geometry, can only possess objective reality under the condition that they merely refer to objects of sense, in view of which, however, the axiom holds good that our sensuous presentation is in no wise a presentation of things in themselves, but only of the manner wherein they appear to us. Hence, it follows that the propositions of geometry are not the mere determinations of a creation of our poetic fancy, which therefore cannot be referred with confidence to real objects, but they are necessarily valid of space, and consequently of everything that may be found in space, because space is nothing more than the form of all external phenomena, under which alone objects of sense can be given to us. Sensibility, the form of which lies at the foundation of geometry, is that whereon the possibility of external phenomena rests, so these can never contain anything but what geometry prescribes for them. It would be quite different if the senses had to present the objects as they are in themselves, for in that case it would by no means follow from the presentation of space, which the geometrician posits with all its properties as an a priori basis, that all this together with what is deduced therefrom is exactly so constituted in nature. The space of the geometrician would be regarded as a mere fiction, and no objective validity ascribed to it, because we do not see why things must necessarily conform to the image that we make of them spontaneously and beforehand. But when this image, or rather this formal intuition, is the essential property of our sensibility, by means of which alone objects are presented to us, and yet this sensibility presents not things in themselves, but only their appearances, it is quite easy to conceive, and at the same time incontrovertibly proved, that all the external objects of our sense world must necessarily conform with the most complete accuracy to the propositions of geometry. For sensibility, by its form of external intuition, space, with which the geometrician is occupied, makes those objects themselves, though as mere appearances, primarily possible. It will always remain a remarkable phenomenon in the history of philosophy that there has been a time when even mathematicians who were also philosophers began to doubt, not indeed of the correctness of their propositions insofar as they concerned space, but of the objective validity and application of this conception, with all its geometrical determinations, to nature. They were concerned lest a line in nature might consist of physical points, and the true space in the object accordingly of simple parts, whereas the space the geometrician has in his mind can never consist of such. They did not recognize that this space in thought makes the physical space, i.e. the extension of matter itself, possible, that the latter is no quality of things in themselves but only a form of our sensible faculty of presentation, that all objects in space are mere phenomena, i.e., are not things in themselves, but presentations of our sensuous intuition, and hence that space, as the geometrician thinks it, is exactly the form of sensuous intuition we find a priori in ourselves, containing the ground of possibility of all external phenomena as regards their form, and that these must necessarily and in the most exact manner agree with the propositions of the geometrician, which he draws from no fictitious conception, but from the subjective foundation of all external phenomena, namely the sensibility itself. In such and no other manner can the geometrician be ensured as to the indubitable objective reality of his propositions against all the cavils of an arid metaphysics, however strange it may seem to him, owing to his not having reverted to the sources of his conceptions. Of course, according to modern science, this a priori doctrine of Kant is a mere mystical assertion that does not coincide with reality, as was brilliantly indicated by Jans in his book Physics and Philosophy, and by other scientists and philosophers. Kant's question remains a dilemma. Wittgenstein tried to solve this question by referring the congruency to another dimension of space. In the Tractatus 6.3.6.1.1, he says, Kant's problem about the right hand and the left hand, which cannot be made to coincide, exists even in two dimensions. Indeed, it exists in one-dimensional space, O, X, X, O, in which the two congruent figures, A and B, cannot be made to coincide unless they are moved out of this space. The right hand and the left hand are in fact completely congruent. It is quite irrelevant that they cannot be made to coincide. A right-hand glove could be put on the left hand, if it could be turned round in four-dimensional space. To refer the congruency of right and left to a fourth dimension is only fostering Kant's assertion that the things in themselves are not perceived by man's mind. To establish the congruence of left and right where the things are identical in a fourth dimension is no more than a mystical assertion without a logical basis, since man cannot grasp the fourth dimension as he cannot grasp the thing in itself, according to Kant. By using the word fourth dimension in this set without defining the position of the fourth dimension and its limits is meaningless. It is no more rational than Kant's dictum of the thing in itself, since the thing in itself takes one out from man's three-dimensional a priori construction of the mind. Once the thing in itself is out of the three dimensions, it is entirely in a different set that is irrational to man. The words fourth dimension does not add anything to make rational the mathematical existence of the thing in itself. This dilemma of the right and left hand incongruence disappears, and the apparent contradiction is solved very clearly by the definition of dynamic logic. Right and left are not quantitative concepts, but are completely qualitative concepts related to each other. In the language of right and left, the words pertain to quality. Right and left are two different qualities, though quantitatively, mathematically, they have the same properties. And since the law of quality is a reality, and the atom of existence, then even though the right and the left have the same properties quantitatively, qualitatively, they are different from each other. In Wittgenstein's one-dimensional example, O, X to XO is equal quantitatively in the one-dimensional line. In other words, both lines are equal to each other, and hence congruent. But qualitatively, these two lines are not equal in relation to each other, since one is opposite the other. The word opposite here is a qualitative law that has nothing to do with the quantity of space. Hence, even though quantitatively they match each other and should be congruent, qualitatively they are not equal and do not match each other. And because of this qualitative inequality, they cannot be congruent quantitatively. The quality determines here the position of the quantity. The mathematician's mind, which deals only with quantity, cannot see the existence of quality in this set. He overlooks it, and he does not take it into account of identity. As in the ancient times, the naked eye could not notice and identify the subatomic existence and reality. The classical mechanics of Newton had to calculate according to the dichotomy between energy and matter. It could not see the relation between energy and matter as two sides of one picture. So modern mathematics and physics are not advanced yet to see qualitative laws in the picture of existence. Kant's dilemma not only is solved for the first time by the theory of dynamic logic, but it gives a clear picture of the laws of qualitative existence as empirical pragmatic data of the existence of law, which is qualitative in its character, and it determines every quantity. The dynamic functions of quantity are merely qualitative laws with efficacy of quantitative consequences. As strange as this doctrine appears, it is not a mystical notion, since it is a clear theory defined by atomic existence expressed in the laws of nature with exact, rigid limitations of reality, as is the identity of every mathematical equation.
Every mathematical equation constructed by logic is a qualitative law of nature, immutable, unchangeable by time and space, and does not depend on man's freedom. Man is not free to think different than what follows from an equation logically, for example, x minus x equals 0, since man cannot think that one body could be in two different places at the same time. He has to accept these facts as evident truth. According to the dynamic logic, which solves problems such as Kant's and others mentioned above, if accepted as a true solution, then laws which are qualitative become as obvious and rational as the rationality that one body cannot be in two places. Man can learn from experience the axiom that one body cannot be in two places. If the dynamic logic is accepted as true, then modern symbolic logic has to take in a new symbol for quality in order to express the totality of existence in symbolic language. Modern symbolic logic up to date did not succeed to bring in a symbolism for quality since it could not find it in mathematical equations, overlooking that plus and minus themselves are not exactly signs but sometimes factors in equations of existence. For the advanced insider of Torah, it would be advantageous to read chapter 28 of Igeret HaKodesh in the Tanya, where he talks about the root of existence. The Tanya comments in the name of the Baal Shem Tov on the pasuk, "Forever, God, your word stands in the heavens." The correlations of the letters wherewith the heavens were created, i.e. the command of God, "Let there be firmament," stand eminently in the heavens forever to give them life and existence. Any created existence, whether it is physical, mental, ruchaniut, even the Atzilut itself, law is its underlying premise and the atom of its existence. Furthermore, most of the Gezerot HaKatuv in Halacha contain in their intrinsic concept the law as existence and reality of being. Torah and Reason, Chapter 10. The new validity of the negative proof versus positive teleology. It was said in a previous chapter that all the religions of the world are built on three aspects: superstition, emotion, and instinct. And that Torah is also built on three aspects: intellect, intuition, and faith. By definition, it is impossible that there should be a contradiction between Torah and science. Since all the religions of the world are built upon superstition, emotion, and instinct, the more science developed, the more the religions of the world were abandoned. The more that scientific data will be discovered, the more the nonsense of superstition and emotion and instinct will disappear. But, on the other hand, the more that scientific data will be discovered, the more the truths of the Torah will be fostered, and the facts of halakha will be seen as reality. This is a mathematical ratio. By the same proportion that all the religions of the world are falling apart, the system and the facts of the Torah are being strengthened. Whoever is an insider and understands Torah will be convinced of the above point. Modern man does not accept authority and does not believe in traditional assertions. The progress of science has had a tremendous impact on man's belief. The great achievements of experimental inventions demonstrated in every facet of life influences the naive intellect to believe only in what he sees. That is why, according to secular thinkers, modern man does not accept authority as a basis for truth. I said in a previous chapter, and I repeat, that herein lies a great mistake and a fundamental misunderstanding in conception. Modern man does not accept dogmatic authority, nor dogmatic faith. However, reasonable authority or reasonable faith is accepted by everybody, every minute, in every instance of life. A man puts his life at stake and flies in the air on the authority that the pilot knows the rules of navigation, he himself being entirely ignorant of the mechanics of aviation. A man submits to an operation on the authority of the surgeon and has faith in his goodwill to heal, regardless of the doctor's intentions. Similarly, there is no moment in existence that man does not turn to authority and faith in his daily business. The physicist depends on the integrity of the physician, the biologist the businessman, the army general, the government official, the president, all depend on the expert in technology and the scientist, being that they themselves are ignorant in these fields. All this indicates that humanity has never abandoned reasonable authority and reasonable faith. Man will never cease to depend on this faith and authority unless he will know everything, which is impossible. The faith of the scientist. Faith is used by the man of Torah and by the people of science.
Einstein said, "Without the belief in the uniformity of nature, no theoretical formula of universal character could be established." This is accepted not only by Einstein, but by most scientists. Without intuitive faith, no scientific truth can be asserted. From the time of David Hume, philosophers and scientists have tried to prove the necessity of the laws of nature and their eternity in time and space. Logically, they had to abandon the task and leave to human faith the confidence that the sun will shine tomorrow. The deduction of scientific discoveries cannot be proven logically. Our certainty is founded upon and logically dependent upon our belief in the laws of uniformity. From the time of Descartes, there has been no conclusive proof against solipsism. Man cannot prove logically that an outer world exists. Bertrand Russell calls the conviction of humanity that the outer world exists instinctive faith. No mathematical equation has the ability to prove these three substantial premises of our knowledge: uniformity of nature, induction, and the existence of the outside world. However, no healthy human mind doubts these three premises. Once there is a doubt in his mind, he becomes a candidate for the madhouse. The faith of the man of science can only reach the level of reason, but nothing more, because no logic and no mathematics can back him. The faith of the man of Torah is no less reasonable and strong than is the faith of the scientist. Both have in common the conviction of their faith, because the wisdom of reason is the foundation of their belief. In this fact of reasonable faith, there is a correlation between Torah and science. Their respective states of affairs establish a unified field of correspondence. For the advantage of the human quest and man's curiosity, let us take into account not only their common denominator, but their differential nature. Science, with its three categories of faith and reason, is restricted to the temporary and finite entities conceived by the senses. That is where the domain of its knowledge is housed, and that is to where the faith of the scientist is confined. No rational system by chance. The faith of the Torah man too is based on these three categories. However, he draws the following corollary. No rational system can be done by chance. The Chovot HaLevavot said it clearly, and Leibniz pronounced it beautifully when he said that no man in his sane status could believe that a rational book was printed by throwing letters into the air. This is a reasonable deduction in the negative from the three categories of faith. If anyone could believe that a complex rational system could be created at random, then the three categories of faith are destroyed. In the final analysis, all the three categories are one in that they lead to the intuition and negative assertion that a complex logical mechanism could not be made at random. All the arguments against teleology from the time of Kant to our modern era can only claim faults in the perfection of positive purpose, but the negative side of the proof was simply overlooked by all the atheistic philosophers and scientists. The Torah man draws an evidential conclusion from the corollary to conclude that the universe was mastered and designed by an infinite creator. Once he clarifies this belief in his mind, his field of knowledge becomes infinite, and the revelation of the Torah becomes an unavoidable necessity. He acquires the wisdom of Ruchaniyut, of reality beyond time and space. He gets descriptions of a primordial existence which the scientist has no means to glimpse. Logical laws of external assertion become dependent upon the will of the Master, God, who created them from ephes, nothing, and who can void them at his will. The premise of the negative proof. This premise of the negative proof and its intuition of faith can be traced in logical doctrines of any philosophical system as in the systems of science. The philosopher or the scientist may not be aware that he builds his system on this intuition. He may be misled by his theory or invention and think that he has achieved the ultimate of evidence according to his understanding, blurred sometimes by the brilliancy of his creation. However, after a clear-cut analysis, one can always find the intuition of faith that a logical complex state of affairs is not an accidental situation. Some illustrations will show clearly this assertion. Leibniz's insight. Leibniz, in the New Essays Concerning Human Understanding, says, "Thus, there is no room for doubting that the animals have been formed by the movements of an intelligent agent, rather than by a fortuitous concourse of atoms, as there is no one who doubts in the least whether the characters of printing, which forms an intelligent discourse, have been brought together by an attentive man, or by a confused medley." In another place he writes, "Now I showed him that the truth of sensible things consisted only in the connection of phenomena which must have its reason, and is that which distinguishes them from dreams. But the truth of our existence and the cause of phenomena is that of a different nature, because it establishes substances, and that the skeptics spoiled what they rightly say by carrying it too far, and by wishing indeed to extend their doubts even to immediate experience, and to the geometrical truths, a thing which Fauchard did not do, however, and to the other truths of reason, which he did a little too much. But to return to you, sir, you are right in saying that there is ordinarily some difference between feelings and imaginations. Besides, although feelings are wont to be more vivid than imaginations, it is nevertheless a fact that there are cases where imaginative persons are impressed as much or perhaps more by their imaginations than another is by the truth of things. So I think the true criterion concerning the objects of the senses is the connection of the phenomena, i.e. the connection of that which takes place in different places and at times, and in the experience of different men who are themselves, each to the others, very important phenomena in this respect. And the connection of the phenomena, which guarantees the truths of fact in respect to sensible things outside of us, is verified by the means of the truths of reason, as the phenomena of optics are explained by geometry. It must, however, be admitted that none of this certitude is of the highest degree, as you have well recognized, for it is not impossible, metaphysically speaking, that there may be a dream continuous and lasting like the life of a man, but it is a thing as contrary to reason as would be the fiction of a book which should be formed by chance by throwing together the type, pell-mell. For the rest, it is also true that provided the phenomena are connected, it does not matter whether they are called dreams or not, since experience shows that we are not deceived in the measure we take concerning phenomena when they are understood according to the truths of reason. This is a principle which philosophers of all time were forced to admit and accept evidently with certitude, without any hesitation and doubt in their minds. It is impossible to believe that a book was created by throwing letters in the air at random in a printing place, even though from the logical point of view it is only a probability, since there is no contradiction to this assumption. Hume's unawareness. David Hume, in his Treatise of Human Nature, based the proof and indication of the truth of his assertion that everything is from experience on the negative proof. He writes, "The full examination of this question is the subject of the present treatise, and therefore we shall here content ourselves with establishing one general proposition, that all our simple ideas in their first appearance are derived from simple impressions, which are correspondent to them, and which they exactly represent." In seeking for phenomena to prove this proposition, I find only those of two kinds, but in each kind the phenomena are obvious, numerous, and conclusive. I first make myself certain by a new review of what I have already asserted, that every simple impression is attended with a correspondent idea, and every simple idea with a correspondent impression. From this constant conjunction of resembling perceptions, I immediately conclude that there is a great connection betwixt our correspondent impressions and ideas, and that the existence of the one has a considerable influence upon that of the other. Such a constant conjunction in such an infinite number of instances can never arrive from chance, but clearly proves a dependence of the impressions on the ideas, or of the ideas on the impressions. It is clear that Hume accepted for a certainty that constant conjunction, repeating itself innumerably, can never arise from chance. Here we see again that Hume's great revelation, about which Kant confesses that Hume woke me up from my dogmatic slumber, is based entirely on the premise that a repetition of a systemic fact cannot be a result of chance. Of course, Hume knew that there is no logical basis for his doctrine, only the intuition of faith that a repetitive system of a logical series cannot be accepted as the result of chance. Without this intuition of faith, his entire treatise is baseless. The fundamental error of Kant's refutation of teleology. Kant, who thought that he destroyed after Hume all the teleological proofs of the existence of God, writes in the preface to the second edition of his Critique of Pure Reason that the belief in a wise and great author of the world is generated solely by the glorious order, beauty, and his providential care everywhere displayed in nature. Would he conceive his own statement in its negative mode, not in the positive effect of design in teleology, Kant would have seen immediately the negative proof as a probability that is impossible to avoid. He would have seen immediately by this intuitive faith that it is impossible for the human mind to avoid the probability that such a bria could not be by chance. Would Kant realize this, he would have to destroy half of his book, or maybe the whole. The premise of teleology, as I have said, consists of two aspects. One is the concept of positive purpose. The teleology of the world indicates that nature has a positive purpose, as we see in the purpose of a natural organism. Kant was impressed by the construction of the body of a spider. He maintains that the complex of this organism proves that it is an absolute correlation of purpose. Second, there is a concept of negative purpose. This is built on the supreme intuition that it is impossible for the human mind to believe that a systematic machine was made by chance, as it is impossible to believe that by throwing letters in the air at random was printed a book of logical wisdom. The criticism of Kant and his followers is that we cannot prove purpose in nature for two reasons. First, we find in existing things which look as if they have no purpose and happen by chance. Second, we cannot observe the whole of existence and we cannot traverse beyond the limit of the given world. The error of this criticism lies in the fact that the philosophers confused these two aspects, the positive and the negative, by including them under the generalization of the cosmological proof. On the side of the positive, there is a place to argue that maybe we see things which are done by chance, but on the side of the negative, there is no logical way of refutation. A clear illustration is a book of wisdom which indicates the brilliant subtlety of mind of the author, but in some of its pages there are written words which are unintelligible. It would appear that these words are written at random. I ask, is there anyone in the world that because of this fact that the book possesses some unintelligible words, who would say that this book was made by throwing letters in the air at random? Will he say that the many pages which are clear logical knowledge are by chance because there are unintelligible words in some parts of the book? Or will he understand that there is some kind of code inserted by the author that is unintelligible to him, and admit that as yet he lacks the ability to understand this code? He certainly will come to this latter conclusion because no rational man can avoid the necessity of the intuition that a complicated thing subtly systematized could not be done by chance. This is one of the fundamental foundations of philosophy and science of all times, from the time of Abraham until today. Spinoza's mystical atheism obscured the negative proof. Spinoza, in his Ethics, tries to destroy positive teleology by pointing out many facts which do not indicate purpose. This argument is the same as found in Kant and is refuted above. Spinoza tries to give a psychological reason why people are inclined to accept teleology. He also says that this notion of teleology might well have sufficed to conceal the truth from the human race for all eternity if mathematics had not furnished another standard of verity in considering solely the essence and properties of figures without regard to their final causes, purposes. Spinoza's psychological interpretation is only according to his thinking that nature exists by itself with absolute denial of God. He uses the word God only to blur the eyes of the ignorant. In effect, his ethics is pure atheism, despite the fact that some mystics wanted to interpret his pantheism as a divine form. Whoever understands Spinoza's words logically without preconceived ideas and prejudice to his personality and the accepted dogma that he was a God-intoxicated man knows clearly that Spinoza was a kofer be'ikar who accepted an absolute atheism, believing in nature, not in God. By contrast, whoever believes that nature is created by the master God sees that Spinoza's explanation as to why people believe in teleology is pure nonsense. But again, Spinoza made here the fatal mistake of not seeing the difference between positive teleology and the negative proof. When he conceived that the organism of nature and its patterns could be expressed in mathematical equations that have nothing to do with purpose but with logical necessity, he did not see that these mathematical equations are evidence for the necessity that such a complicated system could not be done by itself or by chance. Spinoza, in his zeal to deny the divine master, simply overlooked the negative proof. Being aware that the rational system of the Bria proves its master, Spinoza tried by some mystical device to insert the divine essence in nature and in the mathematical equations. This endeavor has no vestige of rationality. It is a complete mystical interpretation, a form of paganism and avodah zarah. Despite the sharpness of his mind, Spinoza was trapped in the paganistic mode of irrationality. He wanted to define God, his will, nature, and man in one totality and unification, similar to one who tries to construct a pattern where a triangle, a square, and a circle have the same directive dimensions. This can only be done through superstition and nonsensical mystery. Despite the fact that by his subtlety he constructed this pattern in logical philosophical concepts with the form of geometric hypotheses and propositions, according to the mode of thinking of his time, eliminating the mystical ingredients of his doctrines, all that he is trying to do is erase the difference between a triangle and a square. Spinoza writes in one of his letters to Albert Berg, "Yet you seem to wish to imply reason and ask me how I know that my philosophy is the best among all that have ever been taught in the world, or are being taught, or ever will be taught. A question which I might with much greater risk ask you, for I do not presume that I have found the best philosophy. I know that I understand the true philosophy. If you ask in what way I know it, I answer, in the same way as you know that the 3 angles of a triangle are equal to 2 right angles. That this is sufficient will be denied by no one whose brain is sound and who does not go dreaming of evil spirits inspiring us with false ideas like the true. For the truth is the index of itself and of what is false. Despite Spinoza's assertion of the geometrical statement that the 3 angles of a triangle are equal to 2 right angles, he did not prove anything to anybody whose mind is sound and possesses common sense. All that he did in his ethics is state in logical combinations a pantheistic mysticism that does not satisfy the spirit and mind of anyone who possesses clear thinking. His theory in our time could influence only fools who believe in all kinds of mysterious beliefs and false fantasies of imagination. In other words, he can only influence one who is fascinated by Avodah Zarah and believes in his mind that a triangle could be a circle. The negative proof and modern science. One of the ideas of the outsiders of Torah is that there is no related field between modern science and religion. Modern science deals only with the functions of nature and has nothing to do with purpose. This argument is only related to the problem of positive teleology, since the science of today is different from the medieval scientific conceptions. But in relation to the negative proof that systematic order could not happen at random, the scientific functions of today and their given facts lead even stronger to the negative proof. By the proportion of the discovery of empirical science and the theoretical formulas of mathematics, we see more strongly the beauty, the majesty, and the harmony of the Bria. It is absolutely impossible to believe that the order of the Bria is a chance, as it is impossible to believe that a book of knowledge was written by natural causes without the intention of a man of wisdom. We learn from this that the real proof for the existence of God is that since we find rational order in the whole existence through any part on which we ponder, it is impossible that it was done by the hand of chance. It is an evidentive necessity that the world was created through a master creator. This proof is clear from intuitive faith. No man of any generation could doubt it, as no man could doubt that a book or a watch or an automobile was done automatically without an intentive hand to create it. The unsoundness of Whitehead's view of chance. Whitehead, in his book Adventures of Ideas, says on a similar argument that there is plenty of space in the world, but I would like to know if there is a rational man in the world who, for this reason, believes that a particular book, watch, or automobile became in its being by chance or even by an evolutionary order without an intentive hand, even though these objects, according to Whitehead, could be in the place of that part which is of the infinite world from infinite time. What can be theorized logically cannot be accepted in intuitive faith, and this intuitive faith, as explained before, is stronger than any known scientific law and mere logical possibility. Is it possible, from the time that rational man appeared with his inventive mechanistic machines, that he could think that a similar machine was created not by the hands of a man or through an orderly evolution? Is there anyone who would think that an abandoned car was created through infinity of time, where atoms to atoms gathered at random, where molecules to molecules, through cohesive energy, formed different dimensions, such that this car came to be through an infinite computation from infinite time? There is no logical contradiction between the assertion that this car came to be by evolution to the fact that it was done by man's hand. The intuition of faith of man prevents him from believing that it was done by man's hand. The intuition of a man of faith prevents him from believing that a car came by chance. This intuitive faith, as I have said before, is the supreme principle upon which all the scientific certainty is based. From all this we learn that the negative proof of the existence of God has no less validity than the acceptance of the truths of science. This negative proof was not only overlooked by the philosophers of all time, but also by great men of science. Planck's dichotomy between science and religion is baseless according to the negative proof. Max Planck, the discoverer of quantum physics, in his essay Religion and Natural Science, makes a dichotomy between the knowledge of science and the truths of believing in the existence of God. He asks, does he rule the world independently of whether or not one believes in him? This is the point at which minds part company, basically and decisively. This question can never be cleared up scientifically by logical conclusions based on facts. The answer is solely and exclusively a matter of faith, religious faith. The great Planck did not realize that the truth of the existence of God and scientific truth are based on one and the same premise of intuitive faith that no rational order can be done by chance. Would he not overlook this fact, his religious faith would have been no less clear to him than his confidence in science. The thinking of the philosopher and the scientist was always in the direction of certainty. Euclidean geometry was the evidentive truth. Classical mechanics was absolute certainty. The evidence of laws was not related to probability. Mathematical axioms were considered as universal truths upon which no doubt could be cast. Scientific data and the causality of phenomena was seen as a reality without exception. Such a principle as the negative proof, with its fundament in intuitive faith in the mind of the scientist and philosopher, was differentiated from scientific knowledge that is based on empirical demonstrations and repeated results in the laboratory. Only geometry, mathematics, and empirical data were considered the ultimate of truth. But when modern logicians and mathematicians discovered that the axioms of geometry or of other mathematical systems are only definitions, not universal truths, and new geometries were constructed, when the teaching of quantum physics in the 20th century indicated that most of the laws of nature are statistical and it is not possible for man to reach absolute certainty, humanity has to depend again on intuitive faith to be sure of its gathered knowledge from the beginning of time up to date. Man has to come back to the negative proof of the existence of God through his instinctive faith, as he has to base his scientific knowledge on the belief that there is an outer world, to accept the deductions of science and scientific knowledge through the formulas of mathematical equations. Einstein's faith in the Bria and the Master. Einstein, in an essay entitled Science and Religion in his book Out of My Later Years, says, "It is true that convictions can best be supported with experience and clear thinking. On this point, one must agree unreservedly with the extreme rationalist. The weak point of his conception is, however, this, that those convictions which are necessary and determinant for our conduct and judgments cannot be found solely along this solid scientific way, for the scientific method can teach us nothing else beyond how facts are related to and conditioned by each other. The aspiration towards such objective knowledge belongs to the highest of which man is capable, and you will certainly not suspect me of wishing to belittle the achievements and the heroic efforts of man in this sphere. Yet it is equally clear that knowledge of what is does not open the door directly to what should be, and it is hardly necessary to argue for the view that our existence and our activity acquire meaning only by the setting up of such a goal and of corresponding values. The knowledge of truth as such is wonderful, but it is so little capable of acting as a guide that it cannot prove even the justification and the value of the aspiration toward that very knowledge of truth. Here we face, therefore, the limits of the purely rational conception of our existence. Now, even though the realms of religion and science in themselves are clearly marked off from each other, nevertheless there exist between the two strong reciprocal relationships and dependencies. Though religion may be that which determines the goal, it has nevertheless learned from science in the broadest sense what means will contribute to the attainment of the goals it has set up. But science can only be created by those who are thoroughly imbued with the aspiration toward truth and understanding. This source of feeling, however, springs from the sphere of religion. To this there also belongs faith in the possibility that the regulations valid for the world of existence are rational, that is, comprehensible to reason. I cannot conceive of a genuine scientist without that profound faith. The situation may be expressed by an image. Science without religion is lame. Religion without science is blind. Nobody certainly will deny that the idea of the existence of an omnipotent, just, and omnibeneficent personal God is able to accord man solace, help, and guidance. Also, by virtue of its simplicity, it is accessible to the most undeveloped mind. Here we can see the insight of the great scientist to understand the reasonable evidence of the existence of an omnipotent, just, and omnibeneficent personal God. To explain further the clearness and the distinctness of this understanding as an evident scientific conviction, irrefutable to any genuine scientific conviction and to any genuine scientific mind, as Einstein emphasizes, I summarize. First, without intuitive faith, no scientific data can be asserted. Einstein himself said that without the belief in the uniformity of nature, no theoretical formula of universal character could be established. Second, from the time of David Hume, the deduction of scientific discoveries cannot be proven logically. Our certainty is founded upon and logically dependent upon our belief in the laws of uniformity. Third, no mathematical equation can prove the uniformity of nature, induction, and the existence of the external world. From the time of Descartes, there has been no conclusive proof against solipsism. Fourth, the faith of the man of science can only reach the level of reason, but nothing more, because no logic and no mathematics can back him. The faith of the man of Torah is no less reasonable and strong, as is the faith of the scientist. Both have in common the conviction of their faith, because the wisdom of reason is the foundation of their belief. In this fact of reasonable faith, there is a correlation between Torah and science. Fifth, and most important, is the corollary that no rational system can be done by chance. This is a reasonable deduction in the negative from the three categories of faith. If anyone could believe that a complex rational system could be created at random, then the three categories of faith are destroyed. In the final analysis, all the three categories are one in that they lead to the intuition and a negative assertion that a complex logical mechanism could not be made at random. Sixth, all the arguments against teleology from the time of Kant to our modern era can only claim faults in the perfection of positive purpose. The scientist's adherence to quantity prevents the scientist from comprehending ruchaniut, reality. With these points, let us return to Einstein. With his great mind, Einstein could not go further than the physical world and its dynamic functions. He could not penetrate beyond the reality of time and space. But by the same reason that Einstein was convinced that an omnipotent, omnibeneficent personal God created the universe, because the rational system of the universe could not happen by chance, so by the same wisdom he should have gone further and understood that the mental aspect of the mind could not come to existence by chance. Life, from the amphibious feeling to the instinct of the advanced organic world as in the higher animals, to the human brain and the unlimited ability of man's intellect, all this rational systematic order could not come to existence at random. One could perhaps argue that the organic world was by random evolution, but such evolution is no reason for a rational order. It may be only a consequence of a pre-existent system of a rational order. Without accepting the necessity of this rational order, the scientific faith of Einstein on the uniformity of nature is a myth. There can be no reasonable way to conclude that the scientific laws which function in one place also function in every other place. Without accepting the necessity of rational order, one could argue that different places evolved by different laws or were entirely accidental, with no rules and distorted at random. Einstein is thoroughly convinced that even in an infinite time of evolution, a rational system could not happen by chance. A rational book could not be written by throwing letters at random, no matter how many times the throwing was repeated. Einstein believes in this idea that a rational system is created by an intentional creator. As he exclaims explicitly, "I cannot conceive of a genuine scientist without that profound faith." There is no doubt to any man with straight thinking that the human mind with its unlimited logical variations is the most complicated mental machine in creation. Whether we accept the Kantian doctrine of consciousness and human understanding, or we accept the psychoanalytical system of conscious and subconscious, or we accept a rational interpretation of the mind a la Leibniz, or even if we accept the empiricist critique of Hume, still the human mental existence is a rational system. The common denominator of humanity is logic and intellect. No rational mind could avoid the necessity of a mathematical equation. Hence, the human mind could not be a result of an atomic, arbitrary computation at random. As the rational system of the universe proves the existence of an omnipotent and omnibeneficent and personal God, so Kol V'chomer, certainly the human brain and the mental existence of the whole order of the organic world proves the existence of an omnipotent and omnibeneficent God who created the whole order. This is a necessary corollary from Einstein's belief that the uniformity of nature proves the existence of God. But by definition, it is evidently clear that there is a mental world, ruchaniut, and a reality that exists beyond time and space, which is also created by God. The argument from the fact that all the ruchaniut functions of the human soul are affected by the body and nerves is of no avail. They say that when the nerves of a man are deteriorated, his mind is distorted. This argument is just as valid as saying that when the strings of a violin are not in order, the violinist could not play the proper tunes on it. And further, that if the strings of the violin would have been in order, the violin could play its tunes without the artistic hand of the violinist. Herder pointed this out beautifully. Einstein did not succumb to such an argument. He put all his efforts and brainpower to understand the physical world of time and space, but he missed the chance to draw his logic further and conceive of a ruchaniut reality which is beyond time and space. The Einsteinian understanding of religion reached only to the Dinei Adam, but not to Dinei Shamayim, as will be explained later. With his great genius, he could not penetrate further than the world of time and space. In relation to his limited scope, he is right, but since there is a world of Ruchaniut beyond time and space, interactional with and related to time and space in an infinite computed totality, then all the aspects of morality are inherent in this great totality, which only God can see. God gives us the related rules of the Torah. Of course, without understanding the Torah, the great Einstein could not see it. Would he have been an insider of Torah, he would have absolutely seen the truth. He would not write a sentence saying, "The highest principles for our aspirations and judgments are given to us in the Jewish Christian religious tradition." Einstein missed the point, but many greater minds, as for example the Rambam and the Gaon of Vilna, understood this point. They were insiders of Torah. Einstein, by his involvement in the logic and functions of the physical dynamic world, saw from the negative proof of teleology that the universe could not be made by chance. The making of the physical world is by the master, God. But Einstein could not see the corollary of the proof that the reality of the Ruchaniut world beyond time and space is a part of the universe. Leibniz's intuition of existence beyond the physical world. It is interesting to note that Leibniz, one of the greatest men of science, saw in his deep wisdom not only the fact of the physical universe, but also the logical necessity of the Ruchaniut world beyond our time and space. Leibniz, in his dialogue New Essays on Human Understanding, says, Philolaus, I think we have to admit that the bodies and the souls have a common denominator, as there is no empty place between the many kinds of bodies in the world, so in the same proportion there is no less variation in the different beings possessed with understanding. If we will start from ourselves and go down to the lowest being through a continuing line where everyone differentiates himself from the other step by step, we shall notice its continuation. There are fish with wings, air not being a strange place to them. There are birds that rest in water and possess cold blood as do the fish, the taste of their meat being similar to the taste of fish. These ones, in the days when they did not eat meat but were allowed to eat fish, ate these creatures. We have creatures that are close to birds and to animals, a cross between animal and bird. They can live in the ocean and they can live on land. The ocean dogs live in the ocean and on land. There is also a closeness between certain living organisms and vegetation. If we will take the lowest of the world of living creatures and the highest of the vegetative world, it will be difficult to differentiate them. And when we will come to the lowest particle of matter and organic matter, it will be almost impossible to see the difference between them. All these kinds are connected one with the other in a continuous system, the differentiation of which is almost impossible to see. When men consider and look at the great wisdom, power, and ability of the infinite great master, we have a reason and a foundation to think that this is the grandiose harmony of the universe. And when we attend to the incredible plan of the great engineer and his architecture of the world, to his infinitude, omnipotence, and omnibeneficence, to the creation of all kinds of creatures and beings who are qualitatively lower than us, little by little, ad infinitum, we have a basis to assume by our intuition that there are also kinds of created beings that are higher than us, stage by stage. This is so, since from the perfectionist point of view, we are infinitely far from the Creator, and between us lies an infinite amount of mental, ruchaniut created beings. This could be accepted as a reasonable fact, even though in our finite mind we cannot grasp all these various beings created by the Master, whether their quality is infinitely smaller than us, or their mental quality, ruchaniut quality, is higher than us. Here, Leibniz expressed in the language of his era what I explained in my words previously. Not only was Einstein short in his reason to see the Ruchaniut reality beyond time and space, but the whole scientific world of today is not aware of this reality. Not only are there scientists not aware of the Ruchaniut reality, but they tried to disconnect the creation from the Creator. The erroneous approach of outsiders of Torah. The claim of the scientists is that they do not see any logical implication between science and religion. They claim that science is only determining the functional relations between empirical facts. In an essay spread over Israel and repeated in many magazines, books, and university discourses, a professor who claims to be a religious Jew writes at length on the differences between ancient and modern science. He claims that the Aristotelian physics and medieval science did not differentiate between the functional mechanism of nature and the world and the values of nature and world. To them, the implications of the world are the physical laws built on cause and effect, and have the same meaning conceptually as the values of the world and the physical functions pointing to purpose. And hence it was related to God's hashgacha pratit and klalit, which means that when man is involved in his scientific world, he stays in the same field as man with his values in relation to God. But the science of our time is not in the state of affairs of values. Science is only interested in solving relational functions, and its aim is to discover the correlations between facts. The world that is expressed by science is not a world of values, but a world of existing dynamic facts. As Leibniz says, the world continues in its natural course, in its literal meaning. That is the complete story. A common denominator between scientific data and the intentions and restrictions of human thinking that are involved in values has not been found. The scientific ethos is entirely indifferent to values, and this is its strong, powerful appeal. It is acceptable to everybody since it does not depend on any philosophical conception that could bring difference of opinion. He continues his essay on this subject and relates it also to Torah and Halakha. His claim is that Mada, science, has nothing to do with Torah and Halakha, and that there is no relation between scientific equations of empirical fact and data of nature and Torah and Halakha. This idea is accepted by many scientists and religious people, that Torah and science are lying in two fields and that there are no functional relations between them. The confusion of science with the scientist. I hear this opinion in conversations. I see it in the writings of these people, even in the ma'amarim of modern rabbanim. The truth is that these people confused in their minds two different facts. They mixed up science with the scientist. Science has an absolute relation and implication to the creator of nature. The more science becomes complex with its mathematical equations and by the logical structure of nature, the more the negative proof becomes clear, more vivid, and more reasonable in the intuition as was explained. Einstein, in writing about the uniformity of nature and the rationality of existence, says, "To this there also belongs the faith in the possibility that the regulations valid for the world of existence are rational, that is, comprehensible to reason. I cannot conceive of a genuine scientist without that profound faith." The wisdom to draw the conclusion from the rationality of nature to the existence of God convinced Einstein to believe in the ruchaniut reality of the world. No rational mind can refute what I call the negative proof. This is an unavoidable axiom as far as science is concerned, but as far as the scientist is concerned, he is not interested to draw any conclusion from the mathematical equations of the structure of the world to its master. He does not want to disturb himself, and he prefers the peace of his mind with reasonable conclusions. He calls it metaphysics, and more generously, he calls it philosophy. He is happy with his mundane pleasures. He wants a quiet life and puts his interest in business in a particular part of the world. His inventions are pragmatic, and his mind is relaxed and satisfied by bringing comfort to humanity. And when he succeeds in establishing rules and mathematical equations in complicated universal rules, he is fortunate and happy. He has reached everything that could be achieved. The quest to look further has come to its limit. But the fact that the scientist does not want to bring in the creator in the totality of the scheme of the world, and he is satisfied with little in his empirical scientific research, does not minimize the significance and importance of seeing reasonably the universe as a whole. The answer to the many complicated questions of existence is a very simple one, and in fact its logistic systems of mind and of nature demand that there is a master. The scientist, who is influenced by the state of mind of our time, seeks to solve the dilemmas of science by looking in the bida, the labyrinth, the world, and not to the master of the labyrinth. His zeal to differentiate and point out the laws of nature from nature itself is so great that he abandons any real solution that could answer the questions that remain as dilemmas locked up in the mind of man. If he would accept the faith that there is a manhig lebida, master of the world, he would see that the evidence of this faith is not less than the human faith in induction, the outer world, and the uniformity of nature. We see here clearly the logical implication between science and emunah, faith in God. It is evidently proven and its relation established, no less than any reasonable axiom. But the scientist does not care for this implication. He takes away his mind from it deliberately. He does not put his mind to the world as a totality. The naive state of mind of such people did not see this difference between the mind of the scientist to the implication of science. Einstein, with his great and keen genius, could not but see that there is a manhig of the bida. But he was so involved in his observation of the physical world that he did not see the ruchaniut reality of man's neshama and mind, the reality beyond time and space. Leibniz, in his great genius, could not abandon the quest of his soul to look on the totality of the world. The Torah is involved absolutely with the implications of nature, which is the implication of science. Science is the greatest asset for Torah. It fosters the faith in a Borei Olam, a creator and master of the world. The world without God will not be able to become by itself, but the scientist tries to differentiate himself from this reality and truth when he works in the laboratory. He sees only nature as a dynamic system of various functions and relations. He conceives the rules of nature mechanically, in their relational uniformity, and that is the place where his quest for the chokhmah, wisdom, comes to an end. He is satisfied with his involvement in the empirical phenomena of nature. He has no desire to understand the concern of the master of the universe for his work, the world. He forgets the master and does not have the dignity to appreciate gratefully the benevolence of the master who, in his chesed, made this world so that man should be able to enjoy it in his empirical work, intellectually and physically. In short, in the modern world, the scientist, in his mind, makes a clear dichotomy between the master and his work. He decides to erase the master from his mind, to forget him entirely as if he did not exist. David HaMelech expressed it very poignantly in Tehillim chapter 10. Alma ne'atz rasha Elokim amar belibo lo tidrosh. Which means, with what does the wicked man commit his reviling? By saying, I am not interested to search for the existence of God. In chapter 14 we read, the fool has said in his heart, there is no God. They are corrupt, they have done abominable works. There is none that does good. The Lord looked down from heaven upon the children of men to see if there were any that understood and sought God. They were all gone aside. They are altogether filthy. There is none that does good. No, not one. The scientist involves himself only in his work, the world, and looks at its parts. He admires its logical relations and beautiful phenomena that subordinate themselves to man's intellect and logical mathematical equations. But because man ungratefully and unthankfully abandons the master, the Borei Olam, and puts his mind only to the knowledge that he calls science, he does not thereby avoid the truth and reality that the rational uniformity of nature proves beyond reasonable doubt that the existence of the Bida universe has been made by a master whose Chokhmah, knowledge, power, and ability is Ein Sof, infinite and unlimited, so to speak. In short, the fact that the scientist is interested only in studying the functions, relations, and dynamics of nature does not mean that there is no relation between the functions of nature and its negative proof to a master who created them. I have to emphasize here that all those writers who say that modern science differentiates itself from ancient science by the fact that modern science is indifferent to Emunah and has no logical relation to Torah makes a fatal and fundamental mistake. They mix up the state of mind of the scientist who tries to abandon God with the state of affairs of modern science that indicates evidently and with reason the existence of God. The negative proof in the Torah. On this point of the negative proof, there can be no controversy, and no man with a straight, rational mind can refute it. And since this proof is evident to anyone with a clear mind, if one would search, he would find that the Torah made the point long before any rational observer. For ask now of the days that are past, which were before you, since the day that God created man on the earth, and from one side of the heaven to the other, whether there has been any such thing as this great thing is, or whether aught has been heard like it. Did ever a person hear the voice of God speaking out of the midst of the fire as you have heard and live? Or has God ventured to go and take him a nation from the midst of another nation by trials, by signs, and by wonders, and by a stretched out arm, and by great terrors, according to all that the Lord your God did for you in Mitzrayim before your eyes? To you it was shown that you might know that the Lord, He is God. There is none else beside Him. Deuteronomy chapter 4 verses 32 through 35. Of course, whoever understands the Hebrew text will understand much deeper what will now be said. The English translations are not exact. Some of the words of the Torah look as if they were taken out of context in order that they should fit Goyish ideas. What is said here in the Torah is astonishingly clear. A consolidated, rational system cannot happen by chance, and proves a creator of the system. This is what the Torah means when it asks, for ask now of the days that are past, which were before you, since the day that God created man upon the earth, and from the one side of heaven to the other, whether aught has been heard like it. The emphasis here is that the mind cannot agree that such a thing as a rational consolidation could happen in time by itself. The language of the Torah in the form of the question indicates that the Torah holds that such a system could not happen at random. The negative proof is expressed explicitly and exactly. Positive purpose in the Torah. The Torah indicates also in these psukim that there is positive purpose. Out of heaven he made you hear his great voice, that he might instruct you, and upon earth he showed you his great fire, and you did hear his words out of the midst of the fire. And because he loved your fathers, therefore he chose their seed after them, and brought you out of Mitzrayim, to drive out nations before you greater and mightier than you are, to bring you in, to give you their land for an inheritance, as it is this day. Know therefore this day, and consider it in your heart, that the Lord, He is God in heaven above, and upon the earth beneath. There is no other. Here we see clearly a positive purpose from Hashem to Klal Yisrael. The triangle, Bria, Borei, purpose. A great controversy is on from the ancient Greeks up to date concerning the positive concept of teleology in nature, tachlit, which means purpose. For example, Kant, as I emphasized before, is trying to say, though without success, that there is no complete logical indication of purpose in nature, either in relation to man or in relation to other things. But some great men of science see in the least work principle, and in the conservation of energy, or in the traveling of light through the universe, light always chooses the shortest distance despite its mechanical laws, an indication that there is intention and a purpose in nature. On the other hand, as was mentioned before, there are also those who disagree and claim that nature does not indicate more than a mechanical system which surrenders itself to logical mathematical equations. This controversy concerning positive teleology can take place only if nature is looked upon from the point of view of its mechanical functions. But from the point of view of the master, there can be no doubt in our intuition that he certainly had a purpose in his establishing the universe and its unlimited system, so to speak. Here again is the place where the scientists and the philosophers overlook the differentiation between the master and his work. Of course, looking from the point of view of any technical functional machine or computing system, the system itself is not aware of any purpose, nor would it indicate any purpose. All it implies is that the system contains a logical relation from the whole to its parts or from the parts to its whole, but nothing more. But surely the one who made this complex machine had a reason, a purpose in his mind when he made it. This is an axiom that no rational person can reasonably reject. It makes no difference what the purpose of the maker is, whether it is for practice or play, for pleasure or for some other merit, for it was done rationally by his free will. A rational intellect works with intention. Work that could not be done by itself certainly implies that it was done with will, otherwise it would not be done. Since the doer had the free choice to do it or not to do it, and he chose to do it consciously, he certainly had a reason in his conscience as to why he did it. From this universal axiom can be established, any rational being who does work consciously has a reason for his work. In other words, any creation that is created by the power and wisdom of a rational being and is done from free will, the creation has a purpose. Since nature indicates by the negative proof that it was done by a master, surely he does not lack infinite knowledge, so to speak, and he does not lack infinite freedom. He certainly had a purpose in his mind and a reason to establish his work. From what was said above, we know beyond reasonable doubt that God created the world according to his will and purpose. The rationality of nature proves that there is a God who created nature. The wisdom of God gives us the intuition that the master had purpose in his creation. We have here a closed triangle. Nature, by the negative proof, told us that it has a creator, omnipotent and omnibenevolent. We know that the Creator, in his infinite wisdom, by the universal axiom, had a purpose in making the world, and since Hashem created the world for a purpose, we know that the world has a purpose. But the truth of the purpose of nature does not depend on positive teleology, but on the wisdom of Hashem, that he certainly created the universe with purpose. In other words, from the Bria we know that there is a Borei. From the Borei we know that the Bria has purpose. Of course, without Torah min hashamayim, it is impossible to have knowledge of the divine purpose. And that is one of the reasons why we had to receive the Torah min hashamayim.
Torah and Reason, Chapter 11. The continuation of laws of nature and laws of history is secured by Shavua. The Gemara in Ketubot says, one of the oaths among the 6 oaths that God bestowed, some upon the Jews and some upon the Goyim, is that Shelo yigalu hasod leovdei kochavim. They should not reveal the secret of the intercalation. This refers to the laws of Kiddush HaChodesh and the astronomical calculations relating to the exact eclipse of the moon as it affects the Jewish holidays such as Rosh Hashanah, Yom Kippur, Sukkot, etc. The question is, why should the Sod HaIbur, the astronomical calculations of the Luach, be kept secret from the world? What serious consequences would result if it would be revealed? Why did God have to bestow a special oath for the Chachamim that they should not dare to reveal it? To understand the whole sugya requires first a few introductory points. We pray to God, remember us for the Brit, covenant, the Chesed, benevolence, and the Shavua, oath, which you bestowed upon Avraham at Mount Moriah. These words in the prayer are not arbitrary expressions. They are based upon important principles of the Torah. These 3 principles of Brit, Chesed, and Shavua are also stated in relation to the divine creation of the world. In the construction of the world, there is an aspect of Chesed, as it says, Olam Chesed Yibaneh.
The second aspect is that the world was made by God, and its purpose is, according to Brit, a contract between God and humanity. It says, "If not for my covenant, the laws of heaven and earth would not exist." According to Chazal, God says, "If you will abandon my Torah, I will turn back the world to tohu bevohu, to void and nothingness." The third aspect, Shavua, means that God swore that the laws of his creation will continue. We see from this that when God made the universe, he preconditioned it on these three aspects. It is also to be noted that the Jewish nation was also established in accordance with these three aspects. Sod means code, not mysteries. It is to be understood that what the Gemara calls sod, secret, as in the sod ha'ibur, and in the Hebrew word pardes, which is an abbreviation of 4 categories of how to understand the Torah, one of them being sod, does not mean mystery or beyond reason, as is commonly conceived by outsiders of Torah. It simply means that it was written in code language for the purpose of brevity, as when the mathematician uses letter characters instead of words to express complicated mathematical relations. Logical forms and scientific formulas could also be written in words, but for the purpose of simplicity they are written in a symbolic language of code. There are also other reasons why these subjects were written in a symbolic language of code. One of them is that the philosophical and metaphysical conceptions of some projective realities are so profound and deep that they can be handled only by the expert and the insider, and not by the layman. The ignorant who are not prepared to enter into the very intricate complexities of Kabbalistic thought and are not able to comprehend the subject can be misled and arrive at wrong concepts bordering on Avodah Zarah. I repeat for clarity purposes, there is nothing in Kabbalah, which is the sod part of Torah, that is not pure reason and which cannot be expressed in logical terms of qualitative understanding, which belongs to dynamic logic. Another reason why Chazal spoke concerning some topics in the language of code was in order to avoid the persecutions of Jews living in their time. Of course, I realize that with my statements here, I will bring down upon myself the wrath of the existentialists, the non-rationals, and the mystics who deal with the Torah. Their zeal and love for the dark fantasy and supernatural is hereby destroyed, after it is revealed that the word sod in Torah and Chazal is only synonymous with the modern word code, as for example the code of the computers. The concept of Shavua in existence. It is important to understand the meaning of the divine oath in the framework of creation. God created the entire universe, the heaven, the earth, and all life therein. Just as all the physical creations that exist in the universe were created by God, by the same token, all the dynamic laws of the universe are creations of God. The ancient philosophers believed that the fundamental laws of the universe are eternal and cannot be changed. According to the Torah, there are no eternal rules or laws of the universe that could not have been otherwise by the will of God. These rules were created by God, and he could have created the world with different laws of nature. Therefore, the view from the ancient Greeks to the modern materialists that the rules and laws of nature are eternal and constant is baseless. God created everything, including the laws of nature and logic. This is the meaning of HaMechad Esh Bechol Yod Tamid Maaseh Bereshit. Every second, God gives his power to the universe. If he would remove his power from the universe, then everything would become void. This is the explanation given by the Tanya and the Nefesh HaChaim, who are insiders of Halakha. Until modern times, mathematicians believed that there were set rules and laws. Today, scientists know that there are no rules at all. There is only probability, reasonable conclusions that certain phenomena will occur, but no established rules. There are statistical rules, but there are no mechanical laws. The laws of statistics are not absolute laws, but they are operational. We accept the results and appearances according to computed statistics, but there is no rule or law established for eternity. The laws of statistics are only a method of calculation, to enable man practically to make proportional calculations in a logical manner. With the development of modern science, the words of the Tanya and the Nefesh HaChaim become fully understood. God renews Maaseh Bereshit every day means that each day God renews the continuation of the existence of the universe. If he would remove this power, all would become void. To us, these are laws of nature because we live by these laws. But this is only a convenient manner of speaking, for in reality there are no such automatic eternal laws. Now we understand the concept of Shavua in relation to God. When we said that God swore, this is synonymous with what we call a law. That which in relation to us is a law, Chazal in relation to God call it a Shavua. Why? Because in what God swears, this is Shavua, he does not change.
For example, the Gemara says that God beswore the oceans that they should not flood the dry land. Does this mean that God gave such an oath? After all, this is a physical law of dynamics. But since to God there is no law, it is only an oath, a promise that he will not overthrow the law of gravitation. To us, it is a law. To God, it is a shavua. Another example, we say that God swore that he will not anymore bring a flood to destroy the world. The meaning of this is that he made such a law in order that the world should exist. In relation to us, it is a law. To God, it is not a law, since he can change this any time by his will. Shavua, Hashgacha, and Klal Yisrael. While there is no Shavua, physical laws, there is Hashgacha Pratit, divine guidance, both with respect to the Yachid and the Tzibur. We say in the Rosh Hashanah prayers, and on countries sentences also pronounced, which of them is destined to the sword, and which to peace, which to famine, and which to plenty, and each separate feature is visited and recorded for life or death. This is the domain of Hashgacha Pratit. Wherever there is a scientific law, which means Shavua, there God does not change the law. In relation to us, it is a Chok. In relation to God, it is a Shavua. For example, there is a law that when you push a button, electricity will appear, and this does not depend on the zechuyot or averot of the generation. Even a person that has no zechuyot at all, if he pushes the button, electricity will appear. Similarly, if he takes a certain medicine intended to cure him, he will be cured, even though this man does not have any privileges to exist. Why? Because this law of healing is determined by medical law. God gave an oath that he will not change nature. Only in a place where there is no Shavua, Hashgacha Pratit enters. The domains of Brit and Chesed also are areas where there is no law of nature. This will be discussed in future chapters. The halacha is that Klal Yisrael is not included in the natural course of events. Yisrael hem lema'ale miderech hateva, according to Hashgacha Pratit, because there is no Shavua on their behavior. Since there is no Shavua, God leads Klal Yisrael according to his will and according to the zechuyot, rights and privileges, of the mitzvot and the punishment of the avedot. The fate of Klal Yisrael is determined according to the mitzvot and averot of every generation. This explains the famous Ramban. It says in Shemona Esrei, "For your marvelous goodness towards us at all times, evening, morning, and afternoon." The Ramban says that there is Nes Nistar, intrinsic miracle, and Nes Nigla, open miracle. And every minute we are guided by Nes Nistar. Now, the difference is very simple. The Nes Nistar is the Chok of Shavua from God, where he continues the validities of the law. But where God uses his Hashgacha Pratit, this is a Nes Nigla. Laws of history established by the Torah. We have learned a great principle. Every place in Chazal, without exception, where Shavua is mentioned, it means a law that can be put into a mathematical equation. As, for example, in a physical law. Just as there are physical laws, there are also laws which are real rules that are not physical or empirical and which cannot be checked in a laboratory to see if they work or not. The Torah guarantees us that there are also invisible laws which possess the same exactness and reality as logical laws and empirically verified physical laws. They are real and exact existential laws in time and space, even though they are not related to physical entities nor confined by time and space. One of these laws is the oath that God beswore to Klal Yisrael that they should not revolt against the nations of the world when they are in Galut. A second oath is that he beswore the nations of the world that even if Klal Yisrael has to be in Galut as a punishment, they should not be exploited more than they deserve. According to the Gemara, this oath is a Shavua oath, and by definition, as we noted, it has the same status as any physical law. This means that there is a non-visible law that the Jews cannot revolt while in Galut, and the Goyim cannot exploit them more than they deserve. Since there is a Shavua involved here, this rule is just as solid as any scientific law. It is a law of nature that every nation that exploits Jews more than they deserve to be punished loses its Zechut HaKiyum, power of its reign. This is what happened with Spain, and this is what happened with Hitler, Yemach Shemo, and this is what happened with the medieval crusaders. Historic facts indicate that every nation that exploited the Jewish people too much was ruined. There are people who think that this is all an accident. They are like the uneducated and uncivilized men who think that science and all the theories on the phenomena of nature are fictitious inventions. But the average man believes in scientific inventions and logical statements because the effect of the atoms, electrons, and molecules are demonstrated physically. If this same man is told a mathematical theory that looks incredible, he will not believe it. Of course, one who is not an insider of Torah will not conceive this qualitative law in the process of historical events. It is difficult to see a law that is in process over a long time of interchanging events. People accept only acts whose effects are empirically expressed immediately in the laboratory. However, the man of Torah is convinced that the Shavua, that a nation cannot exploit Yisrael more than they deserve, is just as natural a law as any physical law, and he can see it clearly in the long experience of humanity. Similarly, the other oath, that Jews shall not rebel against the nations of the world while they are in Galut, also has the consistency of a logical law. Clearly, this oath does not relate to Kibush in Eretz Yisrael, which has entirely different laws. This happened in the time of David Haruveni, in the time of Shabtai Zvi, Yimach Shemo, as well as in other historical events which I am not going to mention here. In short, just as there are scientific laws which humanity came to recognize, so there are laws in the process of historical events that an outsider will not see. The Torah reveals these laws and guarantees their validity. Scientific advance, not a result of civilization, but proportional to it. The Sod HaIbur is the code of halacha on astronomy, and is one of the most important parts of the halacha, since Rosh Hashanah, Yom Kippur, and all the holidays depend on Rosh Chodesh, the first day of the month. According to the Rambam, it was rendered from God to Moshe Rabbeinu on Mount Sinai in order to determine the day of the beginning of the month, which depends on various astronomical facts, as for example the exact moment of the eclipse of the moon, not approximately, and other astronomical events. It requires complex mathematical calculations and a deep understanding of the laws of physics and astronomy, as for example the time and the speed of light traveling through electromagnetic fields in certain areas, and of the gravitational influences and other dynamic effects. No matter how much science is developed up to date, it is still impossible to calculate the moment of the Molad eclipse in its exact instance. All that can be done is a close approximation. In short, complete knowledge of the principles of physics and astronomy was revealed to Moshe Rabbeinu on Mount Sinai, and it was rendered to the Sanhedrin and the Chachamim from generation to generation. The most important scientific facts of the dynamics of the universe were revealed by God for the Chachmei Yisrael. According to the Rambam, this is called the Sod HaIbur. Progress in civilization and the development of science and technology are the marking points where the insiders and outsiders are separated and cannot be reconciled. The outsiders surely believe that the progress of civilization is a result of science and technology, or at least that their evolution is caused by the same process of human development. But from the point of view of the insider, of the man of Torah, there is no accident in history, and everything is determined by hashgacha pratit, nothing being done by itself. Torah, wisdom, knowledge, and science are all min hashamayim, from God. They are revealed to humanity only as much as the will of God wants them to be revealed. As it is said in the Zohar, and as Chazal say, Diyahiv chokhmah lechachamim. God gives knowledge to the man of wisdom, no matter what it concerns, Torah or scientific knowledge. Everything comes min hashamayim, according to the hashgacha pratit. This revelation of knowledge is subject to civilization. The more man progresses and becomes civilized, the more he is privileged to receive knowledge, science, and technology. If Julius Caesar would have had modern explosive weapons, he would have destroyed the world. If Ivan Grozny or Hitler would have had the atomic bomb, the devastation of the world would have been unimaginable. If the medieval tyrants would have had modern rocketry, there would have been a complete holocaust. The Hashgacha Pratit permits the flow of science and technology only in proportion to the civilization of mankind. Whatever we may complain about the state of affairs of the modern civilization of our time, and despite all its faults and its shortcomings, the world exists. The fear for the safety of the world may be great, and danger is seen in the tremendous quantities of weapons and all kinds of destructive techniques being accumulated by the nations, but the world continues its progress. Though man is free in his will, and it is in his hands to choose good or evil, construction or destruction, Hashgacha Pratit leaves these aspects entirely to his will and choice. Nevertheless, humanity is civilized enough for continuous survival. At present, there is a relation and diplomacy between the nations of the world, whether they are dictatorships or democracies. They all keep certain rules and systems of order so that the world should survive. In short, according to the man of Torah, progress is not a result of science and technology, nor common to it, but on the contrary, in the same proportion that mankind becomes more civilized, in the same proportion they are allowed min hashamayim to develop science and technology. Hence, technology is a result of human civilization, not the reverse. This is the depth of the Gemara, which says that God beswears the Chachamim that they should not reveal the Sod HaIbur. This means that this is one of the unseen and intangible laws in the history of mankind, to the effect that knowledge, science, and technology has to flow to humanity in proportion to the progress of their civilization. God will not stop the progress of civilization, because the progress of civilization is subject to the halacha of man's choice. This oath and its conceptual relations and consequences may look to the skeptic as a strange doctrine. He may cynically ignore the whole matter of the Gemara, not understanding that if a man believes and is convinced that the world has a master, and Torah is min hashamayim, everything follows reasonably, and could be backed up by historical facts. All one has to do is look for them in history, and he will find them. As it says, Yagata umatzata tamin. When one makes an effort to seek truth, he finds it.
Torah and Reason, Chapter 12. 3 stages in the history of mankind, determined by Hashgacha Pratit. In summary, according to the Torah, there are laws concerning historic events in time and space which are as exact and precise as are physical laws of nature. History is under the guidance of Hashgacha Pratit and Hashgacha Klalit. This view of the Torah is very clear-cut and does not allow vacillations for the weak mind to take hold in arbitrary positions of interpretation, be they existentialist, mystical, or any other vague views that permit the agnostic to satisfy his perspectival type peace of mind. There are no two ways to the position of the Torah. It is very rigid, and there is no place in it for sentiment, emotion, and judgments. It stays between two planes, negative and positive, excludes the middle. That is the reason why existentialism in all its forms cannot be reconciled with Torah, for it cannot be reconciled with logical forms of a mathematical character. According to the Torah, precisely by reason of its logical form and logical rigidity, the history of mankind is determined only by the 3 aspects as previously explained, of invisible, invincible, rigid laws, by Hashgacha Pratit, and by some extraordinary events in the category of Nes. There is no place for accident, chance, and randomness in the events relating to mankind. Accepting this principle, perplexing Maimarim of Chazal will become clear, and historical events will be seen in an entirely different way, as part of a system of Torah purpose and Torah logical relations. Humanity went through different stages in its development and in the evolution of its social structure. Until a couple of thousand years ago, there were avadim in the world. Slavery existed. Men had to serve other men, as slavery was part of the institutional daily routine of life in every aspect and in every order. It was taken as a matter of course in the most advanced civilized societies, as for example in the civilization of classical Greece, which Western man considers the great period of philosophy and enlightenment. In the second period of progress and civilization, avadim were abandoned. Slavery ceased, and no civilized democratic society would accept the notion of avdut, of man serving man. The subjugation of animals to man was accepted in every democratic and liberal society. It was a widely justified norm that the mute animal should serve the intelligence of man. In our modern times, where technology is developed sufficiently to displace the animal, machines and computers have entirely taken over the place of the organic structures. Man no longer has to depend on animals. He builds his whole system of life, his social and individual existence, entirely on chemical and mechanical energy. We are not far from the time when synthetic meat and fruit will take over as the food of man. Man will not only have abandoned the donkey to do his work and have replaced it by mechanical machines, but the meat of the cow and the chicken will also not be necessary for him. These 3 periods of human civilization are not the result of a mechanical, blind evolution, but are determined according to the Torah by Hashgacha Pratit as part of a universal plan. In the beginning, there were men of high level who had the zechut and deserved the privilege that men should serve them. Such was the period of Moshe Rabbeinu and the prophets. Man was full of kedusha and fulfilled the purpose of mitzvot. Man knew God and went in his ways of justice, compassion, and devotion to his fellow man as to himself. Such personalities, men who reached the highest level of kedusha that a human being could reach, deserved to be served by men. People were proud to serve these great sages, such as Chazal and the prophets. A democratic ethos could not be applied to these men,
and it was not needed by them. The Tanna was Mechabed et Kol Adam, and they honored every human being. They helped them in their physical needs as well as in their Ruchaniut needs. For those who were in the league of a Yeshayahu HaNavi or a Reb Yochanan ben Zakkai, the liberal doctrines of democracy and egalitarianism were superfluous and senseless for a society which reached the highest level of justice, compassion, and Kedusha. The cause for the elimination of Avadim. But after the Tekufa of the Nevi'im and the Chazal, man dropped to a lower level of Kedusha. Man no longer deserved to be served by man. Therefore, the Hashgacha Pratit guided humanity to eliminate slavery. Gradually, slavery disappeared from civilized society, but man was still great enough intellectually and still possessed a level of Kedusha such that he deserved that the animal should continue to serve him. Man still was the Bechir HaYetzurim, the chosen of the creatures, by reason of his great intellectual ability and involvement. His intellect still served a great purpose, a purpose which differentiated mankind from animality. The proportional relation of Kedusha and civilization. With the progress of science and technology, man abandoned entirely his intellectual aspirations. He began to study nature as mechanical functions and dynamic phenomena, irrelevant to any universal aspiration of God's ways. Western man and a civilized society abandoned entirely the ruchaniut of the mind. As the scientists became involved in mechanical functions of nature, so people and society became involved in mechanical pleasures of nature. The mind with its intellect is entirely abandoned today. People are involved in all kinds of drugs, sedatives, and economic means to reach their goal of personal pleasure. God's ways were entirely abandoned, and a complete permissiveness has reached this generation. Justice and compassion have no value. The doctrine of egoism of Ayn Rand has become an aspiration of the generation. Man has come to the same level as the animal, different from it only by his subtleness and intelligent ability to subjugate the stupid creature for his own purposes and pleasures. Man does not deserve any more that the animal should serve him. Therefore, the Hashgacha Pratit of God helped humanity to develop technology at such a speed and with such perfect mechanical technique that man should not be served by the animal. Whoever remembers clearly the previous chapters on the Tikkun HaNefesh and the Am HaTorah and the Tikkun HaGuf of Am Hadom Lechamor will understand that the more the civilization of Tikkun HaGuf is developed, the more the Kedusha of Tikkun HaNefesh disappears, and vice versa. And that is why the paths of Kedusha and the paths of civilization are going in opposite directions. The more Kedusha, the less civilization. The less civilization, the more Kedusha. The Rambam's rule, Yachin Rasha V'yilbash Tzadik. It is important to note that when I speak about the causation of the abandonment of slavery, I am not speaking about single individuals, masters and slaves, which may properly belong to the realm of reward and punishment, but about existing patterns of society. So it happened in the story of Avraham trying to save Sodom and Gomorrah on the merits and zechut of 10 tzaddikim, righteous men. Or, as the Rambam writes, a man might say, "Behold, we observe a stupid man who lives in tranquility in the world without toiling in it. And it is possible that the one who serves him and manages his business is a man of wisdom and chokhmah." But the situation is not as it looks at first glance, because the security of the stupid man and his welfare is a preparation for him whom the Creator determined that he merited. Although the fool, with his great fortune of money and property, may instruct his servants to build a beautiful palace and to plant a great vineyard as the kings do, it is possible that this great palace was prepared for a sage and chassid who will come in 1,000 years and will be forced to seek refuge in the shadow of one of the walls, and in a certain situation this will cause him to save his life. As Job says, the Rasha will prepare and the tzaddik will wear. Or, someday it will be taken from that vineyard a cup of wine to make there a remedy called theriac, which will cause him to save from death a man who has reached the stage of truth, honesty, and perfection, who was bitten by a poisonous snake. This is the wisdom of God, that he can incarnate in nature means whose causes will be seen in the years to come. And so the Rambam goes on at length and brings proof from the words of Chazal that the efforts of a whole generation were directed by the divine wisdom for the purpose even of one chassid, one who reaches the highest level of Kedusha. So according to this, it is very well understood that a whole system of man serving man was established for the purpose of accommodating the man of Kedusha who deserves this accommodation. But it has to be emphasized that this notion of avadim has nothing to do with the concept of liberation and the abolishment of slavery in a democratic, mundane society. Without Kedusha, there is no place for the rational mind to employ people. The rejection of slavery is a simple idea of justice and equity and has nothing to do with the concept of avadim in the Torah. The halacha is related to Kedusha and not to the subjugation of man's fellow man. In short, to summarize what was said until now, with the progress of civilization and tikkun haguf comes the decline of Kedusha and tikkun hanefesh. This looks like a contradiction to our explanation of Sod HaIbur, that with the progress of civilization, humanity is becoming more worthy, more fit, and more trustworthy to accept the chokhmah of science and technology. But according to the explanation that man regressed in 3 stages of history up to date, we see that with the progress of civilization, man becomes worse, not better. The explanation of this apparent contradiction will be clarified in the next chapter.
Torah and Reason, Chapter 13. The Progress of Society, Decline of the Individual. With the progress of civilization, the development of technology, and the communications between nations, humanity determined its own lot and preserved itself to establish a social order as a system of advancement and improvement of the society of man. This is a form of rational egoism and a technical mechanism of democracy, liberalism, justice, and tolerance. Without accepting this rational egoism as a general pattern for the social structure of society, nations of this planet would completely destroy each other. Hence, society, Zibur, is progressively improved with the evolution of civilization. But, by the same proportion that the Zibur is improved, the individual, Yachid, becomes worse. With a malicious selfishness, he is disinterested in his fellow man so long as his own security and peace is guaranteed. A man who loses his Kedusha and his Tzelem Elokim becomes automatically a creature of nature. As such, he is entirely devoid of any ruchaniut and aspiration to serve God and to go in his ways. In short, the rule is that, as without tikkun hanefesh, soul improvement, the Zibur is improved, socially, formally, as a society, so proportionally, the Yachid regresses to his primitive instincts. More social conscience, less individual conscience. Even though this idea of the Torah may look remote and strange, whoever is aware of recent history will see it clearly. For example, look at what is now going on in Lebanon, where groups of people are getting slaughtered, women and children included. The world looks on, but does not stop this annihilation because it does not interfere with the general pattern of the social structure of the nations. On the contrary, this non-interference may serve some purpose in the political aspirations of some nations. If every individual would be loaded with the virtue of Kedusha, the conscience of the world would immediately stop this ferocious onslaught. From the time of the medieval crusades, going through the Spanish Inquisitions, the pogroms and tortures, and the Holocaust caused by Hitler, the individual did not improve himself. After all, en bichlal elama shebiprat. Humanity is a set of individuals, and no one has the power to depress the aspiration of all the individuals. The modern individual of the non-Torah world is interested in a liberal social conscience, but avoids being bothered and intimidated by his own personal conscience. He abandons his personal conscience and pays the price for his peace of mind for his own pleasure. The social conscience arises more and more as the individual conscience becomes less and less. Benevolence without Torah is only social kindness. The Gemara in Baba Batra says, Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai asked his students, who were great Tanaim, to explain the meaning of the pasuk, Tzedakah teromem goy, vechesed leumim chatat. Righteousness exalts a nation, but the chesed, benevolence of the peoples, is a transgression and a sin. Reb Eliezer answered and said, Righteousness exalts a nation refers to Yisrael. It is written, Who is your people? One nation in the world. It is interesting to note here that in Hebrew texts the word goy is written. Righteousness exalts the goy.
According to Reb Eliezer, this refers to the nation of Yisrael, and so also in the other pasuk that he quotes, who is like your people Yisrael, one goy, nation in the world. We see from this that the word goy in Hebrew is a very distinguished term, and synonymous with the word nation. When the Torah wants to praise Yisrael and calls them one unique nation of the world, it says one unique goy in the world. From this it should be clearly concluded that when we call the non-Torah people goyim, it is not contempt or abuse. On the contrary, it is a term descriptive of people in general, and synonymous with the words one of the nations in the singular and of the word nations in the plural. We see here that when the Torah praises the chosen nation, Yisrael, it calls them goy, meaning nation. I quoted the Gemara, and the chesed of the peoples is sin. This means that all the charity and benevolence done by the leumim, the heathens, is counted to them as sin, because they do not do it from humbleness and good-heartedness, but only to become great by it. Reb Eliezer brings proof for this explanation from the Torah, as it is brought in the Gemara, Baba Batra. The Gemara continues, answered Rabban Gamliel, saying, and the kindness that the heathens do is counted as a sin to display haughtiness. The Gemara continues at length there and brings all the explanations of the Tanaim to the above pasuk. It is important to see what difficulty Reb Yochanan ben Zakkai saw in the pasuk of Chesed Leumim Chatat, that he assigned so many of his Talmidim, who were the greatest Tanaim, to interpret it and understand its meaning. Tzedakah designates the Jewish character. The Rambam states, we must especially be careful about the mitzvah of tzedakah, charity, because tzedakah designates specifically the character of the descendants of Avraham Avinu. And in fact, this is one of the specific signs that denotes the individuality of a Jew. As it says, for I know that he will command his sons after him to do kindness and justice. Whoever is unusually cruel and has no mercy and compassion for the other fellow should be suspected of not being a descendant of the children of Avraham Avinu. Cruelty is found by the Goyim. As it is written, they are cruel and have no pity. And so the Rambam continues to explain at length the good-naturedness of a Jew and the viciousness of the heathen. The source of this vigorous statement of the Rambam is in the Gemara, where the Gemara says, 3 significant signs that the nation Yisrael possesses are Rachmanim, Baishanim, and Gomne Chasadim. This means that there are people of compassion and pity, people of dignity who possess the virtues of modesty and shame, and people of kindness and good-naturedness who are always ready to help their fellow man. According to the Rambam, these words are not a symbolic expression in praise of Klal Yisrael, but are empirical facts and a clear definition of a Jew. The Shulchan Aruch states that a person who is exceptionally mean, cruel, and malicious is not the proper person to marry into a Jewish family. Halachically, by definition, we definitely suspect his yichus, his roots, that he may not be a descendant of Jews. Of course, he could be an exception, but there is enough evidence here for doubt and suspicion. There is a halacha that a ben Noach is guilty of stealing even if the stolen object is worth less than a peruta, whereas a Jew in such a case is not guilty of stealing. Rashi gives the reason. A Jew renounces less than a peruta, but a goy will not renounce even less than a peruta. Explains Rashi, a Jew renounces less than a peruta because Jews are rachmanim, good-hearted, but a ben Noach would not renounce even less than a peruta because achzarim hem, because he is cruel and he will not forgive. I know that this idea is not accepted by modern people, and of course they will deny this fact, but the insiders know that this is true and accepted. Halacha leMoshe miSinai, received by Moshe Rabbeinu from God on Mount Sinai. Torah men see it in every action of cruelty by the people of the world, whether it be in Biafra, in Uganda, or in the advanced civilization of Nazi Germany, or in India, or in the society of the progressive world terrorists. Institutional chesed and chesed of the Yachid. Reb Yochanan ben Zakkai was asked, why does the Torah say chesed leumim chatat, since they are cruel and far from doing chesed? And if they do chesed, why is it considered a sin? The answer of the Gemara is that the people as a whole do chesed, but the chesed is chesed leumim. It is the chesed of society, institutionalized by the social structure of the nations. It is not chesed of the individual for the sake of the yachid, but for the existential requirements of the nation. That is why it is sin and iniquity. It does not emanate from the kindness and consideration of one individual for another. This point of the difference between individual chesed and the institutional chesed of the society was emphasized by the Tanaim in their responses to the questions of Reb Yochanan ben Zakkai. Today, there are many charity funds, social action movements, and civil rights groups. Underprivileged people are supported by the state, relief funds abound, and groups work all over the world to aid victims of earthquakes and hurricanes. Medical help and supplies are rushed by society to every corner of the world. The motive is not compassion, good-heartedness, and kindness, but to preserve the order and system of society. The chesed of the goyim is the charity of society's institutions. The society needs chesed for its own preservation. The pasuk calls it chesed leumim chatat because the chesed is of the nations, and it is not the chesed of the individual. The chesed of the nations is transgression because the mercy and compassion comes from the egoism and self-preservation and not from pity and sympathy of the individual's conscience. This is the meaning of the comments that the Tanaim used to explain the pasuk. The question was, since the goyim are cruel, where is the place for chesed? All the answers and explanations amount to one point. The chesed leumim is a result of irrational self-egoism for the national survival of society. Simply, society could not continue without public charities, welfare, and the institutional chesed. Without this chesed, modern civilization would cease in its progress, and democracy would be destroyed. This solves clearly the contradiction posed in the previous chapter. It establishes the principle of history that in the same proportion that the tzibur is improved, by the same proportion the yachid loses his individual conscience. He becomes worse and more selfish with the progress of society because he lacks the kedusha of the Torah. Torah and Reason. Chapter 14. Man stands with his feet above nature through his freedom and reason. I have discussed the concepts of Klal Yisrael, the Jewish nation as a whole, and tzibur, community and society, in terms of the halachic concept of Kedusha. In this chapter, I will explain man's position in the world from the halachic point of view, his individual standing and personal relationship to existence and nature. First, I quote in full the Rambam in the first chapter of Hilchot Avodah Zarah. The Rambam says, in the days of Enosh, the people made a great error, and the Chachamim, the scholars of that generation, became irrational. Enosh himself was among those who erred. Their error was as follows. Since God, they said, created these stars and spheres to guide the world and set them in heaven and apportion to them honor, his servants who serve him, they deserve to be given honor and glory. This is the will of God, that men should make great and honor them, since God himself honored them and gave them glory, just as a king desires that respect should be shown to those who stand before him, honor thereby being shown to the king. When this fact came into their minds, they began to erect temples to the stars, offered up sacrifices to them, praised and glorified them in speech, and prostrated themselves before them. Their purpose, according to their perverse notions, being to obtain the Creator's favor. This is the primary essence of Avodah Zarah, idol worship, and this is what the worshippers who knew this principle understood, that the worshipped star is not divine, but a servant of God that is supposed to be honored. Thus Jeremiah said, "Who would not fear you, O King of nations? For it befitted you, for as much as among all the Chachamim of the nations, and in all their kingdoms, there is none like unto you. But in one thing they are brutish and foolish. Their vanities by which they are instructed are but a stalk." Jeremiah chapter 10, verses 7 and 8. This means that all know that you alone are God. Their error and folly consists of imagining that this vain worship is your desire. These words of the Rambam require explanation. If man desires to bow down to nature and admire it in order to praise God who, in his greatness, made this grandiose creation, why should this be Avodah Zarah?
Why should it be called Avodah Zarah when man wants to honor and express admiration for the master of the universe? The simple explanation would be that this type of worship of God could cause the development of Avodah Zarah, as the Rambam describes this causation in Hilchot Avodah Zarah. In the course of time, there arose among men false prophets who asserted that God had commanded and expressly told them, worship that particular star, or worship all the stars, offer up to it such and such sacrifices. The false prophet pointed out to them the figure which he had invented out of his own mind, and asserted that it is the figure of that particular star which had been shown to him in his prophetic vision, and they then began to make figures in temples, under the trees, on the mountain tops and the hills. There they would assemble, bow down to the figures, and tell all the people that this particular figure conferred benefits and inflicted injuries, and that it was proper to worship and fear it. So gradually the custom spread throughout the world of worshipping figures with various modes of worship, such as offering up sacrifices to them and bowing down to them. The world moved on in this fashion until that pillar of the world, the patriarch Abraham, was born. After he was weaned, while still an infant, his mind began to reflect. By day and by night he was thinking and wondering, how is it possible that this celestial sphere should continuously be guiding the world and have no one to guide it and cause it to turn round? For it cannot be that it turns round of itself. He had no teacher, no one to instruct him in aught. He was submerged in the Ur of the Chaldees, among silly idolaters. His father and mother and the entire population worshipped idols, and he worshipped with them. But his mind was busily working and reflecting until he had attained the way of truth, apprehended the correct line of thought, and he knew that there is one God, and that He guides the celestial sphere and created everything, and that among all that exists, there is no God besides Him. He realized that the whole world was in error, and that what had occasioned their error was that they worshipped the stars and the images, so that the truth perished from their minds. If the Rambam meant only this explanation, this ban on praising God by bowing to and admiring nature would be only a precaution and a prevention so that people should not develop paganism and idol worship. To answer this question, it is important to clarify one of the most fundamental teachings of the Torah. Nature created to serve man. It says in Tehillim, Psalms, chapter 8, when I look at the heavens, the work of your fingers, at the moon and the stars, which you had pre-ordered and produced, what is man's worth, that you should mention him, and what is the value of a human being, that he should count to you? Answers David HaMelech, you have made him, keviachol, as it could be expressed, a little less than God, which means that the most important essence in the created universe of God is man, because he possesses mind and free choice, the highest quality in the Bria. This is expressed in the Torah by the words Tselem Elohim, image of God. And so, besides God in man's finite way, he becomes the master of the world and receives the dignity and majesty of his creator. David HaMelech continues, you made him the ruler of the work of your hands, everything you put under his feet and his control. God, our master, how strong is your name and glory in this world, which means that God's glory in the world is through the intellect of man. In this chapter of Tehillim, David HaMelech, in his short, brilliant expression, rejects the pantheistic notion and idea of determinism that man lacks free will. He rejects the argument that man is a part of nature and determined by the rules and laws of nature, where everything is mechanistic and functions of dynamics. David HaMelech says, Kol shata tachat raglav. Everything you put under the feet of man, which means that man stands with his feet above nature, on the ground of the Bria. And not only the atomic world is under the feet of man, but even the organic Bria, from instinctive life to the Ruchaniyut creations, the angels, is under him. He is the master, as it is expressed beautifully in the chapter. You put everything under his feet, all the sheep and oxen, and also the beasts of the field, the birds of the sky, and the fish of the sea, whatever passes through the paths of the sea. Though man in his physical being is a part of nature, his mind is infinite and free. As David HaMelech expresses it in another place, O God, Ani avdecha ben amitecha pitachta lemoserai, which means, I am determined by the laws of nature, subjected to its roots as a born slave is subjected to his master. But you widen the strings of my bonds to the extent that my mind is free, and I can offer to you the sacrifice of thanksgiving. This, by definition, means that man is free because automatic machines do not offer. The Maharid, one of the great poskim and Gadolei Hador of the 16th century, explains this pasuk with an example taken from Halacha. The law is that when a man demands $100 from someone and the other one denies completely, he is patur, free of obligation. But if the other man answers him, I owe you 50, then he has to come to the Beit Din and swear that he does not owe him the rest. In the terminology of halacha, this is called modeh b'miktzat, an admittance of part of the demand. However, if the one who demands has an oath on 50, and the other man admits on this 50 and denies the rest, then he is patur entirely, because what a man cannot deny is not an admittance. By the halacha of modeh b'miktzat, the definition of admittance is only where the man is free and can either deny or admit without the demander's evidence. So, explains the Maharid, even though man is bound by nature, still he is free enough in his mind either to admit his duty and thanks to God, or to deny it. This is the meaning of the passage, I am your servant, but you widen my bonds so that I can offer you a korban todah, a sacrifice of admittance and thanks. But in the pantheistic doctrine, there is no place for denial or admittance. Everything is determined, and there is no place for the korban todah. The Maharid saw clearly that the concept of korban todah is impossible in a determined world, and is also the root of the halacha of modeh b'miktzat. This doctrine of kol shata tachat raglav, you put everything under man's feet, has many philosophical implications. It implies that man stands directly before God, and that there is no intermediary between man and God. The Rambam makes this point beautifully in his clarification of tefillah, prayer. The Rambam counts 8 precepts in tefillah which a man is commanded to do. One of them, the Rambam says, is amidah, standing. He defines standing as clearing one's mind from any extraneous intentions and thoughts, and seeing oneself as standing only before the Shekhinah, as an Eved servant stands before the king. Man must stand before God without an intermediary, because in relation to man, the world and the purpose of its existence is to serve man, who serves God. Man's mind, which defines mankind, is absolutely free. Nature is bound to him, not he to it. By definition, if he would be bound to nature and have to bow to nature, then he would be no more the master of his lot and would lose his free will and his freedom. This explains astonishingly the depths of the Rambam when he says that the primary essence of Avodah Zarah is when a man worships nature and bows to it to give honor to God. Nature is created to serve man so that man can serve God, not that man is created to serve nature and by this serve God. This is so because once man serves nature, bows and subjugates himself to it, he becomes determined by it and loses his freedom, and by definition cannot serve God. The most fundamental service to God is the korban todah, which by definition is impossible for one who serves nature. This is what the Rambam alludes to, that the people of Enoshi's era were great Chachamim, as were some of the Greeks, and Spinoza, who erred in their wisdom and succumbed to the doctrine of pantheism, the primary Avodah Zarah. The Rambam, by defining the primary essence of Avodah Zarah as worshipping nature to give God glory and honor, clarified explicitly that man should serve God and nature should serve man, and not that man should serve God by serving nature. If man serves God by serving nature, he loses his Tzelem Elokim, his divine image, and he becomes a part of the lower level of nature and its mechanism. Now the difficulty in the Rambam is dissolved. Furthermore, it seems that the Rambam intentionally wanted to emphasize here that all these deterministic philosophies and pantheistic beliefs and religions are plain paganism and Avodah Zarah from the point of view of Torah. In summary, according to the Torah, as quoted from Tehillim, man stands with his feet above nature. He is the master of the world. Although in his physical being he is part of nature, his mind is infinite and free. Only man who possesses the intellect and the mind and has freedom of choice can serve God by emulating his ways. Nature is made to serve man in order that he should be able to serve God, but when man decides to serve nature, that is Avodah Zarah, idol worship. No existential determinism. Man is master of his situation. The most significant purpose of man on this planet is to reach the highest level of quality. As we quoted from Tehillim, you have made him a little less than God, which means that man is the most important essence in the created universe of God. In order that man should achieve his full identity of Eved Hashem, servant of God, he must not be restrained by any other force that would interfere with his state of mind and freedom. Even Klal Yisrael, with its concept of Kedusha, has one purpose, and that is to benefit the individual. As we explained in the previous chapters, the relation between the Tzibur, society, and the Yachid, the individual, is the same relation as that of a corporation to its shareholders. The greater and stronger the corporation is, the better is the individual's share. The greater the Kedusha of Klal Yisrael, the more the Yachid benefits to increase in his share of Kedusha. Klal Yisrael is a unique entity that possesses Nitzchiyut, eternity. It is an immortal being that continues from generation to generation. In Olam Hazeh, in this world, and in Olam Haba, in the world to come. Nevertheless, Klal Yisrael with its Kedusha, in its relation to man, has only one purpose, and that is to benefit the individual and improve his level of Kedusha. By definition, Klal Yisrael has to serve the Yachid. However, when the Yachid acts for Klal Yisrael altruistically, without hitchayvut, without obligation, he nevertheless is rewarded and profits in his own purpose. We learn from this that the purpose of society is to improve the position of the individual. Society is made to serve man, but man is not made to serve society as such. When man starts serving society as an end, he loses his individuality and becomes subjugated to the state. This is an Avodah Zarah, the same as the Avodah Zarah of serving nature. This is a clear halachic concept. Pikuach nefesh of the Yachid versus the requirements of Klal Yisrael. One simple example of the halacha will suffice to demonstrate clearly this fundamental principle. In the Torah, Bamidbar, Numbers 35, we have the halacha of Goel Hadam. If a slayer kills any person, beshogeg, unintentionally, he has to go to the Arei Miklat, to one of the assigned cities of refuge. He stays there to avoid the revenge of the Goel Hadam. of one who seeks revenge, and if the killer goes out from the cities of refuge, then if the avenger will kill him in revenge of blood, he is patur. The court, Bedin, will not punish the avenger. Of course, if the avenger will kill him in the city of refuge, he gets his proper punishment. The Rambam says in Hilchot Rodzeach that the man who killed someone unintentionally and was exiled in the city of refuge does not have to go out from there at any time, because if he goes out from the city of refuge, he puts himself in danger of being killed by the avenger. The Rambam emphasizes that the shogeg does not have to go out from the city of refuge even to do a mitzvah, or to be a witness in monetary cases, or in edut nefashot, in capital punishment cases, or even to save somebody's life by his evidence, or to save somebody from an idol worshipper, a river, or from a fire, or from being buried alive. This is because the halacha is that a man is not obliged to sacrifice himself in order to save another man's life, since the value of every human life is equal. But here comes the astonishing rule of the halacha. As the Rambam continues, even if the whole Jewish nation needs his help, like Yoav, the son of Zeruiah, he still does not have to go out to endanger his life. This halacha of the Rambam is taken from the Talmud Yerushalmi. We clearly see from this halacha that if you put one single individual of Yisrael on one side of the scale and the whole Jewish nation on the other side of the scale, even in a question of survival, the scale will remain equally balanced because one individual against millions are the same. Here the law clearly shows that the value of any individual is infinite, a million individuals having no greater value than one individual. In this case, the fact that the millions of people constitute the unit and entity of Klal Yisrael does not change the situation. In short, this halacha of the Rambam has a twofold point. First, that in a survival situation, one individual against many will equally balance the scale. Second, that one individual against Klal Yisrael, even if it is conceived as an entity of Tzibur, will unbalance the scale on the side of the individual. This is because Klal Yisrael, in relation to man, for Klal Yisrael may have other purposes in the divine plan, exists for the individual. Eretz Yisrael for Klal Yisrael for the individual. We find a statement in Talmud Yerushalmi that one of the Amoraim, Reb Chanina bar Papa, says, I went over the entire Tanakh and I did not find any place where Yisrael is called Zion. Only in this particular pasuk. And he should say to Zion, you are my nation. Isaiah chapter 51. It is interesting to know why Reb Chanina bar Papa was so certain that Zion is the name of Israel, that he made the effort to go through the entire Tanakh to find that Israel is called Zion. It seems to him it was an axiom that Israel and Zion are synonymous. The ancient Greeks used to say that the individual should be made great in order that the polis, the city-state, should be great, in order that the motherland should become greater. Today, we still have nations who say that the individual should be sacrificed for the state. According to the Torah, the saying would be just the opposite. Make great Eretz Yisrael, because through the Kedusha of Eretz Yisrael, the Jewish nation will become greater. Make great the Jewish nation, because through the Kedusha of the Jewish nation, the Yachid will become even greater and more Kadosh. It is interesting to note that most of the names of the nations come from the names of their geographical locations, or from some natural historical events. The nations are called after lands, because what is of primary importance here is not the individual, and not even the nation, but the land. Jews, however, call it Eretz Yisrael, the land of Yisrael, which means the name of the land is determined by the individual, because Chazal explain that Yisrael means Yasher El, the man who is righteous with God. But it appears that we also have a name for Eretz Yisrael that comes from a geographical location. The Hebrew word Zion means a geographical peak because according to Chazal, Eretz Yisrael is the most significant place on earth. It follows that if we call ourselves Zionists, it means that we are named according to the name of our land. This contradicts the Torah concept that the significance of Eretz Yisrael is for Yisrael and not the opposite. Hence, Reb Chanina bar Papa was sure that the name Zion here refers to Yisrael, but not to the land. If the land would be called Zion, it would be because Yisrael is called Zion. Since he accepted this axiom, he was sure that he would find it somewhere in Tanakh. So he looked over the entire Tanakh, and he found the pasuk where God says to Zion, "You are my nation." This says explicitly that Zion is the name of Klal Yisrael. The significance of Klal Yisrael, as it is explained there by the commentators of the Yerushalmi, is its possession of the Kedusha of Torah and Mitzvot. Up until now, we have learned that man is the most significant being in the existence which is the world. He has a direct relation to God through Torah and Mitzvot, without any intermediary between himself and God. Man stands in front of God as a unique individual being. He is the crown of this mundane world. His will has an absolute freedom of decision, and there is no higher aspect in the Bria. No power can subjugate his mind, and no being besides God is above him. Even Zibur and the Kedusha of Klal Yisrael is only a means for the individual achievement. Man, as an individual, dominates and masters not only the physical environment and the social structure, but he is a factor in the divine plan. The expression divine plan requires an important explanation. The phrase divine plan, which is so often used by the Goyish religions, is very misleading. The concept of plan is related to human results and to human limitations. Without dimensions, there is no plan. God, in his infinite wisdom, encompasses, so to speak, the whole truth, and any system is included in his wisdom and chokhmah, knowledge. Reality exists only by his will. When I use the words divine plan, the words relate only to the Torah language of hashgacha pratit, particular divine guidance and action, and hashgacha klalit, general action and guidance by God. Since God is infinite, so to speak, and his action is also infinite, by definition there is no infinite plan. This means that there is no such thing as a divine plan, but there is infinite truth and reality. The word plan is meaningless in infinite existence. For convenience, I use the words divine plan as synonymous with God's action and hashgacha pratit when there is no shavua, oath of laws and rules as conceived by humans. I use the words divine plan only where God leads a system of reward and punishment for humanity and the world. In this divine plan, man as an individual being has the entity, the power, and the freedom to determine the system in relation to humanity and the world. I will indicate and demonstrate this idea by a clear example of halacha and its effect. Tzadik Yesod Olam. It says in Mishlei, Proverbs 10, Ve'tzadik Yesod Olam, which means the tzadik, righteous man, is the foundation of the world. The explanation is that God created the world for the purpose of the tzaddikim, not for the rashaim, and as Chazal and the Rambam explain it in different places, the whole world was worthwhile in the eyes of God, to have created it even for the benefit of one tzaddik. Here the conception of tzaddik is the man who is absolutely perfect in his righteousness for God and man. But the Rambam, his source being the Gemara, gives a surprisingly new explanation of this pasuk. The Rambam writes in Hilchot Teshuvah, every human being has merits and iniquities. One whose merits exceed his iniquities is righteous. He whose iniquities exceed his merits is wicked. If the two balance in an individual, he belongs to the set of the middle class. So it is with a country. If the merits of all its inhabitants exceed their iniquities, the country is righteous. If their iniquities preponderate, it is a wicked country. So too is it with regard to the entire world. A person whose iniquities exceed his merits perishes forthwith, as it is said, the cry of Sodom and Gomorrah, because it is great. Genesis chapter 18, verse 20. So with the entire world, if the iniquities of its human population exceed their merits, they are destroyed forthwith. As it is said, and the Lord saw that the wickedness of man was great on the earth. Genesis chapter 6, verse 5. This valuation takes into account not the number, but the magnitude of merits and iniquities. There may be a single merit that outweighs many iniquities, as it is said, because in him there is found some good. Kings 14, verse 13. And there may be one iniquity that counterbalances many merits, as it is said, but one sinner destroyeth much good. Ecclesiastes chapter 9, verse 19. The valuation is according to the knowledge of the omniscient God. He alone knows how to set off merit against iniquities. Therefore every man has to look upon himself throughout the year as if he would be half zakai, right, and half chayav, guilty, and also the whole world half zakai and half chayav. If he transgresses one sin, then he tips the scale of guilt against himself and weighs down the whole world lekav chova to the judgment of guilt and causes destruction. If he fulfills one mitzvah, he tips the scale of merit in his favor and in that of the whole world lekav zechut to the judgment of righteousness. And he evicts for himself and for the whole world a great teshua and hadzala, a great help and grace, because it is written, V'tzadik yesod olam, the righteous man is the foundation of the world, which means that this man who did the right thing weighed down the whole world on the scale for zechut and hazala, for God's grace and help. The individual could balance ruchaniut existence. Here is the astonishing definition in the Rambam. The word tzaddik does not refer here to the greatest sage of the generation, who with his zechut deserves the whole world. It refers to a man who has the same amount of sins and the same amount of mitzvot. When he does one mitzvah, he may save the whole world from destruction. That is why he is called Yesod Olam. He is the foundation of the world. The existence of the whole world was dependent only upon this individual's one good deed or one evil. If he would do one Aveda, sin more, the whole world would have to be destroyed according to the divine plan, as it happened in the time of the flood. And if he does one mitzvah, the world is redeemed and saved from destruction, and has the zechut hakiyum, the privilege of existence, in the system of God's hashgacha. We see clearly from this halakha the great power and status of the yachid, of the individual. He may determine the ruchaniut system of God's judgment. Man's good or bad deeds may be a factor in God's decision to either destroy or save the system of which the world is a part. This is the view of the insider of Torah on the relation of the individual to society, to the world, be it physical or ruchaniut, and to God. Man is unique and differentiated from nature and society in his relation to God, but the outsiders of Torah are completely estranged to this idea of the perfectibility of the individual. There is, as was explained earlier, chesed leumim, the benevolence of the nations. This is expressed in the institutional, benevolent communities and societies which take wholesale care of everybody, but nobody is interested in the individual as such. The individual's existence has no value to the non-Torah world. It says in the last chapter of Hosea, Israel, return to your God, for you have stumbled in your sin. Take with you the words of the Torah, and return to God. The strong nation of Ashur will not help us. We will not ride upon horses, nor shall we say any more to the work of our hands, you are our gods, because before you the yatom, the abandoned child without father and mother, finds mercy and consideration. The advanced, modern, mechanized society denies God, believes only in technology and science, and says to the work of its hands, you are my God. Such a society cannot build up a system of real individual consciousness of righteousness, justice, equity, and truth. Only in the system of the Torah, where everything emanates from Kedusha, does an individual find his perfection. The criterion of Torah society is its relation to the unfortunate. Where is the proof for this differentiation between the secular mechanistic society and the Torah society? The proof lies in the yatom, in those little children who are fatherless and motherless and about whom nobody bothers, and who die every minute from hunger and pestilence without sympathy in the streets of the four corners of the world. On the other hand, the Torah people are commanded in many, many precepts to give attention to these unfortunate, helpless children. Torah people are obliged to love them and to give them devotion as to their own. This yatom, fatherless and motherless child, is the criterion and analytic indication that differentiates Torah from the Goyish doctrines, whether they are expressed in the high intellectual ideas of philosophers or in the plain, commonplace teachings. Despite all this intellectual fanfare, the single individual who is of no use to the society is entirely lost. The prophet Hosea expresses this criterion beautifully and brilliantly. When civilization will reach its highest in technology and science, and people will think that the work of their hands is their God, the yatom will have no place. The prophet says that there will come a time when we will ride no more horses, but we will ride in cars and fly in jets. Then we'll be seeing the difference between the secular social systems and the Torah system. The criterion is Asher Becha Yatom Yerucham. Only by you, Torah people, will the yatom find grace, pity, and sympathy, and will be able to survive as an individual. In a world without Torah and Kedusha, not only is society missing the whole concept of the individual and his right to exist in the conceptual, philosophical sense, but even in plain physical existence, the individual has no privilege to exist if he is of no use to society. Only in the Kedusha of Torah can the individual find his perfection.
Torah and Reason, Chapter 15. The correlations between Dinei Shamayim and Dinei Adam, their coordination and differentiation. Rabbi asked, "What is the right way that man should choose?" He says, "The way of a splendorous glory, which is aesthetical and beautiful in front of God and in front of people." In simple language, it means the way that is good in the eyes of God and in the eyes of people. Reb Yehuda Hanassi, who compiled the Mishnah and who is rated as one of the greatest Chachamim and sages, people of knowledge, in a line of Klal Yisrael from Moshe Rabbeinu, Ezra, and Hillel, states here, in a short formula, the great fundamental principle which solves one of the perennial problems of humanity. One may ask, what is the great profundity here, and what is the sharp subtlety here? Anybody with common sense could come to this understanding that what is good for God and good for people is the right way. Did humanity have to wait from Moshe Rabbeinu up to the time of Rabbi for this formula to be stated explicitly by him? The explanation of Rabbi's short formula will solve the many complexities and philosophical difficulties which humanity has tried to solve in its long history of social development and progress. All the commandments which God commanded in the Torah and its precepts are related to one important point. Vehalachta bedrachav. You should go in God's ways. As it says in the Torah, what is God requiring from you but to fear Him and to walk in His ways and to love God and serve Him with all your heart and soul? Before we continue to explain this passage, it is important to explain here the concept of serving God. The positive and negative effects of Avodat Hashem. It says, Hallelu Avdei Hashem, you Avadim of God. This expression of God, Moshe Avdi, is the greatest honor that man can ever achieve. How does this elucidate the modern philosophical, conceptual, and social negation of slavery? There is here one of the underlying premises upon which the whole system of Torah and mitzvot is based. Man is bound and subjected to his environment, to the social structure of his places, to the needs of food and shelter necessary for his existence, to his mental and spiritual aspirations, to his desires and temptations. In short, man is subjugated and enslaved to his existence and aspirations, whatever they are, whether they are pure mundane temptations or spiritual quests. There is no man who is absolutely free and not enslaved to nature or to his needs. The concept of Eved Hashem, the slave and servant of God, has a twofold purpose, a negative effect and a positive merit. When man becomes the servant of God in the full sense of devotion, then he has one end to achieve, to go in God's ways and emulate Him. Automatically, all his temptations and aspirations become valueless. He is not bound to any system nor to any circumstance. He has one intention in his endeavors, and that is to serve God, so to speak. His many enslavements are diminished. He has only one master, God. He is absolutely free and has no purpose to serve any person or any aspect in nature. He is free of society and its environment. He is free of the temptations of his body. He is free of his aspiring pressures. Instead of having a myriad of masters and being enslaved to any of them, whether the master be temptation or nature, he has one master. His obligation is to nobody nor to anything. By being Eved Hashem, he eliminates any and all of the slavery to which he was subjected up to the time he becomes Eved Hashem. This is the negative effect of being Eved Hashem. There is, as was stated above, a positive profundity in the end and goal of being Eved Hashem. The definition of Eved Hashem is completely different from being a slave to human masters. Man buys slaves and exploits them for his own personal means. But God says, I am tzedakah, matiten li. When you are righteous and serving me, what are you giving to me? I, God, do not gain anything by your service to me. By being a slave to God, man achieves his own great goal of Kedusha. Being Eved Hashem is for man's benefit. Serving God for God's purpose is absolute avodah zarah, idol worship in its full paganistic sense. What is the act by which man serves God? How does he serve God, and what does God want from his slave, man? God's will is that man should emulate his ways. Whatever God does in his infinite way, man can imitate in his finite way. God's grace is infinite. Man has to have grace for others in his finite way. God's pity is infinite. Man has to have pity in his finite way. Hashem is interested in wisdom and knowledge in his infinite way. Man has to be interested in wisdom and knowledge in his finite way. God gives tzedakah and chesed in his infinite way. Man has to do chesed and tzedakah in his finite way. Hod vehadar lefanav. The majesty, aesthetic, and beauty for God in his infinite being. So man has to reach glory, honor, and aesthetic in his finite way. God sees truth, justice, and equity in his infinite being. So man has to strive for it in his finite way. Every minute God creates the universe by his infinite power, so man has to create as far as his finite ability will permit him to. That is why the Gemara says in Sanhedrin that man with his limited powers could create organic chemistry and human beings and worlds, as God creates infinitely with his unlimited strength of creating yesh me'ayin, from nothing to existence. Man only works with a yesh, existing entity. As a man wants his children to go in his ways and achieve according to their abilities that which he has achieved, so, Keviachol, God wants man to achieve everything that is possible for him to reach in the highest level of Kedusha. All these above-mentioned aspects as chesed, justice, equity, truth, are related to Kedusha and its essence. God says to Yisrael, you should be holy because I am holy. Even though my holiness is an infinite level of Kedusha, you should aspire to be holy in your limits. But we always have to be reminded that God's will that man should achieve Kedusha is only for the sake and purpose of humanity, an emanation from his great chesed having no relation of benefit for God personally. Now we see the positive purpose of being Eved Hashem. By definition, it means that man, by serving God, has to reach the highest level of human spiritual quest. Man serves God by seeking the truth. Man serves God by his desire for knowledge. Man serves God by the creativity of scientific work and art. Man serves God by doing chesed and righteousness. Man serves God by love and devotion to other people. Man serves God by creating laws of equity and justice. This is the definition of the Torah which says that man has to be Eved Hashem. It is the reason why Moshe Rabbeinu, the greatest sage and Chacham of all time, and David HaMelech, with his Nevuah, prophetic ability in Tehillim, with their great knowledge and quest for Kedusha, received this honor of being called Eved Hashem. And so says the Gemara, when one of the Tanaim became the head of the Sanhedrin, his colleagues told him, Avdut ani noten lachem. We are not giving you kingdom, but slavery. As it says in Melachim, and they said to him when he became king, today you should be Eved, slave or servant to the nation. We have learned up to now two great principles. 1, man has to imitate God's ways and emulate his actions. 2, by accepting God as his absolute master, he rejects his subjugation and slavery to nature, whatever this nature is, spiritual or physical, concrete or mental. Man becomes, by his service to God, absolutely free. By definition, man, by being the servant of God, benefits for his own purpose. He benefits not only as a result of a system of reward and punishment, in which is also included the human rewards and punishments of master and servant, but simply by fixing and improving eminently his own being. The improvement comes from man's desires and acts of knowledge, truth and righteousness, which are the aspects of the intellectual quest of humanity. This is the demarcation line where Torah differentiates itself from the religions of the world. The religions of the world are built on one principle, that man gives his service to God and God receives his service. According to the religions, there is an interaction and confrontation between God and man. But according to the Torah, God gives his chesed to man and receives nothing in return. God's will is only fulfilled when man develops his being and reaches a level of kedusha. That is why the Chazal say, Lo nitnu hamitzvot ela letzaref bahem et habriot. The mitzvot were given only for one purpose, to improve and refine the human being. The above differentiation between Torah and the religions also explains another point. Whereas the doctrine that the religions are created by man, and therefore man has his desire to improve his relation with God by giving something to God as a token, the Torah is given from God to the people. God, with his chesed, gave Yisrael a Torah for their individual purpose, as by his chesed he created the world. Reward and punishment in Dinei Shamayim and Dinei Adam. Rabbi Yosef Albo, in his famous Sefer HaIkarim, Book of Principles, establishes 3 cardinal precepts in the Torah. First, the existence of God. Second, Torah min ha-shamayim, which means that the Torah was given by God on Mount Sinai to Moshe Rabbeinu and Israel. The third principle is reward and punishment, which includes man's freedom of will and choice. Automatons do not get rewarded or punished. Only a mind that has free will and free decision of choice can be rewarded or punished for his acts. Reward and punishment is included in 2 different systems. One system is Dinei Adam. This means that the laws given to man are real and empirical and are transacted by the judgment of the Bet Din of the people. The other system is Dinei Shamayim. This means the laws and judgment of heaven and providence where God is the judge and makes his decision as to who deserves reward and who is deserving of punishment. And he is also the one who realizes and metes out the reward and punishment by his hashgacha pratit. The whole halacha of the Torah consists of these 2 systems. The concepts of Dinei Adam and Dinei Shamayim are related and are lying in 2 different fields without interaction between them in the world of time and space. Although these 2 systems are both related to man, they exist in different orbits, and their states of affairs lead to 2 different goals. In some instances, there is a correspondence between these 2 sets of judgment of Dinei Adam and Dinei Shamayim, and sometimes one is a special case in the set of the other. Empirically, we have here 2 different effects. Dinei Adam is a finite system and is entirely submitted to the judgment and decision of man. He has to follow the halakha, rules of reward and punishment, in the same way as the physicist in his laboratory works with his instruments according to the laws of nature, or as the man of medicine follows his medical rules. Man's decision in Dinei Adam is made by his intuition and logic, and by his comprehension of the halakha. As the Gemara says, En ledayan elama she'enav ro'ot. This means that the judge can only render his decision by what he sees in his mind logically, as the halakha. He is not bound to any authority, nor to any cause. He only sees by his logic and intuition the laws of halakha, just as the physicist in constructing a physical theory makes a decision according to his knowledge of the scientific data. It does not matter which dinim laws are involved, whether the judgment is in a civil case of justice and equity, or in a criminal case where the rules are built on penalty and reward. The laws are given completely to the Bet Din, House of Judges. The judge is to make his decision impartially by his logical understanding of the immutable and unchangeable rules of the halakha. As was explained, the whole purpose of Torah and mitzvot is to imitate God's ways. This is the only metaphysical, divine reason for the halakha. But what was given in the halakha for man is a pure, rational system that could be expressed in logical relations. As the laws of nature are empirical and are conceptually pragmatic, the scientist in his laboratory has no interest in the philosophical, metaphysical causes for the laws of nature. So, the halakha man is only concerned in his decision and judgment with the clear rules of the halakha and its logical consequences for empirical cases and practical effects. This is what concerns Dinei Adam, the system given to man. Dinei Shamayim, the laws of heaven, which means God's action of reward and punishment, is completely different. God's decision, his judgment, is infinite, so to speak. He sees all the facts of the past, present, and future, of Olam Hazeh and Olam Haba, of this world and the world to come. His scale of measuring man's deeds and actions and the measuring of causes and effects includes the whole field of existence, physical and ruchaniut. His decision is a chesed for man and his soul, a tikkun, perfection for the eternal being and existence of the individual, Klal Yisrael, and humanity. Man cannot see God's universal causes and effects, and it is impossible for him, with his human limitations, to understand the divine hashgacha guidance. What to man in his short life is seen as cruel and vicious, to God who looks on the infinite panorama it is chesed and rachamim, benevolence and righteousness. To a child who has to go through an operation which cures and saves his life, the doctor who makes the injection and gives the injection looks like the most vicious and cruel man alive. So the punishment of God may look to man as the most vicious cruelty. He does not know that this is in his favor and gives him a perfect existence in the totality of the divine system, so to speak. That is why, when Job complained against the divine guidance, God answered him, "You, Eov, see only part of my action, but it is impossible for you to grasp my ways." The right and wrong ways of emulating God's actions. What to man looks like a complete system may be only an infinitesimal action of the infinite hashgacha. That is why there is no explanation of the divine plan in the Torah. The Torah gives us only the halacha and the law where man's action is related to the reward and punishment of the Dinei Shamayim. The Dinei Adam were given for man to emulate God's ways by a system of the halacha, by clear-cut rules and explicit forms of action. Man can imitate and emulate God's ways by their universal rules and concepts. For example, as God has mercy in his infinite way, man has to do mercy in his finite way, and so with all the universal ideas and concepts such as pity, grace, righteousness, equity, and truth. Man is commanded in this respect to go in God's ways, according to the universal ideas. But man cannot emulate God's ways in his particular actions. Man can imitate the general divine ideas, but he cannot imitate the individual particular action of God. The particular action of God may be rachamim, benevolence, in the divine sphere of hashgacha, but this same action may be evil in man's state of affairs. The idea of rachamim of God man has to emulate. The particular act of God is rachamim in the totality of existence, but the same action by man could be cruel in his mundane system. For example, a dangerous gas could be constructive and vital in the hands of the expert, and fatal in the hands of the non-expert. So, keviachol, God's action is good for God in his infinite ways, but the same action by man could be fatal for him in his human world. This explanation and differentiation between Dinei Adam and Dinei Shamayim as two different sets of reward and punishment systems is very fundamental and profound, and has to be borne in mind at all times. Many thinkers misunderstood the differentiation between these two concepts of Dinei Adam and Dinei Shamayim. They intermingled them into one and drew from it conclusions as if they would be one thing. One example will suffice to demonstrate how people mixed up Dinei Adam and Dinei Shamayim. Morris Cohen, one of the great American philosophers, writes against Jewish law and puts it together with all the Avodah Zarah. He writes in his book, Reason and Law, the theologic point of view regards the criminal law, and indeed all law, as divinely ordained for all time, by Manu or by Zeus, or given to Moses or to Muhammad by Allah. Without entering into any theologic controversy, it may be granted as an historic fact that communities as a rule do not allow anyone who pleases to decide what acts the divine will has ordained as criminal. This is a function left in fact to some recognized authorities, exemplar gratia, priests, religiously trained judges, scribes who interpret certain texts, or the like. When the judgment of these authorities can in any way be questioned, there is some attempt to justify it on the basis of reason and human history. Thus, great moralists of the Catholic Church, such as St. Thomas, are not willing to wrest the distinction between what are and what are not crimes on mere authority. The divine will is not despotically arbitrary, but is viewed as essentially rational and just. Hence, in practice, theologic moralists appeal also to a rationalistic view of human nature and experience. Of course, there are theologians who insist that the essence of crime is the violation of the divine will, and that our frail human reason cannot determine what is just or unjust for the perfect whole. Mankind is quite accustomed to double standards of morality, different for men and women, for the state and the individual, and for divine and human persons. Thus, it is not wrong to harden Pharaoh's heart, or to send a lying spirit to Ahab in order to punish him. It is not even wrong to put an evil design into David's heart in order to punish innocent children of Israel, by either killing them by the plague or else depriving them of their parents. But the persistent efforts to explain such incidents and to justify the ways of God show a general disinclination to view God's law or will as entirely devoid of what seems to us rational or just.
Here, the sharp American philosopher mixed up Dinei Adam and Dinei Shamayim, and was ignorant of these two different systems. He also misquoted the passage in Tanakh and falsely and maliciously stated, "It is not even wrong to put an evil design into David's heart in order to punish innocent children of Israel by either killing them by the plague or else depriving them of their parents." David HaMelech did not punish innocent children by killing them. To say this is a slander, a great lie, and blasphemy against David HaMelech. David HaMelech understood that the inevitable plague which happened was not a blind coincidence, but a divine punishment by the Hashgacha Pratit in the Dinei Shamayim, not in the Dinei Adam. In the Dinei Adam, which means in our individual and social system of behavior, in Olam Hazeh, in our human, mundane world, if a Bet Din or even the king, David HaMelech, would kill people for the crime of counting Jews, they would be a Bet Din of criminals and murderers. The Bet Din of the king would deserve capital punishment for murdering people. Furthermore, the halacha on the criminals and their action of sin is the most equitable, liberal, and humane truth, and is more progressive and advanced than any modern democratic law. A Sanhedrin which executes the din of capital punishment for murderers even once in 70 years is condemned in the Mishnah to be called a Sanhedrin of destructiveness. According to the halacha, no criminal can be convicted by circumstantial evidence. A Bet Din has to have clear, direct, cross-examined witnesses who saw the criminal commit the act, the criminal having been forewarned that he was going to be convicted. I'm not going to explain here the logical liberalism of the halacha. All I want to point out is the embarrassing fact that a great philosopher failed to see the difference between Dinei Adam and Dinei Shamayim, and failed to get a minimum conception of the Jewish halacha, which is the Dinei Adam. It is amazing to see how the whole non-Torah world throughout the history of mankind misunderstood and failed to see the differentiation between Dinei Adam and Dinei Shamayim. As we have said, we have to go in God's ways. And furthermore, as the Torah specifies explicitly and says, Mahu rachum af ata rachum, which means, as God has mercy, you should have mercy. As God is graceful and benevolent, so you should be graceful and benevolent. In the history of civilization, an unusual phenomenon has happened. The entire non-Torah world, Avodah Zarah, idol worshippers, and modern paganism are blundering. They also want to go in God's ways, but not by accepting and emulating the universal conception. As for example, as God does chesed, which is a universal conception, so we have to do chesed. They want only to go in His ways by imitating the divine particular actions which belongs to Dinei Shamayim and is not related to man's behavior of Dinei Adam. Moreover, it is fatal for man to imitate God's action in this way. Notwithstanding, the non-Torah world, which personifies God paganistically, decided to imitate not His universal precepts, but some particular action of the divine plan. And here is where it leads to Avodah Zarah, with its brutal cruelty. Simple instances are the religious crusades, the Spanish Inquisition and Goyish pogroms to put on the Jews of today the blame for killing the Notzri. All these imitated the Dinei Shamayim, the particular actions in the divine plan which are absolutely fatal and criminal in the set of Dinei Adam. Dinei Adam are given for man's behavior in relation to God's ways, which are the universal ideas of righteousness and truth. We see here how the non-Torah world understood some aspects of the Torah and took them out of context, as will be indicated in future chapters, by putting them in an erroneous frame of thought. The pasuk, Vehalachta bedrachav, you should go in God's ways, was erroneously distorted and misunderstood. Rabbi's great formula of social coordination. Now we can explain what Rabbi said in the Mishnah, as quoted earlier, as the right way that man should choose for himself. He answered, the way of a splendorous glory, which is aesthetical and beautiful in front of God and in front of people. History proves the great importance of this simple formula. Social ideas, as for example socialism, could be a very aesthetical and beautiful system for humanity, but without its relation to God, Torah, and Kedusha, these ideas become a national socialism or a dictatorial communism, which is certainly not aesthetical for God nor for the individual. On the other hand, in the Goyish religions, man imitates the particular action of God. From the Goyish religion point of view, they may feel in their minds erroneously that their imitation is aesthetical and righteous in relation to God's action. All these religions, with their cruelties, inquisitions, and pogroms from the time of the ancient paganisms, including the medieval philosophical concepts of religion and into modern times, were conceived by them as aesthetical to God and following His way of action. But these cruelties are certainly not aesthetical to humanity, nor to the individual. To the modern mind, the non-Torah religions are primitive, brutal, and barbarous, as Bertrand Russell described so poignantly in his book Religion and Science. Only a system that is encompassed by the complementarity of aesthetical and beautiful to God and aesthetical and beautiful to fellow man is the right way that man should choose.
This is the great formula that Rabbi Yehuda Hanasi established as the essential teaching of the Torah. Only by following this formula will humanity go in the right way. The non-Torah world has failed and is still failing to conceive and understand the great profundity in this brilliant clear-cut formula of the great Rabbi Yehuda Hanasi. In short, Rabbi makes a dichotomy of the whole history of civilization as if he would be living in the 20th century and not in the beginning of the Common Era, and divides it into two parts. The advanced progressive liberalism took the aesthetical human aspect in relation to man and abandoned the aesthetical beauty of the divine relation with its kedusha. The world of the religions took the other part, the aesthetical relation to God, and abandoned the aesthetical relation to man. What was the result? Civilization remained as two half-broken pieces of glass that are of no use and even harmful to everybody. Only a civilization which has the totality and wholeness of both parts, which is only represented by the Torah and its kedusha, is the right vessel from which humanity can drink. Only the Torah is Mayim Chaim.